This is the best possible start to Once Human 2025 edition. There have been several changes to the game to make it easier than ever to get into. This is a free-to-play game, completely free on Steam. You don't need to pay anything. You don't need to card swipe. Anyone can play this without any kind of money at all. Let's get into it. This video is going to teach you the best server to start on, the fastest and most efficient routes. We are going to cover the entire first 3 weeks of the scenario, the most OP early items, easiest ways to level up, fastest ways, what to do each and every day, and this guide is intended for new players who have never played before, or people who have been gone for the past 4 to 5 months and are coming back to the game, who wants to get ahead of everyone else on a new server. Before we start, let's talk about settings. Now, the complete default settings to this game are optimal. You don't have to change anything. We're not even going to be touching settings. The only thing that you might need to change is your sensitivity if you're used to other games. So let's talk server selection. At the very top, you will have a choice to pick a server. For me, it's showing that my alt account is here. Now, we're going to be covering the Manabus scenario, and you have two choices. You have Manabus Novice and Manabus. I recommend if you're brand new, and if you haven't played in like 5 months, you pick a Manabus Novice server. And the reason why you don't want to use an existing character is because they massively buffed the items that you get, Starcrom, all the resources that you get, to the point where it's better to make a new character than to play a character you played 4 to 5 months ago. You will end up with like triple the resources, and your other character won't be able to catch up. So you should roll a new character, and you should start on the Manabus Novice server. Now, ideally, you would be playing on a fresh or a new server that isn't very old. You would look over here. This server, the newest server, 256, as of recording, is 3 days old. You would preferably play on a server that is brand new, brand spanking new, like day 1 old, day 2. But it's completely fine if you start on a server late, as this guide will blast you ahead of everybody anyway. Now, for the sake of video creation, because I don't want to spend 3 weeks making this, I'm going to roll on a server that is 3 weeks old. This server is on day 16, so it's in its 3rd week cycle. That really doesn't change much, but I will explain along the way. Now, when you go to create your character, do note that it will cost a premium currency of sorts. You get 1 for free per account to be able to change your character's gender and how they look and stuff, but there is one very important factor when creating your character, and that is its base stats. So at the top of the screen, if you click body, you will have a height, fitness, and long legs slider. In the bottom right corner, you will have a fitness or a weight slider. Now, different weights do different things. So if you are underweight, you have faster melee attack speed, which is completely worthless. Melee in this game is worthless. It has been nerfed to hell, and there is no viable melee builds for in-game content at all. Do not worry about any melee stats on this screen. However, you get stamina, which you can just buff with food. Heat resistance is irrelevant for this scenario, and for the other one, it's not much of a buff. Now, if you're regular weight, as in normal weight, you have 10% torso damage reduction. So anytime an enemy or another player hits you in the chest, you take 10% less damage, and that is big, that is huge, massive, all right? However, there is the third choice, and that is to be overweight, or to be a big boy, a big chonker, all right? Now, the cool thing about being big is that you get a weapon stability plus 15. This makes shooting automatic weapons in this game insanely easy, to the point where that is my recommendation. I know a lot of you guys don't want to play obese or fat characters, and I understand that. However, the stats are just too damn good. So here's how you become overweight, and you could change this in the game later by eating a slim tea or a fish and chips if you want to get fat. You could experiment with it in week 3, but week 2 is when you can do the diet or the fattening food. But here's how it works. So if you want to be fat, you just increase your fitness level all the way up. That makes you a big chunky, swole boy. And here's my other recommendation. Do not make your character short. There are 2 reasons why you don't want to be a short person. Reason number 1 is there are certain things you might want to jump to climb on top of, and if you are short, you won't have the hitbox to cling on the side of whatever you're trying to climb. The second reason is there is one particular dungeon where there are some guardrails, And if you aim if you try to aim at the enemies far away, if you're a short character, you will be aiming at the guardrails, and you can't see over them. So it makes it really hard to deal with that one dungeon in that one particular spot. So my advice is max out your height and max out your long legs. Always, always, always play the tall character. Also, like most social games, if you play a girl character, people will give you free stuff. So also, they're prettier to look at. Now, one quick tip for naming your character, you can use Chinese letters in your name. This will make it nearly impossible for people to really find you or type, slash commands to invite you. However, the offset is that it makes it really hard for people to report you. So if you're a griefer and you want to troll people without using text chat, of course, because they could just right-click your name and report you there, by having a Chinese character name, it makes you very, very hard for them to figure out what it says, and it can delay the reporting process by at least 4 to 5 days while they send it off to the Chinese game masters to translate whatever your name is. Just a heads up, just a little tip for you griefers out there. Now, I'm not going to hold your hand too much during the tutorial, but to get out of this room, you're going to read this A073 memo, just investigate it, and then you'll notice in the top left of your screen you have a code. It says enter 0728 to unlock the door. So I just use the numpad. You don't have to click the buttons, and that'll get you through the first room. Okay, I know some people get stuck here, so I'm including it in the video because my last video people were asking. And just a heads up, your choices in dialogue do not matter at all. Don't worry about what you're picking. There is no secret ending. There is no weird unlocks or, alternate pathways. Just pick whatever you want. Now, very early game, one of your best attacks is going to be a jumping heavy strike. So you jump at the enemy and right-click, and it looks something like this. And the melee in this game kind of locks on to your targets. So this is a really easy way to one-shot everything. And if you're playing a lightweight character, you might not one-shot these guys. It's been a while since I've played a lightweight character. When going up the stairs, you have a blue door and a red door. Go through the red door first because there is loot over here to grab. The loot isn't too important. If you miss this, you don't have to re-roll or anything. It's just random stuff that is not a big deal if you miss it. When you go through the blue door, you make sure you always push Q in anywhere you go, and things will highlight that you can loot. So we have some shoes here. We're going to one-shot this guy. There we go. The red numbers mean crits, by the way, if you're curious. And a golden number is a red headshot. So there you go. All right. Also, you can run all the way over here. And there is another little medkit thing right here on this wall. A lot of people miss. Just a heads up there. And if you're unsure if you've looted something, whenever you press Q to do your little finger snap, if the box no longer highlights, that means you've collected it. There's nothing more to grab. I'll show you where all the loot is for this part of the tutorial. If you immediately turn to your right, there is a medical box here on the wall we can grab. And the loot isn't always the same. I just want to let you know, you don't always get the same things. As we run through and push Q on all these little storyline elements, we're not going to run in that room yet. We're going to loot this box over here, of course triggering the quest there. We're going to go ahead and grab this item crate, and then to our right when we turn around, we have this doorway that leads downstairs for another item crate. And then there's one more item crate in the next room, and then that is all the collectibles. I'm going to go ahead and show it to you, because there are people that, if you fall down from this platform, by the way, you can't come back up here. So make sure you loot this gear crate before you jump down. And there we go. That's basically it. You dispatch the remaining enemies and then continue the cutscene. I missed it. By the way, if you don't like the look of some of your gear, like you don't want to wear a mask, mask mandate, or you don't want to wear the hat, push the K button, as in Kellogg's, and then you can hover your mouse over the gear and then push V, and that will hide it. There you go. And you can hide the mask if you want. And you still get the stats for it, so it's still equipped. It's just hidden from your view. Now, when you loot the rustic armor piece, the game is going to want you to swap out your body armor for it. Now, here's the thing. This game has set items. So if you want the test subject set, you get a melee damage bonus of 10%. It's not a lot. Whereas if you change to the rustic jacket, you get a 4-piece set of gathering speed plus 20. And because we're going to be doing a lot of gathering here early on, we now have the 4-piece set. This is just better for speed. And this part, the game wants us to gather some gravel and logs. Now, don't spend too much time on this because we're going to accelerate it and do a boss fight, and after the boss fight, we will be able to freeze our hunger and thirst meters for a little bit, giving us more time to be able to gather. So just rush through the quests until after you fight the boss. Now, when the boss spawns, a lot of people miss this chest, but there is a chest right here, and it's got some arrows. This chest used to respawn for infinite arrows, but make sure you loot it, because we can disassemble those later for some items. And remember, you can hold E, and then swipe left, top left, to summon your butterfly, and just chop its legs off. It's a real easy fight. Or you could shoot it with the crossbow. It's whatever you want to do, but this is just way, way faster. It's it's a little too easy because, I mean, we're on the novice server. That's just how it is right now. Now, at this point, before you loot the deviant here, it is now time to gather. So you're going to go ahead and smash a whole lot of copper ore, and your hunger and thirst, at least in the old patch, did not go down during the step, meaning you are frozen in time, so you can spend all this time gathering, and you're going to want to gather a whole lot of copper ore. And go ahead and chop some wood, too. You're going to need a lot of wood. And just load up, because we're about to enter the main game. And yes, if you want these little scarlet calamuses, you can grab them, too. They're not that useful, but you can just literally grab everything you want. I wouldn't waste too much time grabbing sulfur, but do grab a little bit. If you ever see a crop having this weird, glowing, kind of smoky effect, these are deviated crops. They're pretty rare. Go ahead and pick them up when you see them. They don't ever expire, so if you see them in the distance, always run and go grab them. They're useful later, but not really early on. Now, one thing I did forget to mention in the character creation is that heavy characters can carry more stuff. So yeah, if you like to carry a whole lot of things, bigger characters are better. Now, do note, as you mine, it will eat away at your hunger and thirst. That, or they patched it where it freezes time so that you get hungry and thirsty anyway. It is not a big deal in this game if you go hungry or thirsty. It just makes everything slower. So, and it's very easy to eat food and hydrate yourself. This is not like Rust where you're going to start losing health and dying and all that kind of stuff. So don't worry too much about your hunger and thirst. It's just a minor inconvenience. If you do get thirsty, just chug a boiled water. And what I like to do is I remove all this stuff from my hotbar, except for the tool, because you need that on there, because I don't want to accidentally consume this. I do keep the activators, because this is your spot heal for now. We will get to it's called a deviant. It's something that you summon, kind of like the butterfly we have, that we will use to heal, and we'll get that very soon. Now, even though if we gather here, we don't gain XP in the tutorial zone, it's still more advised to gather here for now, because if you're playing on a day one server, there's going to be so many players around that it's going to be very scarce to find trees and copper without having to run all over the place. But here's what I mined in the tutorial zone. I have at least 2,000 wood, 1,000 copper, and you get gravel when you mine copper, so don't worry about gravel. It's not that important. Very little sulfur. We don't really need sulfur. So at this point, the quest text at the top left says, "Leave Mitsuko's refuge for the new world." Now, when it says that, go to the butterfly cage, unsync it, push F, push U to withdraw it, and now we will have 2 butterflies, so we're going to get another one as soon as we walk through the door, and this puts us into the actual game, where we'll be free-falling, and just fall straight down, and then before you land, make sure you push spacebar so that you glide and don't break your legs, just like that. There we go. And it's going to throw you somewhere around this building. It could put you up here, over here. It doesn't really matter where it throws you. You just want to land straight down because we want to start the tutorial part here immediately. And let's get on to that. So what you want to do is you want to follow what's called the Eye of Evolution in the top left of your screen. Don't worry about journey or season goals. Just worry about the Eve of Evolution. So it wants us to build a base. We're going to push B. And if you're playing on a day one server, there's going to be people stuff everywhere. So just find anywhere, plop it down, there you go, and continue the tutorial. And for these tutorials, I'm not going to walk you through every little baby step, like it wants us to hold tab and then go to cradle and so on and so forth. So you're going to read the instructions on screen and figure that part out. Now, when it wants you to build a furnace, build more than one. You know, I'm just going to throw down like 4, right? I guess, well, it's kind of loading weird because the game's bugging out. There we go. We got 3 down. I want more than 3 because I want to be cooking multiple stuff at a time here. Right? So let's just throw down 5. Why not? That's fine with me. Now it wants us to make charcoal and copper ingots. So all that wood we mined or chopped, whatever. I'm gonna do a little bit of math, right? And a stack of 99 is 495, so that'd be about 4 furnaces. So that's 1 furnace of 99. You know, 2 furnaces. So we got 3 furnaces cooking right now, and we'll do a 4th. So for me, 4 is fine. We have some left over. That puts 5. All 5 furnaces cooking wood right now. And while that's cooking, let's go chop some more wood, just to have wood in general, and we'll do some more mining, and we'll come back to these being cooked in just a few minutes. Another tip too is once you have your base down, go to your cage, put a butterfly in, and sink it so that you can use its ability. Also, another thing too that's very important, if you see wild deer or does or whatever they're called, just kill them. You can use your butterfly to kill them, or you can shoot them in the head with your crossbow. Or you can chase them down and chop them up with your machete if you're a brutal killer. But yeah, I just used the butterfly, which it seems to not be wanting to kill this for some reason. So it'll eventually get them. It's summoned. It's chasing them, or it's trying to. There it goes, and got them. Make sure that you skin these too, and you're gonna need a lot of hide early game to craft stuff. Now, when making copper ingots, I wouldn't make all of your ores into ingots because we need some of the ore later to make 10. But I'm just going to craft like 19 to 20 at a time per furnace here. And the cool thing about building all these furnaces is when you deconstruct them, you get 100% of the materials back. So don't be afraid to craft multiple crafting buildings, use them, and then disassemble them later. And to disassemble, you just push B to go into build mode, and then push R to demolish. And you get a full refund when you do that. Now, when you're looting settlements, which is part of the questing, always push Q, and anytime there's highlighted stuff, just mash your F key, and you'll suck it up, kind of like a vacuum. Now, when you get to this building, you'll notice that there's like a weird kind of glow up on the ceiling. So there's a lot of loot crates that need a little bit of jump puzzling. So if you go to the back of this building, you can climb up these crates, jump up on the building, and why isn't my character grabbing it? There we go. And then that's how to get that storage crate. Now, when the game wants you to go to the mysterious woman here named Mary, we're going to ignore her for now, and we're going to touch this purple glowing orb that is east of her. There we go. There's also some scrap on the table, you know. And then we're going to climb up these, whatever these are, onto this scaffolding, and then jump at the purple thing, giving us a mystical crate. So there we go. That gives us some items that we will use much later in the game. But once we do that, then we can go ahead and talk to Mary. Now, one question a lot of people have is at the disassembly bench, is any of this stuff important, like gardening shears or scrap course body or anything? Anything in this little category where it looks like a screw? None of this has a use in the game. The only use for this stuff is to click select all and disassemble it into these parts, which are crafting materials. So you will always just disassemble everything in this category. Now, this is your tools, this is your weapons, your armor, and your gear mods, which is way later. So never disassemble these until you're sure you don't need them. But this little screw, this says scrap, always disassemble everything here. You're not going to miss anything. They don't have a use in the game. There's no purpose. So in this part of the quest, it says to unlock the primary gear workbench. Well, it's not called that anymore. It is now called Essential Armory. So that's what it kind of wants you to unlock. It's got a little yellow icon there. Just a heads up. When the game wants you to craft a weapon, you can craft whatever you want to play with. I don't recommend shotguns. And yeah, the damage is high, but you got to be close, and there's a lot of damage fall off very quickly. It's not good for dispatching regular mobs or bosses. And my recommendation between these starter weapons, and yes, there is a way to get better weapons. We'll do that later, but the material cost is so minor and tiny, it's not a waste of materials just to get this out of the way now. I recommend the pistol because it will one-shot trash mobs. It deals plenty of damage, has very low weapon fall-off for the first few bosses. It's just more ammo efficient, so that's what I always go with, just your basic pistol. After teleporting or walking to the Deadsville town, instead of talking to Mary, walk behind her inside this building, and once a day, you can loot this little thing for a free deviant. It's random what you get. We got Strange Door, which lets us teleport in our base to different areas of the door where we place it. It's not a very useful one early game. And again, it's completely random. Just grab it, you know, whenever you get a chance every single day. Every single town has one of these. I'll point them out when we get to them. But after that, continue questing. Once you get the motorcycle and it wants you to go to the Rotten Manor, which is right here north on the map, very close, Instead, if you're on week 1, which you should be, go on this hill instead. Can the tutorial go away? Right here on this hill, about right here. Yes, I know, game. You don't have to explain teleporting to me. So, again, we have Deadsville. You go north and a little bit west, and there's a big mountain on top. And if you're on week 1, you're going to see a pretty big green house on top. There'll be a big old house. What I want you to do is go in that house, and there will be some crazy hands. You'll beat up the crazy hands. It's going to float 3 spirits possessing random parts of appliances in the house. You'll shoot those appliances by pushing Q to find the glow. And then you'll go back to the crazy hands and receive a chest. And you'll do that once a week. Every week, the house moves around the map. But it's always in that exact spot on week 1. It's very important that you do this daily. I'm sorry, you do it once a week, every single week when it resets and changes. But because I'm filming on a week 3 server, I'll have to show you that later how it looks and works. Once you get to this point with the weird gooey statue person thing, make sure you equip your gun, unless you really just want to use your crossbow. I don't know why you would, but this is essentially a boss fight. And so if you want to compare my kill or clear speed to yours, be my guest. There's a reason why I picked the pistol. See, the boss is already halfway dead. And yes, I could summon the butterfly during this fight too and make it even easier, because the butterfly is going to attack it, giving it weak spot and, a damage bonus. There we go. Boss is down. Very easy. So once you activate this Rift Anchor, the game wants you to travel around and activate more of them. But before you do that, if you run into this house at the very top, there is a crate with a recipe. It's not that good of a gun, but just get used to running into places and looting all the crates. So I'm just going to grab this gear crate, and it's completely random what I get. Looks like I got munitions amplifier, so that's not bad. And a helmet that I can equip if I want. But if you run upstairs here, and yes, my character is super thirsty, so I'm running very slow. Weapon crate here. Go ahead and grab this, why not? There we go, we actually got an LMG. And I didn't mean to climb over the gap there. You might have to kill a few enemies. There we go. But yeah, here at the top, you have these crates. These are called, I forget what they're called. But they have recipes or blueprints for weapons and armor. So, again, these are scattered all over the place. You can use a website that has everything mapped out. And normally I could climb through this window, but I can't for some reason. Oh, my character might be too tall. But yeah, so yeah, just get used to looting buildings and scrap and storage crates and stuff like that. As you go to each of these places, they're all going to have similar chests with similar rewards. Now, when getting these Rift Anchors, one thing you should be doing is when you open your map, you'll see this little radio tower icon. These are teleportation towers. You should always run up and collect them whenever you see them when you're near one, especially when roaming around and doing the Rift Anchors. And there's more Rift Anchors to get, which gives you items. You can come back and do these later or do them now. It's up to you. I personally am going to do them later. Like, there's one there, there's a teleport tower there. There's a lot of stuff to collect and get around this area, but we can always come back and do it later. Now, if you've been struggling to get deer hide, there's a really good spot I'm going to show you. So this is Rift Anchor Brookham, all right? So we're going to use that as a landmark, and there's the teleportation tower, East Brookham teleportation tower. So if you go east across this road right here on the map, there is a lot of deer that spawn. And once you kill the deer, you can run back to this tower, and you can go to switch to another world, and then go to another world, and the deer will respawn. So I recommend that you farm at least 20 to 30 deer hides before you do anything else. But yeah, as you can see, once you cross this little bridge here, they are all over the place. There's like 3 there. There's going to be more kind of over this way, and there's some other animals too. Like, I think that's a turtle. So yeah, just kill them, even the little baby ones. Yes, I know, nature be cruel. Skin them, and then switch worlds, come back. Look at this one looking at me. Look at that. Let's pop one in its head. It's still alive. We got to put it down. Sorry, Bambi. But yeah, you need some hides early game. Now, if a player happens to build a big old house at the deer spawn, they won't spawn. So you'll have to go to another world if someone's grief in the area. But this is by far, in my opinion, the best deer spawn in the game. And later on, you might want to craft cheese from deer milk. which is, that's what it's used for. It's not just something you can freely drink. But yeah, there is just so much deer here that you're gonna be able to get lots of meat, lots of hide, lots of milk if you're into that kind of thing. Very good farm for later. Now, another cool thing about this East Brookham teleportation tower is if you go just barely west of the tower, there is a grape bush right here. So you this is really good, like, early free food without cooking, okay? You can chop down this apple tree, and you'll get some apples. And then all you have to do if you want is swap worlds and continue harvesting that grape bush and that apple tree. And this is just free food. If you hover over food and you hold control and push F, you can eat multiple foods at once. So instead of eating one at a time, you can eat as many as you need at a time, right? Now, I only have 1 grapes and 2 apples, so it's not really that useful, but this is a way to stay hydrated and have better food without having to drink your deer milk, which this stuff's going to expire, so I'm going to just eat it anyway, without having to use your canned lunch meat if you don't want to. Also, as you drive through these zones, you're going to be getting a ton of quests, a bunch of side quests, a bunch of random things that's going to make you want to go all over the place and do these little missions, and a lot of them aren't worth doing. Just steamroll the main story quest. If you are a completionist, you can come back later and collect all this stuff, but it is really not worth your time right now as a low-level character to do these. The rewards suck. They're not that good. Just come back and do them later when you get bored. You're going to have plenty of free time anyway. Also, I just cracked my ankles there. Oh, hey, look, a deer. So, yeah, I still need my 20 hides. Now, another fun tip is after you talk to Mary and it wants you to follow up here towards what's called the Monolithic Greed, the quest will say, welcome back, and it says follow the guidance to explore. You're just going to follow the road up, obviously, but this is something important to know. This doesn't work in big cities or, like, you know, mission areas, but in dirt roads and random roads out in the middle of nowhere that you're driving around, you'll see abandoned cars. You can loot the back of the cars, and they will give you portable mixed fuel, which is how you keep your motorcycle fueled up in the early game. Now, in week 2 and onward, every week there's a daily, or I'm sorry, once a week, a weekly you can do that gives you 350 fuel and a bunch of rare fuel. But if for the meantime, you're going to be looting cars to keep your fuel up since you can't craft it yet, you can't pump oil, and you can't do that weekly mission. So just get in the habit of looting all the cars that you see. It'll pay off later. Now, one thing I want to point out about the Monolith of Greed zone here is that the enemies, the humanoid ones, and the monsters, they drop copper ingots, not ores, but ingots, and gunpowder. Alright, gunpowder is very important early game because it takes acid and sulfur to craft, and acid is very, very valuable in week 2 and beyond. So you don't want to ever spend your acid in week 1. You want to save all of it. Okay, acid becomes a very scarce and the most in-demand resource in the game later, and you never want to trade or give that away or get scammed by somebody that asks, hey, can I have, you know, all your acid, dude? Like, you need that. You're going to need that for crafting and smelting later. So what you're going to do is you're just going to farm the mobs for a little bit and kill them. And even though I am spending bullets to kill them, I am more than getting my bullets back in gunpowder and ingots. Also, a lot of the chests in the area just have ammo. So that's why I'm looting these Rosetta ammo crates. There we go. It's just free bullets. But yeah, just make sure that you're killing the mobs and looting the gunpowder, because early game gunpowder is super important. And mobs will not drop gunpowder until you meet the Rosetta mobs, which are like enemy soldier security guard dudes with fully automatic weapons. And no other enemy in the whole game, as far as I know, drops copper ingots. This lets you skip the smelting process entirely. So absolutely farm around this area. You don't have to kill the big guys, just the little ones. Now, once you get the teleportation tower here at the Monolith of Greed, what I want you to do is follow my path. So we're going to face southwest a bit towards this big old spooky building. And we're just going to jump over here. And what we're doing is we're getting a very useful early game weapon. I'm just going to summon to my mount. Now, this is where the game wants us to go, in this big towery building. But we're going to go this way instead. This is southwest, mostly south, a little bit west. We're going to go up this ramp. There's a couple white, glowy pylon light things. And there's a building here, and we're just going to go in the building. Alright, and inside the building there's some stuff to loot, so just push that Q button and make sure you're looting everything. As you would, as you should. Alright, getting the storage crates, that's good. That's not what we're here for, though. What we're mainly here for is this chest, because this chest has a submachine gun with a very good property called Bounce. So the Blue Tiger is going to help us easily and effortlessly do a mini game in the second week where we fly on top of an airliner, like a 747, and we pop balloons, okay? And this weapon, combined with a few other things, will give us basically infinite ammo, and when we pop one balloon, we'll pop multiple balloons. So it is very essential that we get this, but also, it's just a really good weapon to have. And yeah, I found a machine gun, which I'm not using. I'm just using the pistol. The pistol is more than enough to get us through the first boss fight. However, it's just very recommended that you get this submachine gun. It's very useful. For the second boss fight and third, we'll be using a sniper rifle, which is also free, and I'll show you how to get that later in the video, which makes both fights a breeze. But if you want to collect all the chests in this area and continue to farm the mobs, you can. I'm going to do a little bit of farming before we get to the boss fight. So it's time to do the boss fight, defeat the Rift Entity. So we're going to go to this red orb, and we're going to make sure before the fight begins that we are hydrated and preferably fed. I'm going to do this while not fed. That's fine. It's not going to affect the fight that much. Make sure your weapons are reloaded, that you're fully healed as best as you can. Now, you'll notice your health bar at the bottom has like a blue bar. That's your sanity meter, and it takes away your maximum HP. But after this fight, we're going to get a deviant that will help us restore our sanity. And it's very, very crucial early game to get it. So this is the boss fight, and it's pretty simple. We're going to run straight ahead. Now, this guy has a big chain gun, so we're going to take cover behind this machinery, and we're going to shoot him in the head. That's its weak spot. Its little yellow head thing, little gooey head. And you can tank these bullets. They don't hurt that much. See, look, they're not that bad, right? You can tank them if you want, or you can hide behind it and wait for him to stop shooting, because his gun will overheat. So once you shoot him enough, he's going to drop his gun. You run over, push F, and I got animation locked, but we can just use his own gun and blow his head off. There we go. It's a real simple fight. Now he's immune. I'm going to right-click or push number 2 and drop the chain gun, and these little things are going to spawn. You can grab a barrel if you want. I'm going to grab a barrel because it's cool. Very cool. And these little things will spawn, and we're just going to blow them up. Now, he's trying to snipe me, so I'm just going to jump and dodge it. Pretty cool, right? Grab another barrel, pop this one. There we go. Reload my gun, because now that those two are dead, he's going to teleport back here in the middle, which I could just chain gun him. I think I'll just do that. There we go. And, yeah, we'll just trade bullets here. There we go. So now he's downed again. We're going to pick up his new chain gun. Now remember, you may be thinking, well, how can our character tank bullets? Well, we're basically Superman, okay? We are... we're basically a superhuman character, alright? We're like a mutant from X-Men or something, okay? Now, again, these things are going to respawn. You can grab another set of barrels. Go ahead and throw that. There we go. And again, if he's got his laser sights on you, just jump, and you'll be able to dodge it. There we go. And these things spawn mobs, but when you break it, they stop spawning. Alright, now, he might shoot some explosives here, so we're going to use our butterfly and shoot him in the head, and we're going to take cover. So there we go. We're just going to jump and not dodge it. But hey, it doesn't hurt that bad. You can see that it barely tickled my health bar, okay? And then we're just going to shoot him in the head and the butterfly. There we go. We'll dodge that this time. Line of sight the explosives. And the butterfly is not thwacking it for some reason. There we go. Just line of sight it once again. Alright. Very simple boss fight. He's going to teleport to the middle and try to do some stuff. But we've already killed him. Now, what's important here, I want to talk about a few things. This is the festering gel. You're always going to be able to capture this, even though it may fail a few times. But we got it. There we go. And we're going to equip that when we get back to base. But this is something I need to explain. And this is dungeon loot. So dungeon loot uses a currency called controllers. And right now we have 3 controllers. It's very easy to get controllers, but it is limited. It is a limited resource. And so early game, we're going to spend some because early game it really helps. It just really, really helps. It's worth the spending. If you want to be stingy, you can save these until week 4 and do pro mode dungeons and really min-max it. You won't need to with my guide. Trust me on this. Just burn your controller. We're going to get a bunch more here in a bit. It's fine. And that's going to give you the full loot because we got some little mods here. And just go ahead and take all that because we're going to want that. And then leave the dungeon and continue the quest line. Now, obviously, once we get done with this part, it's going to tell us to go down, talk to Mitsuko, and we'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to show you where to go because there's always someone in the comments that doesn't understand where to go from here. So, yes, I have to show it. I know you can push the arrow button on your keyboard if you want to skip this part. I'm sorry, but... So, from the red orb thing, you're just going to go down the floor. Not up there, no. And break your fall with glide and just run through these doors. And hey, it looks like the room we spawned in at the start of the game. You're going to use this doorway to talk to Mitsuko. That should be simple enough to understand. Now, at this point, the game will have you return to base, equip the festering gel, which is how we heal ourselves. So to do that, let me actually sync it because I didn't sync it. But you hold E, you drag up or right, and that's going to drop it as a fortification. You can also just drag up or left to hold it in your hand. And it'll AoE heal you and restore sanity. So it's insanely useful. And you're going to be using this for most of the game. Now, at this point, there's something else that you should also do. And that is your commissions. So what you're going to do is you're going to hold tab. Drag the summon V icon. It's going to summon the bird. Well, in this case, unsummoned it. But you're going to talk to them and click view commissions. Now, these are weekly quests you can do. And you should do them every week. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's easy ones to do. There's hard ones to do. Smelting 50 ingots is easy. Viewing 5 comments left by players is easy. Just go to a town, press Q a bunch. You'll see them all over the ground. And gathering ore 100 times. This does not mean to gather 100 ore. This means that you must hit the ore pile 100 times. These suck and take forever to do. Making 30 servings of boiled water, that's easy. Defeat deviants, that's also pretty easy. Making activators, that's also very easy. And you can click this little refresh icon and refresh the ones you don't want to do, like this one. Drive 3,000 meters? Nah, I don't think I will. Nope, just got that one again. Make 20 servings of any food, that one's pretty easy. Let's go and refresh this one then. Hunt 20 animals. Well, no. Gather ore. No, stop giving me that one. Log 100 times. That means hit a tree 100 times. Don't pick this one either. It sucks. But yeah, make sure that you do your your commissions as soon as you can. This is going to give you controllers and a lot of experience points. So I'm going to go ahead and boil some water real quick and cook some food, I suppose. Get these out of the way. Once you have the commissions complete, make sure that you claim rewards. And if you did all your commissions and claim the rewards, you should be level 10. I'm level 12 because I've killed some mobs and stuff, but you should be level 10 at this point. So, once that happens, it's time to select some memetics before we do a few other things. So to do that, you're going to hover your mouse over the cradle button. You're going to click memetics. You'll notice this little golden icon in the top left here. You're going to click that. And this is where these are things that define your character and allow you to essentially specialize in what you're going to be doing later. Now, knowing what to choose and what not to choose can be very daunting for a new player, but lucky for you, I've made an entire video to cover this segment. And you don't have to do this right now if you don't want to, but I want to show you the video. It looks just like this. It's called Once Human Best and Worst Memetics Memetic Specialization Guide on what to pick and avoid getting. This is 3 months old. This is still relevant to the current patch. And the way I have it set up is kind of a tier list. So let me just kind of show you the quicker way to navigate this video. You can hover your mouse over the search bar here. And you can see levels 5 through 15, you have the mandatory ones. And then as I scroll through and talk about these, we have the really nice to have, and the alts can have this. We'll talk about using alts later. And then we have like the completely useless category. So again, you can use this video for all your memetic needs, but let's see what my character gets. So for level 5, let's see, garbage, 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 and garbage. So this is all garbage. Now, if you get 4 crappy draws, what you can do is not choose any of them, and they will not be in the next pool of draws. So I'm not going to pick any of these. I'm just going to let it set so I can choose this one instead. And now we have a good one. That's a good one. Very good one. This is also very, very good. Max durability is very nice. We have that one sucks and that one sucks. So we have 2 good ones here. Now I'm going to tell you right now, refining is almost always better because this uses 30% less resources. So if I get more furnace plans in the future, it can really stack up. Whereas this one, 30% max durability. This is a nerf from 50%. But this comes in handy late game. I can't choose both, but I'm going to go ahead and my main character has this already. So I'm picking this, but you should definitely get the furnace one. I have a character on this server that already has it. And when characters specialize in these things, they can craft it for other characters so that they have the specialization bonuses too. So there we go. And these unlock at every 5 levels. And so again, consult the video if you need guidance on what to choose and what to avoid. And again, if you look at the video, you'll see that the very first one I have that's under mandatory is Custom Gear Workbench. That's what we got. But also we have Furnace Precision Refining. So yeah, again, just consult the video. It'll help you out. But hey, if something looks fun or interesting, like in this choice, you know, if you want to throw daggers, be my guest. Completely worthless late game. Load handling, completely worthless late game. And tough plant, worthless late game. Roasted and dried, low and slow, worthless late game. These are all worthless late game. Now, before we go to town to continue the quest line, we're going to upgrade our pickaxe. So I've learned copper pickaxe here. And we're also going to learn bronze pickaxe. You should have the points for this. We can't make a bronze one yet, but we can definitely make a copper pickaxe. We're going to go to the supplies workbench and then craft ourselves a copper pickaxe, which requires 2 deer hides. So yes, we will be using the hide, but get yourself a copper pickaxe. And once you have that crafted, this is what you do. Make sure you loot it from the table. I always forget to loot stuff from my table. Open your inventory. Go to the tools tab. It looks like the wrench. Then you're going to drag the copper pickaxe onto your hotbar, and then this crude pickaxe, you're going to toss it in the disassembly bench because we don't need it anymore. I also don't need arrows because I'm not using the crossbow. So I'm not using shotguns, and I'll keep the rest for now. But yeah, we can disassemble stuff we're not using. And the second thing we want to do is we want to craft another one of these little things. So we're going to just push B, right-click, and then go to Function Facility. We're going to craft an isolated securement unit. This requires metal scraps, copper ingots, and glass. So I'm just going to go ahead and put one there. Now to craft glass, you go to your furnace, and you turn stone and some charcoal into glass. It's very easy to make. And with that, we're all set to go to town and continue the quest line. So you can teleport there, you can ride there. It's whatever you prefer, man. Once the game tells you to go to Myers Market, we're going to instead collect rift anchors in the Broken Delta zone, which when you mouse over, you'll see in the bottom right it says Broken Delta. So the very first stop is this rift anchor, and once we explore this region a bit, there will be a teleport tower somewhere nearby that we're going to get. It's very important that we get the teleport towers along the way. Alright, we are now entering a Tier 2 zone. So here is Deadsville. Once you cross this big bridge across the river, we're down here now, and you're going to start seeing a new resource with like white shimmery stuff. This is tin ore. The very first time you mine it, you will get a Digby boy. So boink, and then you'll see a Digby boy. Go ahead and loot that. And this is a little pet you can have for your base that will automatically mine for you. And go ahead and grab more tin while you're here, because we're going to pretty much use it immediately to upgrade from copper to, copper to bronze. So just grab all the tin here, and don't be shy, and we're going to use it to upgrade immediately. So right here is Rift Anchor High Banks, and before we enter this zone, there is an enemy that can one-shot us. So I recommend that you put down the little camp just wherever. You're going to see a lot of people do this too. Again, there's a boss in here that can one-shot us, so it's just a nice little precaution in case you get downed. And I want to show you the location of a really useful shotgun that you should get and use. And it's going to be on the main stage, like right here in the middle of the area. So if you see this this Olet sign, we're going to go to the left of that. And to the left, there's going to be a big stage with a balloon monster. We're just going to ignore the balloon monster. This guy can one-shot us with a fireworks spell or ability, whatever. And we're going to loot this chest. It's right here on the map on the stage, okay? And this gives us the Sandstorm fragment for the shotgun. So there's this fireworks skill. If that hits you, you die. It just kills you. And, well, yeah, see, it got me. So it's a good thing I made that respawn. And don't worry, like, the stuff I lost here is literally nothing. You can come back and loot it if you want. Other players can't take it, but because we put that campsite down, we can just respawn and try again. But this time, and again, this little flower icon, that's your corpse where you can get your loot back. Not a big deal. I don't care about 67 stone and 1 rubber. Rift Anchor High Banks, we're going to go ahead and collect that. Now, it's very important that we go west or northwest from Rift Anchor High Banks to the Sigma Teleportation Tower. That's right, we're Sigma males now, and we're going to go ahead and go there. Now, this teleportation tower is very important because this is the best place in the game to farm blueberries. Now, we have a grape tree, a grape bush there. We have the apple tree here, which I'm going to definitely chop down because my character is starving. But there are blueberry bushes every freaking where. So if you ever get a quest where you need to harvest like 20 plants or fruits or whatever, look at all these blueberries, and they line the entire area too. And like, look, there's like 4 more bushes there, there's like 4 more there, there's a bunch down in here. This entire zone is littered with grapes and blueberries. It is just the best place in the entire game for blueberries. And you may be wondering, who cares about blueberries? That's stupid. Why do you want blueberries? Well, it's a free food source for one, that you can just eat raw. But secondly, you can make blueberry soda from them. And again, we're going to loot the fuel for the cars. You can make blueberry soda, which is a hydration source that never expires. And you can just, have 100, bottles or so in your base. And anytime your character's thirsty, you just pump a bottle, right? And who doesn't want soda in a post-apocalyptic world? I know I would. And I actually went out in real life to taste what a blueberry soda actually tastes like. And they're all right. They're okay. And if you're wondering, who the hell makes a blueberry soda? Definitely not Coca-Cola or Pepsi. No, it's Ramoon. You have to go to the Asian stores and get some blueberry Ramoon soda. Good stuff. It's not the best. It's all right. It's okay. But yeah, you can see that the blueberries never freaking end. So this would be your first starter garden if you want to do gardening, if you want to do like growing crops. Blueberries are definitely the easiest seed in the game to get. They're just so damn plentiful. And if I continue all along this entire area, even down to this like second teleportation tower, which is our next destination, there are just blueberries everywhere. And you can see here that like I can just cram a whole bunch in my mouth. Let's just eat 18 of them. Look at me, I'm going to be full. Okay, I'm not full. I'm very close to being full, but I'm definitely fully hydrated. So yes, do not skimp on the blueberries. Also, be on the lookout. You might see some weird flatter looking tin. This is actually silver. Alright, now with our upgraded pickaxe, we could definitely mine this. And anytime you see silver, stop what you're doing and grab it. It's not that useful. We will be using it in the 3rd-ish zone, which is coming up. But right now, it's just good to grab while we explore around and grab all these damn teleport towers, alright? So once you've rode to the second town called Myers Market, you're going to go into the blue building, and inside is a teleportation tower. Now from here on out, every town is going to have an extra dimensional cat. Get loot 1. Always get at least 1 so you get the mimetic points. So I'll show you. That's how we specialize. Not really specialize, but unlock more craftable things. And it may take a few tries, but again, every settlement has one. If you fail, just go to a different world until you catch it. And again, just getting 1 will give us some of those cipher points that just popped up. Now, from the teleportation tower, across the room is this little room, and inside is a deviant cage. So let's see what we get today. We got a space turner. Now, this thing is used to teleport friends in your party to your location. Pretty useful and very nice to have because later I highly recommend you use alt accounts to get ahead and have more base space. And we'll talk more about that later in the video, but it's not important right now. Now, at this point, the quest wants us to investigate the abandoned hideout, but instead, we're going to run around and collect some of these rift anchors and get some of these teleportation towers because they're very useful to get now. And that way, we can craft some gear to make the next quests a lot easier. Now, when you get this rift anchor down here called Rift Anchor Harborside, I want to show you just how to get a little wrench melee weapon. It's not that useful, but it's just cool to have, so I'm going to show you. We're going to go south across the broken bridge here, and we're just going to, again, just follow my route here. We're just going to go south of the bridge, ignoring the monsters, and we're going to veer left here at the docks, and there's a boat. There's a boat over here, and yeah, there's a rainbow right now. I don't think there'll be a rainbow when you play, but who knows. And we're going to go ahead and just climb all these crates. And yeah, I'm lagging a bit, but whatever. And then inside the boat here, we're on the right side of the boat. We're gonna curve around and go up this little stairs, and there we go. We got a little crate, and inside the crate is the wrench. So now we have a wrench weapon, which you can craft so you're not running around with a machete. It's better than the baseball bat. Also, fun little fact, there is normally a monster here, but it seems to be dead at the moment. Oh, there it is. So if you ever see these Rainfall Reapers, the weak spot is the umbrella. And they have a chance to drop a Rain Man deviant. So let's see if we get it. It's not really useful. You have to loot the body. So again, we're going to let the body float to the ground, and there's no loot. So that means the deviant didn't drop. But yeah, better luck next time. But the Rain Man deviant, while not that useful, it would water your crops for you. It only waters one at a time. It's kind of a stupid deviant to get. But in case you're wondering where to get it, there it is. Now, next up, from the harbor side rift anchor, if you go west, there's a teleport tower called Central Sunbury Teleportation Tower. This tower is important because here there are banana trees, and these actually have bananas on them. So if you chop these trees, you get bananas. These larger trees also have coconuts. So this is your best source for easy coconuts and bananas, which is useful later on when you're crafting certain items in week 2. But not only that, there is also an entrance to a mushroom cave. This cave right here, and this is just northwest, very slightly from the tower. There's a big hole in the ground, and there's a big cave system, and it's the best place in the game to farm mushrooms. And if you want it's like a mushroom deviant. They will automatically harvest and replant your crops. That is where you get that, by just picking all the damn mushrooms up. And yes, there's a cat crying in the background. Now, after that, we're going to teleport back to the Sigma teleportation tower. Remember, that's the blueberry one. And just northwest is the Securement Silo Sigma. So set a waypoint for that. And you're not going to follow the road. You're just going to jump down the cliff and hover. And once you reach ground level, you can drive there. Now, once you reach the front of Securement Silo Sigma, you're going to move your base here. And if you get here on the first day very quickly, you can beat everyone who's going to set up all their dumb houses. Now, I'm on a server that's over 3 weeks old at this point, so people still living here are way behind. way behind. But yeah, just set up your house wherever. So push B, then push the Z button, or Z, and you can move your base. And I'm going to mouse wheel it up so that it's poking out of the ground a little bit better. Just like that. There we go. And you can move your base all the time, so don't be afraid to do it. And now that our base is here, this area has copper, it has tin, it has stone, it has wood, it has deer for hunting kind of down over here. It's got a few cars for fuel, and it's near a silo, which is very important for us. And oh, there's the grow room thing. This guy's got one. It's petting the grass or something. I don't know what it's doing over there, but this is also a really good place where a lot of silver spawns early on. So again, if you see silver, you grab it. Now over here at the abandoned car, you're gonna notice something on the backpack, or the cradle as it's called. See this yellow circle thing that's like flashing right above the backpack? When you see that, push the Q button. You're gonna reveal these little sneaky, stealthy chest guys, and you're gonna kill them. Yes, you're murdering a chest. It's like a mimic from a fantasy world, right? But yeah, you just kill the chest, and they drop loot, and these are the morphic crates. They have stuff in them. Nothing too useful right now, but if you ever see that little flashy light, that's what it is. It's a morphic crate. But we're gonna go ahead, and this is gonna be a little difficult, by the way. We're gonna do the Securement Silo, and it's okay if you don't finish it, but we're gonna do this for supplies. We have the tin, and we have copper, so we can make bronze, and with bronze and the supplies inside this bunker, we're going to be able to craft better weapons and armor, which is going to help us do everything else for the next couple quests. Now, once you get to the front of the Securement Silo, you see this little TV guy. He's got a little smiley face, and his name is T-Man, so we're going to talk to him, and we're going to get his quest. And unfortunately, it's not the Half-Life G-Man, it's the T-Man. It's like, Chinese knockoff. But there we go. Talk to him a few times until he doesn't blabber anymore, alright? You keep talking to him, and this will pop up bounty 2. Talk to him again, it'll say leave. That's when you're good. Now, you can enter the dungeon. And again, we're not going to do the full dungeon. We're just going to kind of Zerg rush down the boss, not the side boss. We'll do that later when we're more geared because it's a time sink. But when you're in here, you want to always be pushing Q and looting every little bit of scrap that you can. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now, you may be having some difficulty with these guys. You can see my health is pretty low. I'm going to summon the little deviant here, and he's going to heal me. And the reason why these guys are tough right now is because the gear we're wearing is like, this is tier 1, tier 0, right? We have tier 1 and tier 0 gear, and this is a tier 2 zone. So the supplies we're getting will help us craft all of this new armor and weapons, and it's going to make things a lot easier moving forward. So it's just something we want to do now so that we have an easier time later. So the vent is the way forward, so make sure you explore those other rooms first. And one thing that I love about the exiting the vent here is that there's always this guy facing away from you. So if you want to get an execution, you know, you need 5 of these for a thing. You can do 5 backstabs. There you go. And also, these little floating things, they may or may not be in the game whenever you play. I think it's just a little event for extra treasure, but if it's in the game, make sure you pop them. Anyway, we want to use our controllers in this first dungeon. Not too many. We have 27 now. Yeah, as you can see, we got plenty. And we definitely want, like, some crit-based weapon mods here, or gear mods. We didn't get a crit one this time. We're not going to run the dungeon multiple times to get one, but if we get it, it's good. If not, then we don't really worry about it. It's not at the end of the world. Now, a lot of dungeons have a secret side area, and when you're in this room, once you come out of the vents, it would be over here. You would open this door with a key card from the mob you killed, and this area, it's like a little playhouse, and it's kind of a defend, like a King of the Hill mission. It's a big time sink, and we're not really geared enough for it. You can do it. It's just not a fun experience. It's not something we need to do, so I'm skipping it, but you can do it if you want. It's just, you're going to get downed most likely and two-shotted, and it's just not fun. Now, when you get to this part, the boss is clearly on the right there, you know, the big chain gun dude. And I like to run past him and loot this stuff over here because we don't really return to over here, but the whole point of doing this dungeon is to get all the loot. If you don't want to kill the boss, that's fine. We just want all of this stuff to scrap so that we can craft tier 2 gear. Now, I highly recommend that you do clear the dungeon, though, so we can get what's called a cradle override. It's very useful. Also, if you kill the main boss, all the ads that spawn in will die. I don't know why I'm using first-person mode here, but there we go. We killed the main boss. Everything blows up. We can loot the remaining part of the room here. And there's also a little chest over here on the left side. Don't forget that. But yeah, this gives us a cradle override. I'll show you what that is in a second, but make sure that you go to this final room here, burn a controller to get the loot. Let's see if we get the crit thing we want. And crit damage, well, that's something. It's not the one we wanted, but it's all right. We leave the dungeon, and we live close to the silo, so that's awesome, right? But now, once you complete the boss, you want to turn in the quest that we got to T-Man, who's right outside. Assuming my PC loads the damn zone. Edit this part out. No, I don't think so, bro. Anyway, so we go to T-Man, and we talk to him, and we go, I'm back. And he's going to invoke the voice of whoever the quest was for. I don't know. I skipped the story. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what this dude's problem is or whatever. And yeah, we just got some cool stuff. And our house is super close by, so now we can get to crafting. So first things first, we're going to go to the cradle, and we're going to learn a few things. We're going to learn bronze crafting, bronze pickaxes, and forging techniques. We can't make steel yet, and we don't have electricity, so don't worry about those things. Next up, we're going to go up here to the crafting part. I know there might be text in the way. And we're going to learn HP Recovery 1, and then we're going to learn Intermediate Supplies Workbench. Alright. Now, since we just left the dungeon, it's time to do scrap, so we're just going to select all, scrap everything, and then we're going to go to our supplies workbench and smash it, and then we're going to instead build the intermediate one, which I need bronze ingots, and to make bronze, we go to the furnace, and we combine tin and copper, which I'm just going to go ahead and, you know, craft 22 there, craft another 22 here of bronze, and then that will allow us to make that crafting station. By the way, once a day, if you find silver and smash it from here on out, you can earn additional Digby Boys. So, yeah, if you see Digby boys spawn, that's why. It's because you smashed some silver nodes. Also, where did the other one go? And yeah, you can get 2 of them, so there you go. 2 a day. Always nice to have. And now with the intermediate supplies workbench, we can craft the bronze pickaxe. Again, that's going to take a deer hide. Now, under your memetics, while everything's cooking, go to Cradle, go to memetics, and then go to your 3rd section here, which is the logistics. Scroll down to Securement Unit Expansion 1 and learn that. That way we can have more deviants in our base. And yes, you may realize that our base is getting a little small here, so if you want, push B, right-click, click Structures, click Frame, and you can build more of these wooden foundations if you want. We got plenty of wood, and it's super cheap. So, again, you can go ahead and build that out. If you want to build your garage, you go to, I think it's... function facility. I forget where it's at. There's a garage in here somewhere. Yeah, it's production. Production processing. You can build your garage so you can repair your motorcycle. It might be a little beat up by now. And another thing that we want to do is we want to add more of the isolated securement units because we got some Digby boys. So I got 2 more here. I think we have 3 total. Now, I don't have enough glass, but I have some glass cooking. So there we go. There's the glass. Go ahead and slam another one of these bad boys down. And you want to put your Digby boys into these as soon as you have them. So there's 1 Digby boy. And he's going to go mine immediately. Another Digby boy there. And then the 3rd one. Now you can also put out... I also have some logging beavers, as you can see. And, you know, the space turners. So I can have those crafting stuff as well if I want. But right now, we're just going to mine a bunch of tin. And it looks like the bronze pickaxe is done crafting, so we're going to open our inventory. And just like before, we're going to drag that to our hotbar, and we're going to then get rid of our copper pickaxe. We no longer need it, and we are just going to scrap the copper. There we go. So now with the bronze pickaxe, not only do you harvest slightly faster, but you harvest more per hit. So it's very important to get it early. Now, when you're at your base, make sure you use your garage. Get into a good habit of repairing your vehicle, also summoning your vehicle, and then pushing G, and then just refueling it every once in a while. It's just, again, a good habit so you don't just randomly run out of fuel in the middle of a quest or something. Next up, we're going to be learning some of those blueprints that we've been collecting, so push K or I, it doesn't matter. Let me move the text down a bit. And here at the top of the screen, you're going to click Blueprints. And the few ones that I want you to learn, go to Armor. And the Beret, we just unlocked this by doing that dungeon quest for T-Man. So we're going to go ahead and hold F to fuse this. There we go. We got it. We fused it. Now we go to Weapon Blueprints. And let's go to the Assault Rifle or the Rifles. And you'll notice that we have the cam here already unlocked. This is unlocked through the story that we've done. And this has a chance to trigger shrapnel on hit. But you can also, if you want, you can choose to use the Blue Tiger if you want. It really depends. Both are basically the same damage. I'll show you a DPS test to compare them. Actually, I lied. We're not doing a DPS test because the Blue Tiger is something we need later anyway. So my advice is to just use the Blue Tiger. So make sure that you have... Okay, let me show you. We're at the gear workbench. We're going to craft weapon. We're going to click the submachine gun section right here. Then we're going to click the Blue Tiger, Tier 2. We have the materials. Again, we got these. This is all like bronze and just stuff that we had from those dungeons. We're going to hold F2. Hold on. I unclicked this. There we go. We're going to hold F to confirm it. Now we have a Tier 2 Blue Tiger. Very awesome stuff. And now we're going to craft armor. We're going to click Armor Crafting at the top. And we're not going to use the Beret because we're not using anything with shrapnel. But we are going to craft Tier 2 versions of the Rustic set. Not the Raid set, but the Rustic set. Because we want that bonus HP and move speed. It's just going to make things easier. So we'll start with a Tier 2 helmet. There we go. And then chest piece. And so on and so forth. So that's Rustic jacket. And then we have the pants. Rustic pants. And then we have the gloves, rustic gloves, awesome stuff. Now, that is a 4-piece set bonus. So what we can do now is we could do 2-piece on the raid set, but it's just 50% gathering speed and 20 max load. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. So, raid shoes. There we go. And you get the raid set through the questing that we did, and then we'll do the raid mask. All of this is tier 2. And now we're going to equip it by pushing K, and then clicking our weapon, clicking the blue tiger. There we go. Also, there's one more weapon we need to craft, but we don't have to craft it at tier 2. And that is the shotgun, which I will have to go to blueprints, go to shotgun, and then go to the sandstorm and hold F to fuse it. There we go. And I'm going to craft a tier 1 version of this shotgun, the sandstorm. The reason I'm crafting tier 1 is we're never going to shoot this gun. I'm going to explain what this gun does. Alright, it's really cool. So we're going to equip the shotgun sandstorm into our second slot. And yes, I had one drop in a dungeon, but you want one that you craft yourself, not the dropped ones. So anytime that we swap to the shotgun, we activate something called Fortress Warfare. Look at my feet. You see this little blue aura underneath here? And what that does is it buffs our defense and damage for like 4 seconds. So before I want to shoot a boss, I would swap to shotgun, swap back to the submachine gun, and start blasting. And that's how we do that, and that's how we massively increase our damage. But let's go ahead and get these items equipped. And you'll notice I didn't upgrade the melee weapon, because we're not going to use the melee weapon right now. There's a better one we can get later that also gives Fortress Warfare, but let's equip everything tier 2. So I'm going to left-click the hat, and then I'm going to click the tier 2 version, which it gives me a skin for some reason. I don't know why. And again, just make sure that you're equipping every single thing that you have crafted that's tier 2, because this is a massive defense. Let's see, that's the one no, that's dropped. Okay, it's the raid shoes. Yeah, there we go. Alright. There we go. Make sure none of this stuff is from dropped gear, only crafted gear. Alright, now we have a full set of tier 2. Our health is very high. We have good damage. And before we set out, we need to go to the supplies workbench and craft copper SMG ammo. We should have plenty of gunpowder. So go ahead and use most of it. You should have plenty of copper ingots. If not, go mine some. Just go mine some more. And there we go. We're all set. Now, while everything's cooking, I'm going to salvage all the dropped gear. You see how this sandstorm, it says dropped gear? I didn't craft this. It dropped from the dungeon. So I'm going to be salvaging all my old stuff and my dropped gear because I'm not going to use it. And the crossbow because I'm not going to use that. And that's going to give us some, materials. Same with the armor pieces. These, again, that's dropped gear. This is tier 1 stuff that we no longer need or use. And that's dropped gear, tier 1, tier 0. Again, we're just taking out the trash here. And, yeah, good stuff. Now, next up, hold tab and drag to cradle. Go to memetics here on the left. Then you're going to go to the 4th one called building and learn wooden support. And then you're going to learn basic storage. There we go. Then you're going to push B, right click, go to storage. No, that's not what I wanted. That popped up in the middle of the screen. Go to facilities, storage facility, and you're going to craft a large storage crate which costs 20 copper ingots and some rubber and some rusted parts. I hit my mic, sorry about that. And just drop a chest down. There we go. Open the chest. You're going to click on the screwdriver icon here, and you're just going to throw almost everything in here except for your, well, yeah, just about everything. Acid, all the copper, bars, ingots, wood, scrap, plastic, metals, stone especially. And you can even drop in the food that you're not using, like this deviated corn and stuff. And yeah, we don't have refrigeration yet, all this dirty water. I'm actually just going to drop the dirty water because it weighs a lot. And this is just general inventory cleanup. And you can craft more crates if you want. But, that lowered our weight massively so that we can hoard and store more stuff. So now we can continue with the main story quest, which we live conveniently right next door to. So we're just going to go right over there. And it's a little hidden bunker. And I'm going to show you because there are people, again, in the comments from my previous video that could not find this place. But you literally just drive straight towards the yellow marker. I don't know how this is an issue for anybody. We could loot that house for supplies, but we're all set for tier 2, and it's right in here, okay? It's really simple. By the way, before we go any further, it's time to do cradle overrides. So hold tab, highlight cradle, and click cradle over here on the right side. Now, This is gonna look... Hold on, I'm being attacked. There we go. So, let's do that again. So, this is gonna look different depending on if you're playing on a hard mode server or if you're playing on a different scenario, but I don't know why you're watching this video if you're not on Manabus. So, we're gonna drag automatic weapon enhancement over, and this is for submachine guns and rifles, which we're using a submachine gun. So, we unlock this first one by beating the first boss. We unlock the second circle by beating that Sigma dungeon, alright? Now, for whatever reason, because I'm in a week 3 server, it has, you know, more of these perks unlocked, but you're only going to have the first 2 rows unlocked, and so you're going to want to put Deviation Master on for boss fights. This is 50% damage when you summon the little festering gel here into battle, alright? This other stuff is somewhat useful, but don't worry about it too much. So again, this is what I have equipped. I have automatic weapon enhancement. This reloads 10% of your mag when you get a kill. Very nice. And this gives you 50% damage when you have your festering gel out against great ones, which is the big bosses. We fought one so far. It's that big chain gun guy, and we're about to fight a giant tree. And by the way, anyone that's critiquing me in the comments right now about using a bounce weapon, I just want you to know that bounce has been rebalanced and fixed, and it's good now. Bounce is one of the better mods in the game. It's so insanely good, and I might show you the really good bounce weapon that I have on my main character that does an AoE bounce. It's insanely overpowered and ridiculous to the point of it's broken. Like, I have basic mods on it, and my DPS is over 100,000 when there are multiple targets nearby for the bounces to bounce off of. But even then, when there's only one target like this guy, it bounces off the ground back onto the target. So when you have multiple bounce mods on your armor, the damage is multiplicative rather than additive. So it's very overpowered. Also, for those stuck on the quest, just investigate this thing. It should be obvious. The game you should know what to do by now. Now, when fighting great ones, this is how we're going to do our DPS rotation. We're going to summon the gel. We're going to swap to shotgun, swap back to submachine gun, and then we're just going to unleash. And the damage will be way higher this way. And we're going to leave the festering gel summoned so that our damage is increased, alright? And you can only swap to the shotgun and back every 10 seconds or so. And yeah, we're just going to tank that because we're just going to heal it back up. It's fine. And I'm trying to hit the weak spot up here, but it's kind of hard to see because it's a shadow monster. So once I reload this time, I'm going to swap to shotgun again. It's going to laser me, whatever. We have Fortress Warfare. It downed me, whoop-de-doo. The cool thing about the shadow monsters here is that even though I die, its health stays the same. So you don't have to, like, start over when you die. You can just face tank this sucker, and yeah, it's real simple, right? So you can get down as much as you want. There's, like, no reason to pop a heal. Just tank everything, get down, respawn. You're basically immortal. This is just a dream sequence anyway, kind of, sort of. So don't fret. And I know you won't believe me yet, but the actual real fight against that thing is going to be way faster and easier than what I've shown you, because we're going to have another weapon that we're going to use specifically for that fight. Now, at this point, the game will want you to activate Rift Anchors, but since we've already technically done that, it skipped straight into the part where it wants us to go and defeat the Rift entity, which is the tree boss that we just fought, the shadow version of. So now it's time to fight the real thing, and we're already geared up for it. We just need one more secret weapon. Now, from our base, we're going to teleport to the Sigma teleportation tower, and we're going to ride to the boss. Now, it's a little awkward to get to the boss's teleportation tower. You have to go, like, a roundabout way. So, we're not going to set our waypoint because you can't drive up and go there. This is all like a mountain trap area. You have to go in the backside. So, from Sigma, you're going to go west, and you're going to set a waypoint to this dirt road that's close to this top part of the base. So once you've reached the back side, or the top part of the base, and don't go for this Rift Anchor, it's underground, it's annoying to get to, you're just going to kind of go towards the tower now, but we're on top of everything. And so you can just kind of follow my lead here on the screen. Sorry to make you alt-tab back to the video for those listening, but essentially, you know, get 2 monitors, man. Come on now. But, oh, I'm stuck on a tree branch, or a tree stump. Oh, boy. Yeah, we're right here at the teleportation tower. You just have to bob and weave past all these tree trunks. Very easy to get to. It is way easier this way than going through the base. And here's a little early game grind spot, which you don't really need. But these guys here, they're level 15. You can kill them real quick. And if you want to respawn them, you go to the tower, switch worlds, switch back. It's a really fast XP farm, but we're not done here. It's very important that we do the next step. So we got the teleportation tower. So we're going to face southeast. And we're gonna walk along the concrete here, kind of north a bit. I'll show you on the map, just so you're sure. So here's the teleportation tower. We went northeast a tiny bit, and now we're facing east. We're gonna get this treasure chest. So we're gonna jump and glide to it. And this is a very powerful early game sniper rifle. It's super nice to have. And we're gonna go ahead and yoink that bad boy. There we go. That is the hammer crumble. We're going to open our menu, go to blueprints, go to sniper, and we're going to fuse it, so now we can craft this. We're then going to teleport back to our base, and we're going to craft the tier 2 version of this sniper rifle. It's very imperative that we do this because it makes the next fight so easy. So we go to craft weapon. Well, actually, I need to scrap everything from the previous little area, so let's do the scrap. There we go. We got it scrapped. Now we go to craft, we go to sniper, and we craft the tier 2 version. There we go. Awesome stuff. And then we're going to go ahead and craft some copper SR ammo. SR stands for sniper rifle, if you haven't figured that out. And let's craft 180 bullets. That's more than enough. You'll notice we're getting a little low on gunpowder, but that's okay because the enemies coming up in the next zones will drop gunpowder. Or we can always go back. We know where to farm gunpowder. It's right over here at the Monolith of Greed. That's the first boss zone. Remember, they drop gunpowder. So, again, we can go farm it if we need it. Don't use acid to craft it. Don't craft gunpowder ever. Alright, that's a huge newbie mistake. But now, we're going to go ahead and... I know I just taught you how to use the shotgun, but we're not going to use it for the next fight. We're going to equip the hammer crumble. So now we have this 50 cal semi-auto sniper rifle. And we have our bounce submachine gun. Alright, so that's our weapon of choice. We will now, from base, teleport back to the Gaia Cliff Monolith, and we will fight the tree boss. Now, before we fight this boss, we're going to push K, and we're going to open our equipment tab, and we're going to right-click the hammer crumble, and just give it anything we got. Munitions amplifier. You may or may not have stuff here. That's fine if you don't. We're going to right-click our helmet, and we're just going to fill this out with whatever we got, okay? It's not important right now. We're just going to throw a bunch of stuff on here. Whatever looks good for your character. We're just filling out all of these slots so that we can squeeze every little bit of damage that we can. And that's for status damage. Let's see. This is for bullets. And you can see, like, I don't have anything worthy to put pants for, so I'll just equip anything. It doesn't matter. Right, there we go. And we don't even need our submachine gun right now. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to enter the second boss fight now of the game. This one's very simple. I'm just going to show you the entire process so that no one gets confused. This boss is insanely easy. And that death laser that beat us up in the shadow version, it won't touch us. Don't worry. We're going to be completely safe from it. So if you run ahead right away, enemies spawn in this muck. And if you just jump up here, they don't spawn. So that's cool. We're going to run through the tunnel, or we're going to skip the cutscene. Now, here's the cool thing about this boss fight. It doesn't start until you kill the tentacles. So, I'm going to start with the rightmost tentacle here. I'm just going to jump down. Glide just a little bit. We're going to use the boost to jump up here. Kill the tentacle, hitting its weak spot. And these tentacles look very similar to the ones in New World, if anyone played that game, if anyone remembers that game. Yeah, very similar design. Not as dangerous, thankfully. Man, those things were annoying early game. If you played, like, on launch day, I guess. But we have the second tentacle now. Go ahead and kill that. And you'll notice bounce is hitting these guys. Yeah, they're level 20. They're also a red level, you know. Oh, that's bad. No, we can take them. We're going to kill all the ads, these little flying enemies. An ad means additional enemy in MMORPG speak. I know. Video game lingo is tough sometimes. Alright. Now, the guys on the ground, I don't care about because they can't get me up top here. So, the reason we kill this tentacle last is because we want to use this as a safe haven. So, we're going to kill this now. There we go. Now, we have 120 seconds. We're going to switch to the sniper rifle. And we're going to start popping shots into the tree boss here in the middle. And it's going to wake up. It's going to face us. I'm not shooting its weak spot right now. But when we're on this cave, this little area right here is a safe haven from its death laser. Now, there's an anime girl on top of the tree, and we're just going to, you know, shoot our 50 cal bullets into her chest. Yes, I know. Now, if you want to play this correctly, these little orbs she summons can be shot, but we can just dance around them. I'll show you. So there's the laser. Now it's not hitting us. So for the orbs, though, they will go through the ground. You just kind of jump left and right, and you can avoid them. But you can see here, with this sniper rifle, we deal insane damage to this tree chick. And, yeah, she can't do anything against us. And, again, the laser, you just kind of duck here on the left side. It won't touch us. We can summon our festering gel for more damage. You'll see that I gained 400 more damage per shot when this bad boy's out, which I should have did earlier. But, again, that's the boss fight. It's super easy. You have no excuse not to beat it your first try, alright? It's the easiest boss in the game. And again, I'm going to use my controller here to get the loot, because I want the loot. There we go. And also, don't forget the harvest seed. This is important to make a potion that can revive you if you die. So good stuff. Alright, so we're going to leave the dungeon, and the quest is going to have us go talk to Mitsuko again. She's in the basement, just like before. I'm not going to show you this time where to go. You should know by now how to follow quest markers, damn it. Now, afterwards, a quicker way to get around, because we need to go back to Myers Market. We're just going to teleport to our base, because we can use our base as a pseudo-teleport tower. You should never just drive to locations. You should always be teleporting. And you may be thinking, but I don't want to spend the currency it costs. Because, yes, teleporting to Myers Market costs 135 energy links. Well, we can get hundreds of thousands of these very easily. We're going to be doing that in the week 2 portion of the video. That is where your money will be made. But until then, it's just not that important. So, again, always be teleporting to get around town. Once you got the quest called Realm of Nightmares to go to Iron River, you're going to teleport once again to Sigma Teleportation Tower. And you're going to ride and get the Rift Anchor Eastern Railway Junction Workshop. So you're going to ride here and get this real quick. Once you have the Rift Anchor, you're going to cross this bridge, and it's going to take you underground and pop you out somewhere over here. And once you are on the other side, go ahead and grab the Rift Anchor and then the Teleport Tower. Alright, it's time to move the base again. And what you're going to do is, once you got this Teleport Tower, this is the West High Bank Teleportation Tower, build your base somewhere close by, because we're going to be living here for a little while. This is a Tier 3 zone, where we can start to mine iron. And also we can start to get electricity. Also, this is a deviated wheat. So, I'm just going to go ahead and just plot my base right there. There we go. And we're going to be setting up shop here. So now that we're in a Tier 3 zone, it's time to upgrade your memetics. You're going to scroll down and learn forging techniques, so you can actually make steel and steel pickaxes, but also electro refining, which is, we're going to be getting some electricity. Next up, you're going to go to logistics, which is the third icon here, and then on the very left side, you're going to go to solar powered generator. There we go. Now, in this area, we're going to be doing the same exact thing in the separate area, but this time we have pigs instead of deer. And so you're going to kill the pigs and skin them, of course. And the cool thing about pigs is that we use their hide to repair in-game gear. So you're gonna want a lot of hide. You're going to want like 30 to 50 at least, like just to hold over for a few weeks of just dealing with the repairs. But while you skin boars, you're going to be mining the iron, and you're going to upgrade your pickaxe. And yes, if you look at the gear we have the gathering speed plus 20 here, and gathering speed plus 15 there. So we have a 35% gathering speed bonus. So yes, we are gathering quite quick. So again, you're going to need a lot of iron. So just, I don't know, spend 15 to 30 minutes if you want and mine some iron. Also, this entire area, all right in here, is really good for silver. And make sure that you pick up silver anytime that you see it. You can even swap worlds a few times to look for silver specifically, but you don't really need it for very much. I'm going to show you what to do with silver here in a little while. But for now, just start mining iron. Now, just north of the teleport tower is a ransacked camp, so go ahead and loot all the scrap you can from that. And while your base is cooking steel ingots, go ahead and go to your intermediate supplies workbench and craft 3 fuses. You should have the copper and the glass and the metal scraps for this. Just craft 3 of them. You don't need more than 3 right now. Now, with the scrap that you got from the Randstad camp and the fuses you just crafted, you should be able to afford 1 small solar generator. So go ahead and build this anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's in the sun or not. The game doesn't care. With that built, you can now begin to construct an electric furnace when you have enough steel ingots. So just keep making steel until you can afford to build an electric furnace. And also, don't forget to craft a steel pickaxe. You're going to need hide from those boars that you've been killing. And just like before, make sure you put the steel pickaxe in your hotbar. There we go. Now that's going to rapidly increase the yield again from everything that you're mining. And also remember, your Digby boys, you can loot their cages and get the materials that they've been mining, which it won't be much at first, right? But over time, they will acquire a large amount of resources, and you'll never have to mine, for the most part, until late game. So once you have the steel bars, you can remove all of your normal furnaces and craft yourself the electrical furnace, which can double craft at one at a time. Not one at a time, but it can craft 2 things at a time. To activate it, you're going to push B for your build menu, press X on your generator, then press X on the furnace, and that connects a wire which powers the furnace. So when you open the furnace, you'll notice that you no longer need wood to power it. Isn't that awesome? Goodbye, charcoal, right? You don't have to make charcoal anymore. That's the whole point of electricity. Now, instead of crafting 87 steel ingots, I can craft like 45 at a time or whatever. So I'm going to craft 46 there and 41 there. And you'll notice that both timers are ticking down. So again, we can craft 2 stacks at a time per electrical furnace. Now this furnace took 5 watts of power, and if we stand near the generator, we have 10 watts of power remaining. If I open my build menu and go to water and power, you'll notice here in the top right, I have 1 out of 4 generators. So I can build 3 more of these, which I don't need to right now, but I totally can, if I wanted to have multiple furnaces going, that is. Oh, and since we beat the tree boss, we got another one of these cradle upgrades, and again, you'll only have these 2 rows unlocked for now, so I'm just going to put rapid aid in there. There we go. You could also put the sniper rifle one if you want to still use that sniper rifle. But once you've got that stuff squared away, let's continue the main story quest just a little bit. So we'll start by getting this North Dayton teleportation tower, and then we will go up here and get the Rift Anchor Refinery Pollution Point Rift Anchor. And then we'll go to the Realm of Nightmares and complete that little quest. Now, this teleportation tower here, the North Dayton teleportation tower, I like it for the apple trees. There are 2 apple trees right here, and as soon as you chop them, you can switch worlds and then chop them again. And so this is one of the best sources of apples in the game, which you'll need later for certain crafting recipes. Now, when you get this Rift Anchor right here, the map isn't showing me the name. The Rift Anchor Refinery Pollution Point. If you face to the kind of northeast, right below is a loot chest. So don't forget to grab it. It's just a shotgun. It's a cool shotgun. It's a fun one, but it's been nerfed. It's just cool to have it. When you reach Greywater Camp and you get the teleportation tower, which is right here, nearby Hot Dog, who you're forced to talk to for the story, if you go left up these stairs and left again, there is, and I guess up the stairs again, there is a deviant cage. Let's see what we get. We got a butterfly. Now, sometimes these can be high level, so you want to check them, all right? Level 1, level 3. So we got a level 3 butterfly. Not bad. It's all right, I guess. Now, at this point, the main story quest wants us to go to Realm of Nightmares. We're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to go over here to Securement Silo PHI and do that dungeon. Now, real quick, I want to give you a exploration tip. So, can you climb this wall? Well, if I run towards it and I jump towards it, it looks like I can't climb up this wall. I'm not tall enough and I can't jump high enough. Well, we can actually climb it by using our motorcycle. So you summon the motorcycle and you use it to jump, and then there you go. This will let you get to new and different places much more efficiently. Just remember, you can summon the motorcycle even indoors in these areas, and you can reach places much quicker than doing the normal route or solving a puzzle or whatever it is. But also, again, remember, we're looting cars for fuel too. And supplies, because this is a tier 3 zone. We get parts, which we need for crafting, armor, weapons, and more things at our base. So you need to always be looting. Now, to save time, I highly recommend that you build a camp right outside of Securement Silo PHI so that you can teleport to it at any time. Because you'll be visiting this dungeon and this area of the map multiple times, and so you just want to have a nice little setup for it. And just like before, we're going to talk to T-Man and get the quest, and then we're going to go into the dungeon. Now, once you get to this point in the dungeon, which is very early on, you go through the door. The way forward is to the right. The way to extra loot is to the left. So you want to go left first, grab all the loot, kill all the enemies. It's good XP, it's good scrap for crafting and all that stuff, so just mow them down and collect everything in the rooms. When you get to this part of the dungeon, it's like a big red room. There will be some vines here, and if you want some extra loot, you can throw a Molotov at the vines, which will burn the vines down and reveal a loot box behind them. Now, you have to wait for the fire to go away, or you can use your trusty handy-dandy festering gel. And you can see I still kind of caught fire there a little bit. But, hey, you know, loot is loot, not bad. Now, this area does have a secret part of the dungeon, so I'll show you that after I restore my sanity thanks to this guy. Want to make sure we're tip-top shape here. And the better we upgrade our armor, the less sanity we lose in these zones. But this elevator leads to the secret area, and it's pretty simple. I'll show you the best way to get through it. So we're going to run down the hallway, answer the phone, loot all the med supplies there, and we're going to go into the padded room where we're going to go crazy. Now, if you jump around, you won't get stun locked. It's not really that important, though, but it's just kind of a fun thing. And this room, you're going to get quickly swarmed by enemies, but the way to deal with it is run straight forward. You're going to see the umbrella monster, shoot the umbrella once it materializes, and immediately, once it's dead, we're going to weapon swap and just try to finish it off before it gets swarmed down. Immediately to your right is a portal. We're just going to run through that. That's the entire fight. Super easy. And in this room, you might get a Pyro Dino. This time I got a Chephosaurus Rex. This thing helps you cook better. It's just good to have. Pick it up anyway, just for the ciphers. And this dungeon specifically, we want to use controllers until we get Ruthless Reaper. So let's see, we did not get it, so we can still get it in the potential boss fight up ahead, but we do want to run this dungeon a few times until we do, because it will make the rest of the early game super easy, because it is a boot mod that will automatically reload 80% of our magazine when we get at least, I think, 2 kills. And so for the balloon minigame coming up in week 2, we definitely need that. And it just makes the game way smoother because you don't have to reload so often. But back in the red room, this crate has the key card to open the door for the way forward towards the boss. So here we are, we have 2 Ruthless Reapers here. We're going to go ahead and loot that, open our menu, right-click our boots, and we're going to equip Ruthless Reaper, so let's see which one's good. Elemental damage or weak spot damage. I like weak spot damage. We're going to put that bad boy on. And what this, again, after 2 kills, we refill 80% of the magazine. This is massive, and it's just such a huge quality of life improvement. It is worth the early controllers. Don't skimp on it. It makes the game way more fun. You're just not reloading as often. So in this dungeon, there is a lot of loot to be had, so just run around it, push Q until you got it all. I don't need to show you every single loot spot, but there are little spawning areas, like little spawning egg sack thingies, like these little things. You don't want to kill them all until you've looted the whole room, because it spawns the boss. Alright, or you can kill the boss and then loot the room. It's really up to you. However you want to play it, you do you. But I prefer to loot the room first. Once you've killed the boss, which you don't need my help, it's just shoot it. Just shoot its purple sacks. Talk to T-Man, turn in the quest. Now, the reward is a glove mod, and hopefully you got crit boost, which I got crit boost, and so that's crit rate plus 12. That's huge, that's massive, it's a massive DPS boost, so slap that bad boy onto your gloves. Now, from the silo that you just completed, you're going to go west just a tiny bit to Greywater Industrial Zone and get to that Rift Anchor. Oh, and I don't know if this is intentional or not, but right here on the map, right to the west of the silo, there is aloe, and I don't think you're supposed to get aloe until the second week of a server, but it's right here for some reason. It's the only one that I could find on the week 1 part of the map, but just a little interesting tidbit. Can't really do anything with it, though. From the Rift Anchor, we're going to go west over here across this bridge. And once we cross the bridge, we're going to take a right and run up these stairs. Now, what we're doing is we're getting our armor fragments for later, so it makes week 1 way easier. And I think it's the agent set. I'm pretty sure it's the agent set. So, we're going to continue west through the fence here. There should be a little gap into this blue warehouse, where, again, we're just going west. And inside here, there's actually a weapon crate that you're going to want to get, and you'll have to go up and around. I'll go ahead and show you. It's real simple. And we're going to use that little motorcycle cheat to get there faster. Now, you could put a motorcycle right there and jump up there, but that's hard to do. So we're going to do the easier way. We're just going to run up the stairs. And this is the part we summon the motorcycle, right? We jump on the motorcycle, jump up here. We're now kind of in the scaffolding up top. Jump across, like so. And now we're on top. And yes, I know there's an elevator you can take, but it's just faster. You jump in the cage here. Grab this weapon crate. There we go. And we grab this crate because, again, we can get mods. That's why we're getting early mods, so we can just be stronger. It's that simple. But across from the cage, there is an elevator right here on the south side of the room. We're going to push the button to open the gate. And then we're going to go down. And there's a lot of loot down here, too. But we're mostly concerned with getting the Morphic crate. And I'm going to summon my guy here and heal up a little bit. It's always nice to heal up. Wait for the door to open. There we go. Put them away. And again, you just want to loot everything down here. So just smash Q, get all the stuffs, kill the bad guys. But yeah, besides looting everything, which you don't need to watch me do, the main thing is right here on the eastern part of down here. And yeah, these things kind of hurt a little bit. That's why we healed up. Is the Morphic crate, and I believe it's the agent set, which is the epic set for week 1. It's the only epic set. The free set, agent set. Yeah, there we go. So that's the first bit. Alright, rather than running out of that zone, we just teleport back to our base and disassemble all the stuff we got from that dungeon. There we go. And again, we want to continue to be cooking and crafting all the steel ingots we can, which we got plenty for now. But now we're going to open the cradle, go to Memetics, and we are going to go to crafting. And this time we're going to go all the way down here to Intermediate Armory, which takes steel ingots and crystals and stuff like that. And what we're going to do now is delete our primary gear workbench, and we're going to then put an intermediate gear workbench down, which it's bigger, so it won't fit in the same spot. And this is going to allow us to craft tier 3 weapons and armor. But in the meantime, since we're back at base, it's time to do more mining. And yes, that is some silver, so we're going to definitely grab that. I'll tell you what to do with the silver right now. Why not? So we're going to do something that you should do every single week. Now, you can always join a warband. A warband is a guild or a clan, whatever you want to call it. But if you push escape, you hover over Get United, you go to warband. And we're going to go ahead and create a warband because I don't want to join someone else's dorky little, guild. And just, type in whatever you want for the name. I'm just going to type Swole. And there we go. We're going to create it. It's going to cost 800 energy links. That's fine. Go ahead and create it. And we're going to go ahead and push escape again. Go back to warband. And this time we're going to click Donate Warband Redeem Points. And we're going to go to Silver Ore. And donate 10 silver ore. It's not a lot of ore, right? This is going to give us 50 reward points each for 500. Then we're going to escape out. At the top, we're going to go to shop right here. And then we're going to buy the 3 controllers. You do this every single week. There's a weekly limit of 3. That's 3 controllers. And each week you're going to have a surplus of 50, and what I would recommend is that maybe you buy the assorted canned fruit if your build is viable with that, or the acid, though acid's not really that good. And it also trades its 10 Stardust source for acid, which is not the best deal either. But if you have an infinite Stardust source method, then it is a good deal because acid is a bitch to get. But other than that, yeah, there you go. That is what to use your silver for. Now, because we did a dungeon, you might have gotten some weapon drops. So when you go to scrap weapons, you'll notice that they have these little calibration things you'll be getting. And depending on your luck, this might determine the build that you go for weeks 2 and 3. It really depends, but right now don't think too much of it. And just stash them away. Don't trash them or get rid of them. Just put them in a chest and forget about them. We'll look at that later and determine what build we ended up becoming. Now, earlier when we completed the Greywater Camp quest, it might have taken a while, but you'll notice that a blueprint popped up for your submachine gun called Div Evo BP. This is a shrapnel on hit submachine gun. This is currently the strongest thing we can craft for free that doesn't cost Starcrom. And also, from that quest we did from the dungeon, the silo we just did, we did get a weapon mod for shrapnel. So, we also have a blueprint helmet for shrapnel. So, hopefully you know where I'm going with this. Because we have now the ingredients to craft tier 3 stuff, we're going to be crafting a tier 3 version of the MPS7 Div Evo BP. There we go. Go ahead and craft that bad boy. Awesome, we got it. And then we're going to go to armor crafting and helmet, and we're going to craft the tier 3 beret. Awesome stuff. And there we go. And also, what we're going to do is we're going to open our blueprints, and we're going to go to armor blueprints and go to mask. And we're going to fuse the agent mask. There we go. And now, as you guessed, we are going to craft an agent mask tier 3. Awesome stuff. There we go. Now, to use this stuff, you will need to be level 20, which currently my character is level 18. It's very easy to level up in this game. We'll be doing that in just a little while, but it's just good to have this stuff for now. So, first things first, push J and start claiming all of these journey rewards. That'll give you some XP. Not much, but it will give you controllers too, depending on if you got them completed or not. It's just, again, something that'll give you a tiny little bit boost. You'll have to scroll around and see what you've done and what you haven't done. There we go. Go ahead and claim all this stuff here. And yeah, there's going to be a bunch. You'll have to clean this out every once in a while. But the next step in the process is getting our power grid maxed out. So we're going to, again, go to facilities, water, and power. And don't forget about, you can scroll this kind of like a cell phone thing, right? You grab and drag. And again, we're going to need more fuses. And we're going to need 9 more fuses to be able to craft these solar generators. Now, once you have the 4 generators, an easy way to manage your power grid is just to link them all together. So this generator goes here, this one goes here, this one goes here, and then this 4th one can go back to the 1st. So anytime I need to plug anything in, it will share all of the power. So if this generator doesn't have enough power, it will borrow from this one, and then this one, and then this one. So that's an easy way to just manage your power without having to do it individually. My level 15 mimetic, only good one here is the storage crate. 64 storage slots is really nice. It's just a really nice quality of life thing to have for your base. I already have an ult that has this, so this is just doubling down. But yeah, very, very good one to pick. Now, the next step is to, and you're not going to like this, but it's a lot of traveling. You're going to go into this entire Iron River zone, and you're going to collect every single rift anchor and every single teleport tower. All right, this is going to take you a little while, but it's something you need to do. Now, here's a quick tip if you enjoy or want to play around with fishing. So here is the Greywater Camp. If you go east, we have the Rift Anchor East Blackfield Junction. Southeast is the Winding Ridge Teleportation Tower. And northwest of this tower is like a little lake. And at the very top left of the lake, There's some lily pads you can jump on, and sometimes there's a frog the leaper. Now, this thing will generate fishing bait for you for free. You don't have to craft it. It's just there for you to pick up from the securement cage. So, there you go. And as far as frogs go, this is one of the easier ones to get. You can't really get any more, I think, until week 2. So, that's the week 1 frog. And if you jump on the lily pads, you get a controller and a black guard grip, or a back guard grip. So, not too bad. Now, this teleport tower right here, the Winding Ridge teleportation tower, this is my favorite spot in the first week to grind for XP. So, if we travel southwest a bit to this Winding Ridge farmland, there are 3 boss enemies here, and they're really tough. They're some of the more tough mobs in the tier 3 zone, but this is the route that I take. It's also really good just to pick up corn and weed and herbs and a whole bunch of stuff, and buzzy bees if you like those things. But I'm going to try to fight them with my tier 2 gear. I don't really recommend it because, again, the mobs hurt really bad here. I'm going to actually top up. So the first boss is right here, the Rosetta Mechanic. I'm going to kill the ad first. The ad's easy. But the boss, yeah, he's a damage sponge. He is a tanky boy, right? And so, yeah, you're going to be spending a lot of bullets on this guy. But when I kill him, it's like 500 XP. It's not bad. And I only need 3,000 to hit the next level. So, again, these guys are tanky. I'm going to skip ahead to right before I kill him to save you some time. Alright, quite the battle, but he's almost dead. So check out the XP on the left side here that pops up. Boom, there we go, 465. It's actually more when you're higher leveled until you hit a certain point, and then it goes back down again. But each mob here is giving me 50 plus, and so I'm already 1/3 of the way leveled. And just right over here in this red building, just west, there is another one to fight. He's right there, Rosetta Mechanic again. And again, the regular mobs are easy enough to kill, and they're given like 57 each. This is, again, very fast XP, and once we have tier 3 weapons, and when they're calibrated, these guys will drop like really fast. But you can see that they deal a lot of damage to me, so you do need to take cover and play very, very safely against these dudes, because they will melt. Look at them melt my life bar. These guys hurt real bad. Like, I cannot face tank. I cannot trade blows with this dude at all. He will just murder me. So, again, be careful if you're grinding without tier 3 gear. And the third boss from the red barn, if you continue southeast, there's a red house, and right in front, there is a shield guy. Now, sometimes these guys will chase wild boars around, because I don't know why, but these guys really don't like wild boars. And this guy's a lot easier to kill. He's just got an annoying shield in front of him, so just don't let him get in melee range, and he's not really much of a threat. And he can chunk you a little bit, but it's not too bad. Also, I hate how the robot is called metahuman, even though that's literally what the player character is supposed to be, a metahuman. But yeah, the mobs here are chunking me, and I'm trying to heal up. It's, again, very high, very dangerous without tier 3 gear. So, there we go. We killed him, and he gave 232 XP. And again, the trash mobs give 57. So you can see, boom, I'm like 2/3 of the way leveled just from a few mob kills. Very, very easy stuff. And the loot is also pretty good. At some point when you're back at your base, you want to learn Advanced Ammunition 1 and Ammunition 2, because you're going to start crafting steel bullets instead of copper bullets. And it's not much of a damage increase, but it's basically steel ingots are easier to get now than copper ingots, and so that's what we're doing. So we're going to craft a whole bunch of steel SMG ammo. I'm just going to go ahead and craft like, yeah, 3,000. There we go. And remember, you don't have to kill mobs to level up. You can also just gather and craft things. So crafting ammo, that gave me a bunch of XP. There we go. Now I'm hit level 20. I can now start to wear tier 3 gear. Now, one thing that this game is weird about is how ammo is allocated. So if you push K, you right-click your weapon, you go to accessory. This is how you change your ammo. And another way to change it that's been recently added is you can hold the R button, the reload button. You can use your mouse wheel to swap ammo types. So just keep that in mind. Now, also once you're 20, we're going to go to blueprints, and we're going to go to armor, and go to boots, and we're going to fuse the agent set. We're going to be getting more pieces of the agent set pretty soon here. I just need you to continue working on you know, mining, gathering, and getting all the teleport towers and all of the rift anchors around the map. You can do this on your own. You don't really need me. And as you go through these zones, you'll have more scrap to break down, just more gear to break down, like this. There we go. And again, we can recycle our old stuff. But every once in a while, when you have a surplus of supplies, you're going to then go to your gear workbench, and you're going to push J for calibrate. And there are people that will fight me in the comments over this. If you are in week 1, it is imperative that you calibrate your set for week 1 so that you are min-maxed in farming speed, but also having fully calibrated tier 3 gear lets you skip tier 4 entirely and go straight to tier 5 gear, which I'm going to set you up for. So just follow along. It does not cost that much to do, and when we eventually scrap all this gear, we will get most of the materials back anyway. So the first thing you want to do is we want to calibrate our weapon up. So we're going to go ahead and spend some steel ingots, and it's going to start costing you some Stardust Source too, but that's okay. You're going to get plenty from those towers as you explore around and unlock. So I at least get to tier 4 weapon calibration before I start working on the armors, because the armors will give you a massive boost to health. As you can see here, we're going to go from 140... Hold on, that's not... That was the wrong thing. Here we go, yeah. We go from 144 HP to 170, so that's level 1, and then level 2, and then level 3, and yeah, level 4, we can go ahead and do level 4. Boom, so we basically got a whole plus 100 HP there. And again, we're going to do the same thing for the mask, and we're going to do this for every single piece of armor that we change out. So next up is the raid shoes. We want the agent shoes tier 3. Go ahead and craft those bad boys, and then, of course, calibrate the shoes. So yeah, and again, this is a huge boost of health over what we currently have. So I can show you here, we have 128 HP boots, and now we're having 461 HP boots, which is massive. Also, if I didn't tell you already, from that quest earlier, we got the explosive shrapnel mask mod, so you're going to put that on as well. Now, another leveling method is once you get the teleporter for the Mirage Monolith, right here in kind of the top right part of the map, you can, from the teleport tower, be on top of this ridge using a sniper and just pop heads. And, you know, with a tier 3 weapon, these things will die in 1 to 2 hits, especially if you calibrate it. And especially if you land your shots, even though I'm not. But yeah, that's 49 XP. And yeah, I know it's not much, but it's basically free. And yeah, they can't really hit me back. I'm kind of too far. And again, when you're one-shotting these guys, it's pretty fast. And there's some boss mobs too around here. You'll have to find them. I don't remember where they're all at. And yes, I know that guy is still alive shooting me. Ulting me very slowly. I wonder how come the mobs don't have damage fall off, right? Yeah. Just you know, take them out, and that's an easy mob farm. There's way easier and faster ways to level than this, though. This is just if you're bored and want to do a little bit of target practice. I'm going to cover leveling stuff later. But we do want to get another agent item set. So again, from the Mirage Monolith Teleportation Tower, we're going to jump on this building slightly northwest, right around there. And again, the best way to get there is just up and over. So we're just gonna fly there. And so we are going to the roof of this building right here, and the mystical crate, whatever it's called, is right here on the top. Also, there's a boss you can kill. I've already killed it. It's just a floating squid monster starfish thingy. Yeah, this is more of the agent set. Yay. Then return to base and fuse the gloves and the pants. There we go, and then you're going to craft and calibrate those. Now, once you go down here to the Rippleby, hold on, the map ain't showing it, Rift Anchor Rippleby, you're going to go kind of up here towards this big warehouse north of the Rift Anchors. So I'm going to show you that now to get the final agent set pieces, which we only need one of. We don't need both because we're using the beret, but if just to complete the set anyway. So here's the big warehouse. It says Rippleby at the top, and it's a little bit of a parkour puzzle. And if you've been following along, you'll notice that we just absolutely melt all the enemies we shoot with this weapon. It is such a massive damage boost. Yeah, we're essentially just going to be climbing up as high as you can go. And climbing up all the stairs, which we kind of phased backwards through that. That's funny. I've never seen that happen. First time for everything. Alright, this guy's gonna shoot me, and no, he's not. He's just gonna jump down and try to melee. But yeah, they just get melted by this weapon. It is way overpowered for this part of the game. And don't worry, we'll continuously upgrade our weapons and armor to match. This isn't something you're gonna be using forever. And boop. Okay, so we just shot in the chest there, but still. Now that we're on the roof, go ahead and climb up here. There's a voodoo doll if you want it. It's only really good for PvP, but even then it's not really that great. And right up here is the chest. This is where I'm at on the map right here. On very top, that's the last part of the agent set. And again, continue to run around, get all the teleport towers, and get all of these rift anchors. Now, my favorite all-time place to farm scrap in the Tier 3 zone is right here at Secret Harbor. So this was Rippleby. Northwest is the North Rippleby Teleportation Tower, and then northeast of that is Secret Harbor. So Secret Harbor is great because it's just got a whole lot of loot crates, easy enemies, a really simple, basic layout. Again, lots of loot crates, lots of cars on the way for fuel, but also just to the left of the Secret Harbor is a secret bunker that is not marked on the map. And in here's a whole bunch of supplies too. And yeah, it's just, what the hell is that? Is that a rabbit? Yeah, rabbit ran down here and they're all shooting at it. Oh no, poor rabbit. But yeah, you just come in here, you melt all the enemies with your Tier 3, you know, shrapnel gear with your extra bounces and stuff. Not extra bounces, but extra shrapnel hit parts. It's such a weird way to word that, but yeah, you just come in here, kill everything, loot everything, and you're going to be doing this multiple times. Also, it has another one of these Rosetta Mechanic enemies for, you know, the huge XP. Go ahead and kill the mob in front of him. You can see that we're melting his health bar now, right? Look at his health bar, it just boom. Like 3 mags, easy kill. Very, very easy, lots of loot. And yeah, just come here every 4 hours. Now, for your melee weapon, here is, again, the North Rippleby Teleportation Tower, and to the west is the Rift Anchor Ricky Securement Point 1. And right inside this building here, it looks like this, there is the Long Axe Fragment. Now, this door is normally locked. It requires a key card. The key card, the boss, he spawns like right here. So you just kill the boss, loot the key card. He is literally right next to the door. And that is how you craft the Long Axe. And the Long Axe is... whenever you swing a heavy attack or right-click with it, it will cast Fortress Warfare. So it's the same as that shotgun that we got earlier, just in melee weapon form. So this allows you to use the sniper rifle and your submachine gun while still having that Fortress Warfare buff if you want. By the way, earlier I mentioned a timer, so I want to talk a little bit more about the loot timer. So if you go to Google and you type once human timer, there is this maxlu2.com link. You click it, and then this is a timer for when loot resets. And it's every 4 hours for every server at the exact same time. So just go to this website, you'll see the timer. And you have to log out and back in for the loot to work. And sometimes it's a little buggy and it won't refresh, but if you log out and you know, the timer clicks over, you log back in, you should be able to loot all the same crates and bases and stuff all over again. So just keep that in mind when doing loot runs. And this becomes way more important when we get into the second week of the game. The first week, you're going to have more than enough supplies if you continue just playing casually for the first week. Oh, and if you're wondering how to get to this Rift Anchor, it's this building right here. So here's the big boss room, right, the big tower. So to the left of that, we're just going to go right into here, into this little warehouse. And yeah, these are level 30 mobs, but they just melt from our super gun. You're going to run downstairs. And it's pretty straightforward from here. And yes, we're getting quite a lot of XP per kill at this point, and we're killing very fast and rapidly. So, again, I got you all juiced up and set up. So, you just take a right once you're down the stairs. Kill the scientists staring at blankly out the window, bored out of their gourds. Grab the Rift Anchor. And then this is for power surge builds. This is the Mayfly goggles. So you can grab those if you want. There's other loot to be had down here, so you might as well grab it. I don't need to show you, though. But yeah, just continue the loop of getting supplies, scrounging for scrap, mining, and we can fuse the chest piece for the agent set and go ahead and craft that. And that will give you the full epic set. All tier 3, and all that's left is to continue to get scrap and calibrate it and level everything up to max. Now, while you're working on all of that, at some point I want you to go down and learn intermediate stove. And you could learn refrigeration if you want to. You don't really need it, but we do need an intermediate stove so that we can massively power level while AFK. That's right, we can level up while mostly AFK. Also, you need to start gathering parts to craft a lot of intermediate stoves. Anywhere between 10 to 15 to 20 stoves. That's right, we're going to be mass cooking in order to mass level up while AFK. And we want to be level 40 by the end of the first week, which is super easy to do. You can get to level 50 in the first, day if you really, put your brain to it. But the reason we want level 40 is so that we can wear tier 5 gear as soon as possible. And remember your cradle override at level 20, which we are. We can now equip tactical combo for 25% increased weapon damage. Well, that is when you swap or reload, and you're going to be doing a lot of that. Yeah, remember those mobs that were literal damage sponges? I want you to see how easy they are now. So we're going to kill this guy, and then we're just going to melt this dude's health bar. Not even with headshots, but yeah, one mag took half its HP. And yeah, there we go. So that's how quick we kill him now. No more setting and reloading and running away and taking cover. We can literally just run through the whole area and just mow everything down super quick. And we have our, healing guy here. Wow, look at this. He fell from the sky and did the splits. That's wild. Everything's crazy that happens when you're recording a YouTube video, I tell you. But yeah, I got through a grenade. And again, these enemies are super meltable now. They just instantly pop. And again, they all give gunpowder. So we can always craft ammo as we need it. And again, this is a great place to grind whenever all your loot timers are on cooldown and there's nothing else to do. You need to get to 40. And if you don't want to AFK it with the cooking method, which I'll show later in the video, I'm going to show you, don't worry. Then this is how you would do it. Now, these guys still hurt us, even though we have the tier 3 armor. They still chunk our health down quite a bit. So we still have to be a little bit careful here, but again, you can see that they absolutely melt. And now they're giving 664, XP out of what, 5,300. So once you clear out the area, you just go to the teleport tower, switch worlds, come right back, farm them again and again and again and again. And yeah, it's a bit of a grind, but that's part of the game. And again, the shield guy. Oh, the shield guy just melts. Look at it. Look. Oh, we almost got him in one mag too. Yeah, he's just dead. He's just a dead guy. Easy farm, guys. But yeah, get used to it. This is week 1. Now, at some point, you're going to want to AFK to eat lunch or dinner, breakfast, go out somewhere, maybe take a nap, watch a show or something. And the best thing you can do with your time while still playing the game is to collect seawater, because we're going to cook the seawater to make salt, which one stack of 99 salt is 89 XP times 5 per stove times 20 stoves. It's about 20,000 experience per round. So all you got to do is go down here. So this is Deadsville, southeast, right down here. Go to Overlook Town Teleportation Tower. And then get your feet wet, and then push G to collect water. And you'll notice that you're collecting salt water, or seawater rather. And so just AFK doing this, and then make your way back to the base by teleporting, of course, don't walk. And cook all your seawater, and make sure all your stoves are constantly cooking salt. And this is how you level to 40 or even 50, almost entirely AFK. And I know what you're thinking. You're like, we've been doing all this side stuff. Why aren't we doing the main story mission? You have the entire first week to complete the main story mission, because after we do 2 more main story missions, we have no main story missions to do. And you're like, well, what about all the side quests? What about all these little dippity-doopity quests here? Like, what is this? They all suck. The rewards are crap. There's a few that are okay. They, like, give you a Digby boy and stuff. It's not really worth doing. What's more worth doing is hitting level 40, getting your gear up so that you can go and skip tier 4 straight to tier 5. That's what's most important, and being as ready as possible the very second this second week opens up, so you can stay ahead of everyone else and top the DPS meters whenever you do the primal raid fight things. And yes, I know they're called Prime Wars, but I like to give stuff my own name, you know, because it's funnier that way. It's easier to remember. But yeah, to AFK level up, that's all you do. You just cook salt. You just go to your stove, max out the salt, cook 5 stacks just like that. And again, you would want up to like 20 stoves to do this, really, effectively. 3 stoves isn't going to do much. I mean, 3 stoves is like doing one run of the, what is the area called again? Hold on, let me find it. Yeah, like doing 1 run of Winding Ridge farmland. That's about how much XP 3 stoves will give you, right? But again, this is entirely AFK. You don't have to, you know, play the game constantly or min-max or micromanage or anything of the sort. You just cook salt. Easy leveling. Alright, so I have looted every stronghold. I have done tons of mining. Lots of, you know, cooking of the steel ores. Still cooking salt in the ovens. And I can't stay awake for the next loot timer, so I'm going to bed. I'll wake up, do more supply runs, do more loot runs, and, you know, get our gear calibrated up nice and easy, and then we can push the main story quest while we wait for week 2 to technically begin, even though I am playing on a server that's progressed past week 3, as I explained at the start of the video, for the sake of recording. So if I go to bed with the game running while my character is harvesting seawater, I'll have 40 to 50,000 water before the server kicks me off for being AFK. And yeah, there's ways to prevent from being kicked for AFK, but that's more than enough that you would ever need for a single character. So, you know, just 1 or 2 farm runs for seawater is all you would really need. Alright, so I did a tiny bit of off-screen farming. So what I did is I did another supply run here at the Ransack Camp. I did a supply run at, you know, just in general at the places I talked about earlier, over here at Secret Harbor, and where else did I go? Of course, I went down here to Winding Ridge farmland, killed some mobs, you know, did a little bit of farming there. Just one set. Also, I ran the silo one more time. This one right here, Securement Silo PHI, ran that once. That's more than enough. I've been AFK, doing my morning routine, brushing my teeth, all that kind of fun stuff. Got 41,000 salt waters. And I maxed out my stoves. All it took was 1 supply run at those places to have the materials to build the limit of stoves for my base. So you can see here, I've got a bunch of stoves now, and they're just kind of lining the base. Now, there's a limit of how many you can place. So if you go to production facility, you can only have 20. That means each bench, each furnace, each everything takes a slot, and 20 is the maximum. So if I got rid of my furnace temporarily, of course, I could put 1 more stove down. But if you have friends or alt accounts, you can just link your bases together, share each other's bases, and you can have even more stoves. So, one interesting thing that people don't realize is that when you have a friend or an alt account, if I make 5 things on a stove, that's all I can make per stove. Whereas if a friend comes up and they make 5 things on a stove, I can still make 5 things on that same stove, which means we can share each other's stoves without clogging the crafting queue, and you can level twice as fast. So, real quick, let me figure out which chest I'm storing all the water in. I guess this one. And there we go. We just dump it all in. And now, I want you to check my XP. Right now, I'm level 38, 966 out of 22,960. We're going to loot the stacks of salt from each of these stoves. There we go. Real quick. Doesn't take much time at all. And yes, we will be using the salt for stuff, so it is useful. It's not a garbage product at all. But there we go. We have looted almost all the salt. So that one only had 4 out of 5 for some reason. I guess I forgot to queue one up. So, but now look at my XP. 7,560 out of 22,960. So essentially that was a little under 6,000, a little under 7,000 XP or something like that. And all I have to do, also I had some stuff smelting here, we'll pick that up. And again, that's going to give me XP for smelting stuff, but all we have to do is go to salt, hit max, mash F a bunch of times, and then go to each stove and do this. And I can go back to doing other things in real life. I can do chores, I can, you know, go to the gym while this stuff is cooking. And again, if you have more friends or more bases or alt accounts and more stoves, this is multiplicative. So if I had 2 bases, I would have gotten 14, 15,000 XP. You know, 4 bases, that's 30,000 XP. And these stoves, they can only cook 1 at a time, and it takes about 8 minutes per stack, so it's about 40 minutes. But it's free AFK XP when you're not actively playing the game. Obviously, if you are playing the game, you would go grind mobs, and that is somewhat faster, but it is, again, it takes all of your effort and time, whereas this salt method is something that you can passively do while you do other things. And while this salt's cooking, it's not like I don't have to play the game. Oh, I guess I didn't craft on this one. That got them a little too close together. But essentially, I can go mob grind while all this salt is cooking, and then in 40 minutes of mob grinding, I come back, I pick up the salt, and I'm going to be level 40 in no time. Level 40 is very, very achievable and easy to get. So here we go. And I didn't mean to craft 1 salt there, so we got to make sure we're crafting 99 stacks at a time. Alright, and there we go. And I'll show you what to do with all this salt later, okay? But for now, we're just gonna chunk it in a chest. Let's see, where's my salt chest? Here we go. There's some sugar in there too, but there we go, we added some salt. And my previous videos, salt and water, I believe, only stacked to 100. So it took a lot more chests to store the stuff than it does now. So it's a lot easier to do this than it used to be, and it still gives the same XP. It hasn't been nerfed. It is still viable to this day. Now, at this point, I'm on my way to level 40. I have, you know, maxed out stoves on the base. I've got everything upgraded for the most part. You can see that the weapon is calibration 7, the sniper is 5 out of 7, and yeah, I could bump it up, but I don't need to. This is only used to snipe eggs, spider eggs, and on a boss fight. That's the only reason we're using it. All the armor is calibration 4 out of 4. It's all epic quality. And yeah, so we're ready now to push the main story. So we're going to open the map, and it wants us to go here to this little hospital area, which we have a teleport tower conveniently nearby. And you're going to go here, and you're just going to run through a hospital and kill mobs and go to the waypoints and push Q. And you'll fight a shadowy spider boss. You just hold left click, kill it. If it kills you, you respawn. The spider boss doesn't heal. It's really straightforward. I don't need to really show you this. When you get to this part where you're on the roof and it wants you to loop around, this is where I'm at on the map on the leftmost side of the school. And ignore the little flashy things. There's an enemy that does that. If you put your motorcycle on this car, you can jump on it and then jump on the roof here, assuming you're a tall character like I told you to do in the character creator, and you can run straight over here and get the mystical crate. There it is. These little guys are the things that blind you. So annoying. I don't know how it reached me all the way over there, though, but these are barbecue gloves. It's just for a fire burn build in case you want to do it later. It is very useful. Also, these rooftops are amazing for baby spiders. So what you can do is you can have alt accounts that just park them here, and then you log in every once in a while. You kill all the baby spiders. You'll get like 40 to 50 acid. For week 1, it's not a bad acid farm. It's pretty good. It was nerfed, though. You used to be able to just log out and back in, and all the mobs would repopulate. And there would be tons of little baby spiders from all of these eggs. But it got nerfed because people were just farming thousands of acid. So it is not a thing you can really do anymore. Yeah, the Shadow Spider boss, it's super easy. Just hold left click. You will melt its life bar. Now, the actual real spider boss is much more difficult than this. It's probably the first hard fight of the game, to be honest, but I'm going to show you how to do it, and you have all the gear, you have all the tools, everything you need to take it on, and there's no rush. You have the entire first week to clear it. There is a tiny bit of prep work before we fight the spider, though. You want to put a, not the Digby boy, you want to put the harvest seed into a securement little tower thingy here, so that it's producing these heart vines. And you can use the heart vines to craft a living potion that will revive you if you get downed in the fight. So this living armor potion will heal you and recover your health if you drop below a certain amount. and it takes 8 of those heart vines. It does take 4 acid and 3 glass. You just need 1 of these bad boys. That's all you can really use, because there is a cooldown on it for 10 minutes once it's used, or once it takes effect, rather, if you get downed. This is just insurance, really. Next up, go to your cradle, and then go to crafting here, the second one, and then learn adrenaline shots. So you're going to want a few of these. Now, one thing I have not been telling you to do yet is to open all these menus and claim all these rewards. We're going to do most of that later, but go to your battle pass, and this may be different based on when you're watching this video, but in almost every battle pass, you're going to be getting food items, Starcrom, which we're not going to be using for a while, but adrenaline shots, fuel, quick activators, living armor. These are all things we might use in the boss fight. So go ahead and just hit claim all, and it's letting you know that this is, account wide. You can't make a new character and claim the same stuff or whatever. I believe that's what it's trying to tell me. But yeah, we have a bunch of useful things here, mainly the adrenaline shots. But we should have more than enough adrenaline shots, but just in case your battle pass doesn't have them, go to your crafting bench, and you can now craft a few adrenaline shots. They do take Stardust Source and Acid, so only make like a few. You want a minimum of 3 for the boss fight, that's all. Now, just a few things that I haven't explained about your gear. You see how this beret has this weird shimmering light effect in the top right corner? This means it is a key item. You're only allowed to wear 1 key item in your entire build. So, if I wanted to say, let's pick a mask item here. If I wanted to wear this dust mask, I can't, because it's also a key item. So the game would not let me equip both at the same time. If you could do this, builds would be insanely overpowered. So just keep that in mind. Also, when doing repairs, you generally don't want to repair your gear until it's very close to being broken. And if it does break, you can still repair it. The reason why is the repair cost is the same regardless of how much durability is lost. There might be a small variance, but if you're like a chronic repairer in MMOs or video games, don't in this game, because it will start eating away at your materials, alright? But before the boss fight, you do want to make sure that your gear is at least more than halfway, I would say, just in case. Now, if you got all the teleport towers like I told you to earlier, you should be able to teleport right to the Mirage Monolith and fight the spider boss. And I'm going to walk you through it. I'm going to do it a little bit slower so that you know everything that the spider can do and how to react to it and how to deal with the spider. Essentially, with this gear and our consumables, the spider can't really one-shot us or anything. It's just kind of a hassle to fight because it has different stages of immunity. So before we get to the spider boss, I want to point out a few funny Easter eggs of this little area. And the first one here is that the toilets are for pirates and mermaids, so that's interesting. Another thing, too, is in the corner here, you have a magazine that says company name here, so that's always fun. If you look at this sign, you see Code 51 Research Center. So Code 51 in retail means card declined, so don't know what that means, but for medical, it could also mean like a wreck here, like a wreck happened. Like, oh, we got a code 51, that means there was a car accident, right? And another funny thing too is the posters on the wall, like you have the Corona one here. But this one is my favorite. It's Helath. Helath. Okay, now Helath is not a real word. You can Google it. It is a misspelling of health, and everything that Google shows is people from like the 1950s that misspelt health on a news article. So, yeah, Helath. That is a interesting typo on a poster there. Also, there's lots of speculation of when the game actually takes place. Some people say in the past, some people say in the future. But if you look at this article on the hospital wall, it says that this Dr. Johnson Palope wrote an article in 2033. So it's definitely in the near future. So here's how the spider fight works. As soon as you load in, you want to run and line of sight the spider around or behind this pillar. Because if you don't, it's going to web you, drag you, attack you, do a bunch of nasty stuff. So very first thing, run to this pillar in the middle. And that way when it spits webbing, it won't hurt as bad. Now, what it's going to do is it's going to pace around and do a bunch of other things here. So again, you want to use this pillar to line of sight anytime it webs. Now when it starts strafing left and right like it is right now, It either might do a charge attack, it might run at you, it might do a melee swing, which you can easily tank this. It's not a big deal. But, yeah. So now it's going to shoot some poison muck on the ground, so you can't stand there, you just rotate around the pillar. And its weak point is the butt area. Yes, now this hurts a lot. Am I playing hard mode? No, I'm not doing hard mode. But, yeah, you just don't want to stand in the poison. So whenever it poisons the pillar, you obviously don't want to stand near it. But, see how it's spacing around? We want to get behind the pillar in case it does a spit. So when it raises its arm, it's going to do a running charge attack like that. Pretty simple stuff. And again, the butt area, the little purple lumps on it are the weak point. But yeah, we don't want to get hit by that because it will drag us, which I failed to use the pillar line of sight properly. This is just a big hit. It might down me here. Guess not. You know, this is why we got geared up. This is why we're using full calibrated tier 3 gear, just in case this situation happens. So now what it's going to do is it's going to fog up the area, and we're going to continue to shoot it until it says immune. When it's immune, we're going to head towards the north and the eastern part of the map, and you're going to pull out your sniper rifle, and you're going to look for the red kind of glowing lights. These are the spider eggs, and you're just going to shoot them. There we go. That's 2 eggs. There's more up here on the southern edge sometimes. And again, it's going to be... Also, you'll get webbed and stuck. You can't really struggle out of this. It's just an automatic thing that you do. Yeah, these can be hard to see sometimes. So, that's why we bring the festering gel. And yes, we are getting webbed. And again, mashing buttons doesn't do anything. So don't worry about that. And yeah, it's going to keep doing that. So you just kind of move around. But once you kill the eggs... And I'm going to go ahead and pop another heal here. Eventually the mist will go away so that you can see the eggs better, but they're up on the ledge. And yes, I am taking a lot of time to do this. Once you pop enough eggs, the immunity on the spider will be removed, allowing you to knock it off the pillar. At this point, you really want to give it your full freaking combo into these little lumps. And if you deal enough damage, you can push it into the next phase, where it jumps back on the pillar once again without having to fight it normally. But again, you want to keep topping your health off and line of sighting it, just like this. Now, when it does that, it's going to lay a little egg. You just kill the egg. That way you don't have ads spawning. And again, we don't want to get hit by that. And you can see we're taking lots of damage. It's going to do another little jump attack. But the pillar stopped it. It's now immune again. So again, we're going to run over here and look at these ledges. No, it's going to do a slam attack, which might kill me here. But I have those adrenaline shots. Nope. We barely survived. So yeah. We're going to wait for it to climb on the pillar. Since we can't deal damage to it, we have to wait for it to go to its next phase, which it should do here in just a sec. There it goes. And now it's going to, once again, cover the area in mist. And again, we just look for these brightly lit eggs here. There we go. That's 2. And we're just going to look around. There's 3. And again, this is with a calibrated weapon, too. But yeah, it's gonna continuously web you, so... Just kind of run around a bit, try to find the eggs, do some jump shots. It doesn't really matter too much. You're going to get hit no matter what. It's a very annoying boss fight, okay? There we go. That kills its immunity. We're going to knock it off the pillar. We're going to pop reload because that makes all of our stuff stronger, and then finish it off here. Alright, we're also going to summon this deviant so that we deal more damage to it, and there we go. So normally, people would have to fight this thing way longer than we just did, but we smoked it because our gear is strong and we know what we're doing, and the fight is really that simple. You also get a deviant, which allows you to craft potions that when you do a combat roll like this, you will leave a web behind you. It's only useful at the very end of the game when you're doing something called Leah Labs. Now, as far as using a controller, I would say go ahead and pop one. You got plenty of controllers. It'll give you a weapon that might be good. It'll give you some mods you can play around with and some electronic parts and Stardust Source and stuff. Again, it's just one controller. You got plenty to spare. But that's the spider boss. Pretty easy. Also, this says it took 23 minutes to clear, but that was me AFKing, looking at all the crap on the walls in the hospital. This was not a 23-minute long fight. Now, once you turn in the quest for killing the spider to Hot Dog here, he's going to give you a weapon mod for, you guessed it, shrapnel called Shatter Them All. So go ahead and slap that onto your weapon. There we go. And now our gun is even stronger than before. Now at this point on week 1, the game will tell you that you have to wait until week 2 to do anything. In my case, I'm on a week 3 server, so it's telling me to go to the next zone. but the game will not allow you to go to that zone yet, because if you try to, it'll just kill you. You have to wait until the second week, but there is still plenty to do until then. The first thing that you want to do 3 of every day is public crisis events. So open your map. Anytime you see, well, don't do the fishing one, but anytime you see like a little red eyeball here on the bottom icon, which there should be one right here. This is called the dark side. You can push X, and it'll give you a big list of all the stuff going on right now. So if we scroll down, we have the surge of fish. Yes, game, I know what I'm doing. You don't have to show me. We don't want to do surge of fish. That's just a fishing event. And, well, I don't know why it's not showing this one, but this is the dark side. The map is very buggy as of late. I don't know why. But anytime you see these eyeballs, again, you can do 3 of these a day. And these will reward you loot, but most importantly, controllers. This is how you're going to be getting 3 controllers a day. So you want to do 3 of these a day, and you can do the same one 3 times, but after 3 times, you can't do it. So in this case, it wants me to kill the Black Lake Heart, which is this thing here, and there we go. And it's just, it's a real simple thing. I don't need to show you this, just follow the instructions on screen. They're all a little bit different, but yeah, our gear is more than enough to take out these guys. And there's a reason why we waited until after we're geared up to be able to do this. And again, you have 7 whole days, so that will be 21 controllers that you will be able to earn. And again, these things will absolutely melt to your gear and your levels and your specializations. And yeah, all of these will be insanely easy. And those are some fun ones, there's some silly ones. This one is more combat-based rather than, you know, like dancing to a disco ball in the sky. There's a lot of silly random ones. But yeah, just do 3 of them a day because that's all that the game allows you to do. And I'm going to stop recording now. So you can see here, this is all the rewards. I got a controller, some Stardust Source, Eclipse Cortex. These might be important, might not, depending on your play style. They're not mandatory anymore. Asterism, we're going to talk about that here in just a little while. XP, Energy Links, and Battle Pass XP, of course. Electronic parts, all of this stuff, very, very good to do. Also, you can use this time to go to the lower level zones and collect all of the teleportation towers. And if you want, you can also get the rift anchors. Though you won't really, you're just using it for Stardust Source and not so much the crystals. Again, there's lots of little things you can explore. This heart-shaped island is filled with rabbits, and if you kill rabbits, you can get a lethal rabbit deviation that will hunt for you. It's not very useful, but it's pretty cool. It's based off of the Hitman guy, that Hitman video game, so that's kind of funny. Next up, there is a weekly defense mission you can do, which is no longer required. It used to be required, and everyone would stress to get the stuff collected, but let me go over the entire process for you. So in the cradle, you're going to need to learn, you go to crafting, and you're going to need to learn the small synthesis bench. There we go. Then we're going to go ahead and craft it, and this thing does take electricity to power, so let's go ahead and put that bad boy down. Small synthesis bench, 6 watts of power. Slap that sucker down, just connect it to our connected power grid there, and I believe everything's still powered. Yes, we still have 6 watts remaining. Okay, cool. So in here, you can combine Eclipse Cortex level 1s into level 2s, which you always want to do, and in your first week, you want 40 of these Eclipse Cortex level 2s. So how many do I happen to have right now on me? I have 9. So I'm a little bit behind, and that's okay. There's a way to farm them. So the best way to farm them is you go right here to the Winding Ridge Teleportation Tower, and this is something you're probably going to do anyway because you're going to want to mob grind. And remember those bosses earlier that gave us a little bit of trouble? Well, we're just going to go kill them, change worlds, and kill them over and over and over. And within 30 minutes, you will have way more than 40 Cortex level 2s. Or enough level 1s to combine into level 2s. This is a small grind, but it's good XP. And remember, we just go southwest from the teleportation tower. And I've shown you this earlier in the video, but we killed the 3 bosses. We killed normal mobs too, but the bosses are the ones that we're after. And we absolutely melt their health bar, especially with all of our upgrades now and our weapon mods. So, you know, I'm not really hitting all my shots here, but, you know, 2 mags would have killed this dude. There we go. Alright, so he's down. I'm level 39. Now, when I loot him, sometimes you get it, sometimes you don't. I got an Eclipse Cortex level 1 that time from that guy. Alright, and then you just run over here, pop the next boss. Again, these guys can drop level 2s. They don't always drop, but when they do, it's just nice. Also, I'm just going to pop a heal. And don't be afraid to pop your heals. You can craft hundreds of these things. You have the materials. And if you're farming the settlements, you're getting plenty from crates anyway. Yeah, there we go. Let's go ahead and finish this dude off. Again, we do a lot more damage than before with that tier 2 gear, right? So, did this guy drop one? Let's see. He did. He dropped another level 1. So, now we go to the shield guy. And yes, I am getting shot by literally all the mobs. That's fine. And you can farm all the vegetables in the area too, all the wheat, all the corn if you want. Yeah, the shield guy just melted, right? Let's see, does he drop one? And yes, he did. So they all dropped one for me. And yeah, again, I'm taking lots of damage, but that's fine. You know, that's just how it is. Whenever you upgrade to tier 5 gear, these guys will do such little damage you can stand in front of them almost all day if you wanted to. And then after that, we just run back to the teleport tower and go to a different world. I'm in world 10 right now, so I would teleport to world 11 or world 9 or whichever. It doesn't really matter. And then run back, kill the bosses again. And this only took 3 minutes, and I did it a little bit slow because I'm explaining things, but you can do it, you know, as quick as 2 to 3 minutes if you want. And again, there's an infinite food source near the teleport tower. You've got apples, you've got grapes. And again, you could be grabbing all the crops as you do this, and it's a complete farm run. And if you decide to keep doing this, you'll note that this is a really good place to farm for energy links too. I have a video that's titled 500,000 an hour energy link farm route, the best way to get cortexes and buzzy bees. And yeah, just check out this video. Again, it's the farm route I just showed you, but it goes into much deeper detail of what you need to loot, where to go, and what to pick up. And real quick, I do have another video to show you, and this one is the best base for Cortex, which is what we're going to talk about next. This is the best base for territory purification, AFK 40 level 3 Cortexes, best base defense design. So again, this video has a absolutely spectacular base, but you don't actually need it. It's overkill. I'm going to show you the simple and dirty, quick, stupid method that you can't AFK, but you, with your current gear set, can solo defend 40 level 2s and even 40 level 3s. So here's what you want to do. Now, right now, your base is a small base. So let me show you what that looks like from the air. You have the small base plot right here. It's a very small little square, right? And as long as you never go into your cradle and do the territory expansion down here, as long as you never learn this, this method works. But if you do learn it, it no longer works. So, you're going to go to the southeastern corner of your base, which would be right about here, and you're going to build a foundation a little bit raised off the ground. I don't want it snapping to the grid, so I'm just gonna free ball it, kinda like, yeah, just a little bit off the ground like that. There we go. And now you're gonna build a second one in front of it, and that one is going to be pointing towards the northeast or northern-ish part, right? So on this foundation, we're going to have to actually learn a few things in order to build this. So we're going to go to Cradle, Memetics, and we're going to go to Building, and we're going to learn small wooden supports. So this means I have to learn how to build roofs, which is going to give us the wood column. Actually, I think that's all we need is the wooden roofs. Yeah, we just need the roofs. Never mind, they changed it. Okay, cool. So now we're going to go back to structures and then frame, and then you're going to scroll down to wood column, and you're going to build 4 columns. There we go. 1 in each corner, just like that. And then you're going to build a ceiling connected to all 4 of those columns. It's a little wonky to get to snap it correctly, but there we go. We got it. Awesome stuff. Now, we can't actually get up there, so what we're going to do is we're going to build a half wall to jump up there. Initially, we don't really need to. And I actually do need the other mimetic for the half wall, it looks like. Yes, the 1/8 wood wall or the 1/4 wood wall. So that is actually right down here in small wooden support. So yes, we need that anyway. I'm sorry. They didn't change it. I haven't played in 5 months. Please forgive me. Still come here and learn small wooden support. All right. And yes, there's ways to get up there without the wooden support, but this just makes building so much easier. Next up, we're just going to build the, no, I want the 1/8 wall. There we go. So again, we're just going to build a couple 1/8 walls like that, and then we're going to put a ceiling on top of those. So it's It's a little weird with how it sticks, but there we go. Got it. Awesome. Now, we can jump on this, which allows us to jump up here. Awesome stuff. Also, let's get rid of this tree real quick because it's kind of in the way. So I'm just going to chop it down. Be right back. There, now we can see a lot better. So we're on top of this platform, and we're going to go to Facilities, and then Function Facility, and you're going to build yourself a Stardust Filter, which you should more than have the ingredients for. And if you can't build it, you can go push tilde, which is the button above tab, and place it just like this. There we go. And then we're going to go to Structures and Frame, and then we're going to go to Wall, and we're going to put walls facing outward. Make sure the arrow is pointing outward. And then we're going to add a wooden ceiling on top or above it, if it would snap properly. There we go. So the way this works is very simple. What you're going to do is you're going to go up here, and whenever you're ready for a base defense, you open the Stardust filter, and you put in the level 2 Cortexes. And you can see there is a weekly limit of 40. Never put level 1s in, only level 2s for the first week. After the first week, you'll be using level 3s. And you could do these 1 at a time, 10 at a time, 40 all at once, it doesn't matter. But you want to make sure that you do all 40 within the first week. And again, I'm going to explain why you don't exactly have to do this. But let's just put 1 in, or let's put 9 in, why not, whatever, it doesn't matter. And then we're going to hold F to purify. Now that started the defense mission, so as soon as it starts, open your build menu, and you're going to place a wall in front of it with the arrow facing out. There we go. And what's going to happen is the enemies are going to spawn in corners of the base, and you're just going to shoot them to death. And we are more than geared enough to take these guys out, and they will attack your base, they will smash some of your stuff up. Like if I blow this guy up, he's going to deal damage to everything that hit. These guys are going to run up and start smashing the columns and stuff, and that's totally fine. But again, you're more than geared to kill everything, and you're more, like this base is more than defensible enough to protect the filter from failing the mission. You just have to make sure that you're killing all the little critters that spawn, and again, they're going to be kind of all over the place. So there you go. Looks like this little spider guy blew himself up. And you can place turrets if you want, but you don't really need to. This is all you need to defend it. You can see that the pillars are still very, very strong right now. And again, this is very easy. Now, interesting thing too is, let's say this wall was heavily damaged. You can't go to your base and repair it in the middle of the purification, but what you can do, like think for instance this pillar. You just remove the pillar, and then you just build a new one. There you go. It's repaired, it's fixed. And yes, I know that's not where that goes, so I will relocate it down. And there we go. So that's how you repair things. You can see the base took a little bit of damage. Now, I'm not going to break the ceiling because that will break the Stardust Purifier under it. So don't do that one, but everything else you can easily repair by just replacing it. And then once the purification's done, you remove the wall, you jump up, and then you loot your rewards, which is Asterism, which... yeah, kind of a weird name. And sometimes it's hard to get to, so you can just smash the walls. We don't need them. And the filter, we don't need it. And there we go. You can loot your Asterism. There we go. And Asterism is something it's a new system to the game, right? Used to, you would just get Stardust, or I'm sorry, Star Crom. Star Crom is the currency to get all the legendary armors, equipments, and whatnots. But now, you earn Asterism, and you turn Asterism into Star Crom. So, when you push escape, you're going to see Stellar Stairway. Obtain Star Crom rewards. Go ahead and click on that, and you'll see that so far, just playing the game, I have earned 21,892 Astras, and I need 66,000 to claim all the rewards. So again, you can see here that the more Asterism that you farm, the more Star Crom that you will eventually earn. So right now, let's open my inventory. I have 3,000 Star Crom. Just from playing the game for about 3.5 to 4 hours, maybe. It really depends. I can speedrun and get to where I'm at in the game in 2 hours. I've done it on live stream, and I'll show you in a bit. But essentially, let's see how much of this Star Crom we earn, right? So right now we have 3,000, just double checking. All right, I'm going to go ahead and claim all. And now we have 15,000. There we go. Now, interesting enough, as I'm recording this video, there is a promo going on, and if you check your mail, you might have it too. But I'm not going to redeem it just because I don't want to mess up the video, but you can see here we have Star Crom System Update bonus, right? We're giving away 3,000 Star Croms daily for the next 7 days after December 19th. All characters logging in before January 31st are eligible, so I can claim 3, 6, 7, 10,000, 13, 16, 19, 22,000 more Starcrom right there. Just from the mail, there's 300 right here because they want me to participate or do a survey or something, right? So, again, you'll get this just for leveling up. So that one's free. I'll go ahead and claim that one, right? But so far, we're at 15,030, Starcrom or whatever. And the Stellar Stairway, it's not even 1/3 done. Again, this is the new system that gets you all the damn Starcrom. But there's more. There is more to claim. So let's start getting more of those Asterism crates. So we're going to go to Manibus Novice here at the top right. And you won't have number 2 or 3 yet. So don't worry about that. That's weeks 2 and 3. You go to Season Goals. You click the leftmost one. That's the first week. And you claim everything. So we're going to go ahead and claim everything that we've done so far. And you may or may not have some of these unlocked. It depends on how you play and what you're doing. Like, use Deviation skill 5 times. If you haven't healed yourself 5 times, you won't have this one unlocked. But that's fine. You're going to go ahead and claim these rewards, which includes these Asterism crates. There we go. And now we're going to push I and then open those Asterism crates. So we have 4 crates here. Go and open all of them. That's 2,000 Asterism. Go ahead and go to your Stellar Stairway and claim all. There we go. We got another 6,600 Starcrom. We're at 21,000. This is enough for a full build, basically, essentially, kind of, sort of, okay? And we're not going to do a full build yet, okay? We're going to claim more Asterism. And again, don't forget your Battle Pass, because your Battle Pass does have Starcrom rewards. So make sure you're claiming that, as you go. Awesome stuff. There we go. Next up, you're going to push escape, and then you're going to click the Battle Pass here on the right. You're then going to click Shop at the top of the screen. Let me move the text. You're going to click Shop here at the top of the screen. There we go. And then on the very right side, you're going to click Other Item here on kind of the top right. And then what you're going to do is you're going to claim your Metamorphosis token. This costs 1 energy link to get. There we go. We got the Metamorphosis token. And then you're going to claim the weekly rewards Mitsuko's Mark for 1 energy link. Awesome. You're also going to claim the Chrysalis token. This lets you change your gender for, again, 1 energy link. There we go. Awesome stuff. So that is the things that you want to claim real quick. Next up, you're going to then, here at the top of the screen, click on the Events tab. There we go. Now, Spring Festival event is what's going on right now. It's going to be different depending on the time that you play, but I can technically claim 1,500 Starcrom, 1,000 here, just for logging in on these days. You probably won't have this if you're watching this late into the future. You'll have some other event that's going on. So for the sake of the video, I won't claim these so that it doesn't imbalance things. But there's all these little events I can do, these little fun things like Wacky Race, and then you get little coin prizes, and you can go to the coin shop and redeem prizes. And there's all, this always changes depending on what month you're playing and what's going on in the game. So we're going to skip that because it's different for everybody. Next up, though, we are going to go to Mayfly's Fantastic Journey, and this is something you can work on if you want. I think the rewards are kind of mid, so, like, here's Survival Savvy. Because I gathered 10 crops, I gathered ore 10 times and cooked 10 dishes, I get a soda and a featherweight and 2 activators. Whoop-de-freaking-do, right? Really petty rewards, but again, it's free stuff. This time I got 50 Stardust Source and some long activators for doing these. And then if I wanted to do Survival of the Fittest, I would need to fish 5 fish, and I can get 10 fuel. Oh boy, I can't wait. Right, so you can do these if you want. The rewards aren't that great. I tend to not bother. I don't bother. So here, the Visionary Wheel, or Visional Wheel, whatever. I sort of said Visionary, but anyway. This is where you would go to have your friends invite you, or invite friends to play the game, and you can share your strongest weapon and armors, or a Tier 1 variant to your friends. Now, these Tier 1 gears count as dropped items. They can't repair or upgrade them, and they can't have anything beyond Tier 1. So it's kind of useful up to level 10, but with my guide, you don't need it. But you do get rewards if you invite people and they use your code. And you do get rewards if you use someone's code, but it's all just little willy-nilly frilly stuff that isn't all that good or all that useful. Now we have the Event tab. Again, here we have Events and then Event tab again, alright? So, if you've played the game in the past, like I have, and you come back to the game, you get free gifts like a Gold Digby Boy and a Festering Gel Marine Star, or 10 Asterism crates. For the sake of the video, I'm not redeeming these because it would be unfair, And, you know, there's other rewards, and there's Twitch drops. I don't care about cosmetics. I don't need to look like a Korean cowgirl, as alright as that is. Right? But, and, ooh, new cosmetics, right? And, again, I'm not paying any real money, so I'm not opening any loot crates. Now we have regular events, and let me explain this. Every day you earn 20 astral duelets, okay? And they stack up to 120, so you want to spin these. I always recommend you buy the adrenaline shot, and I recommend you save the points so that if you're thirsty, you're out in the middle of nowhere, and your character's dehydrated, you can redeem some orange juice and chug it real quick. That's what I use it for, but it's just free loot you can use, right? You have community rewards, so this is something that everyone should do, and what you do is you'll click this YouTube, click follow, it's going to open your web browser, and then go to TikTok, click follow. It doesn't actually force you to follow them, okay? So you can follow them if you want to, or you can subscribe to me, right, guys? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Look, I have enough subscribers, and I probably won't make too many more videos, unless this Once Human video does really well, or I have nothing else to play. But anyway, you just want to make sure you click follow on all of these things, and then you go to claim rewards. So that's 180 Starcrom. There we go. Get off the screen. And again, 180 for TikTok, which wasn't that banned in the United States for like a day until Trump did something. All right, then Twitter and Instagram. So again, this is all free, just free prizes. You want to redeem these. And then we have mail verification. That'll give you 500 for the first time, and then every month you get another 500. I don't like mail verification because I like to multi-box and use multi-accounts, so I don't do it. And you can link your Discord, which gives you another 500. And yeah, I don't know if you can steal this code and pretend to be me. I'm sure someone out there is going to do that, but I don't really give a damn. Like, there's fakers in every game I play, and they do the funniest trolling. I think it's hilarious. And yeah, it's supposed to it makes me look bad, and Reddit thinks that I'm saying nasty things and that I'm some kind of bigot, but it's just all humorous to me. It's not really me doing it, it's the imposters. Anyway, don't steal the code, guys, and use my name to troll. But yeah, you can link your Discord and get 500 Starcrom. I'm not going to do it because I don't use Discord that much. And then you can go to Global Event, and because the game has a bunch of people that have played it, you can hit Claim Rewards. That'll give you 1,000 Starcrom and some, you know, some other crap. You can click Share to get gifts, which takes a screenshot, just push escape, and then, hey, I got some gunpowder. It's completely random what you get, though. So with all of that said and done, we're at 23,000.8 Starcrom, and we still have plenty of the Stellar Stairway left to do. And again, as we play the game, just crafting salt, look, just crafting salt gets you a bunch. Look, I'm going to go ahead and just claim all here, and you'll see that it'll pop up on the side. We got 19 asterism, 19, 19, 19, 17. Again, you're going to be stacking asterism like crazy. Next up is your journey item, so go ahead and push J. Remember this screen that you've been claiming every once in a while, hopefully you have. You can start working on this if you want. So for instance, gunsmith, craft a melee weapon. Well, I can craft a tier 0, you know, torch, and that's going to give me a controller and 25 asterism. So this is another way to get controllers, is completing these. Doctor, craft a simple healing ointment. Boom, controller. You want to just kind of work on these as you're bored and you need something to do. You don't really, like you're going to do a lot of these just automatically. Some of these you can't do yet, like animal farmer. You can't set up a trough or do anything of that until week 2. Same thing with brewer. You can't do brewer until week 2. So not all of these are completable in week 1, but a lot of them are, like crafting instigator. Use a deviation item. That's that living armor we crafted earlier. If I chug that, boom, 2 controllers. And remember, you're doing this while you're mass cooking salt. So my salt just finished here. So I'm running around, I'm gathering it all, which is giving me asterism, experience points to get to level 40. That is the goal, to get to level 40. And all of this salt we are going to sell and get lots and lots of energy links. So we're not going to be broke. We're going to be big ballin'. Now, to keep up with your armor repairs, especially with your tier 5 gear, you're going to go to Cradle and Memetics. And then you're going to go to crafting here at the top, and then you're going to learn leather working, and this allows you to craft leftovers. And you're going to need a lot of leftovers, which is a stupid name for it, but whatever, to repair your gear. So you're going to go to the crafting bench, and leftovers, as you can see, just require hide, which we live next to hide because, you know, just looking outside of our porch, there are boars, you know, that we can, you know, aggro if I can land a hit there. and, you know, skin them. So we have a source of repairing, very easy. And again, just let the boars come to you, right? They just waddle up and they're like, hey, eat me, skin me, take all my precious loot, right? And there we go, we got a hide. And again, you're going to want a lot of leftovers, like at least 200 to 400 or more, just to be able to keep up with the basics of repairs later. Other things you can work on in week 1 is purifying water. And I don't mean boiled water, I mean purified water. So you would go to Cradle, Memetics, and then go to you go to Logistics, and then you would learn Rainwater Collection System, Water Tank, Water Filters. Alright, you don't need water pumps, you just don't need them. And week 4, like all the level 4 stuff is week 2 and beyond. So you would just get water filters, which looks like this. It's pretty easy to craft it. You just need charcoal and some steel, adhesive logs. You have all this stuff. You have plenty of this stuff, right? And that's all you need. And then you build some water filters. You go scoop water out of a lake, not the sea water, but the lake, which we live right next to a lake. Or I'm sorry, a river. My bad. And you put it, you can have it, you know, flowing into your filter, flowing into a water tank, which I'll show you an example. So one of the reasons to make purified water in week 1 is so you don't have to waste time doing it in weeks 2, 3, and 4. You just have a giant stockpile of purified water, which you're going to need a lot of for crafting so many different things. Also, I just find it funny that like if you look at my base, like it's just a big porch with all the crafting stuff on it, and then we have an alt account base here, and then we have my girlfriend's base, which is a really fancy looking house. I think it's just funny. All right, well, my alt account, and I guess my girlfriend's house, it's not something I can easily show you, but let me use her house as an example. So you have water flows downward, like gravity. Water flows downward. So these blue cords are the flow of water. We have the water tank here, which this should be, I believe, purified water. Yeah, she's definitely purifying some water here. She's got plenty of purified water. And then these hoses are connected to the purifiers, which I think they're in here. Yeah, so she's got the water purifiers in here with just dirty water. And those are connected to an even higher up water tank with dirty water, and which she just scoops out of the nearby river. And I don't know where, I think she's hidden it behind walls or staircases or something, so it's kind of out of sight and out of mind. But yeah, so essentially, you have to build like a little tower. So on top is a water tank with dirty water, in the middle is your purifier, and on the bottom is a water tank, so that it flows out of the purifier into the tank. And that's fully automated water purifying. That's something you can do in week 1 if you want, just so you have crafting materials. But yeah, you can just build a structure similar to the Stardust thingy that we had. Again, water tanks up here, filters go here, and then down below would be more water tanks, and you just connect the hoses, which the game... you just push V. It's the same way that you connect power to a powered item. You just connect a water hose. The next thing you want to do in the first week is max out the vendors by selling to them. So we're going to go to Deadsville, or I'm sorry, Deadsville. And you want to bring anything that you've crafted that you won't use, like extra food or all of your salt, especially your salt. You want to sell your salt, okay? This is what we're using the salt for. And you want to go to the vendors in each town. So for Deadsville, it'll be this guy over here. His name is Weber, or Weber, whatever, I don't care. And then we go to the sell tab. Hold on, my text is in the way. We go to the sell tab at the top, and we're going to go to cost. And what we're going to do is we're going to hit select all, and then we're going to deselect all. And this lets you select multiples. This is the faster way to sell. And all the vendors in every town have a limit of 50,000 a week, all right? And it resets every week. There's even a timer, 3 days, 23 hours until it resets. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and toggle as much salt as I can. I'm at 8,000 right now on this guy, so there we go. We're just getting rid of this salt. And you can keep some salt if you want to craft with it, that's fine. Salt is so easy to make. You know how to make salt. So that's 32,224 to this guy right now. I'm going to sell these fruit teas. I'm going to sell these steak combos, this blueberry soda, and yeah, just all this food that I'm just not going to eat. These eggs, sanity gummies. Yeah, just get rid of all the food here too. And the aloe, why not? I don't need the aloe for anything. But there we go. We're at 36K. And again, I've only been playing like 3 hours, and we've almost maxed this guy out, right? Now, when week 2 comes around, I know a way to max these out really quickly, like in 30 minutes to 1 hour, and there's multiple cities, right? We have Deadsville, we have Myers Market, that's another 50k, and then we have Greywater Camp. Now, in week 2, we will be getting Tallgrass Inn and Blackfell. So that's 2 more cities that you can also max out, and I'm going to teach you how to max them out. And what that did, that gives us energy links up here. Energy links are what you use to buy and sell from other players, from vendors, and it's the currency you use to teleport. So if I wanted to teleport to this tower, it costs 92 energy links. Well, we have 100k. We're basically rich, right? And so we could buy pretty much anything we want in the game, from vendors at least. From players, that's another story. That depends on how smart they are with their economy. But most players are new that play these servers, and they don't know the value of their own items, so they tend to undersell because they're struggling to make money, whereas we're not. We have a salt mine. We have a very lucrative salt mine right now. There's another fun thing you can do. This is a one-time thing. This is not a weekly thing, but you can do this in week 1. And here in the bottom part of the map, in Broken Delta, kind of in the middle, we have the Central Sunbury Teleportation Tower. And there's like a big, thick river right here. And just west to it, there are 2 little dirt roads that kind of intersect right about here. We're going to go there, and it's a sign shooting minigame. Yeah, here is the sign shooting minigame right here on the map where I showed you, where these 2 little roads intersect. And you just go up to the sign, you investigate, it's going to tell you the rules. Basically, you shoot the speed signs, don't shoot the red ones. And the rewards are, you get some energy links, you get some weapon mods, you can get up to 2 controllers, and some stellar planning lists. So it's just a lot of fun. It's really easy to do, too. If you're good at shooting games, you should have no problem with this. And it starts out pretty slow. So I'll show you a little bit of it here. And we're waiting for the sign. There we go. Boom, there's a sign. Easy. And with Ruthless Reaper and the perks, these count as kills, so they reload your weapon. So you don't have to worry about reloading, but we don't want to shoot that one. Pretty simple, right? And if you want, you could use a scoped weapon if you need to. I don't think I need to. I'm pretty good with my flicks. But yeah, it starts to ramp up with more signs floating around, more signs you shouldn't shoot. So you just have to be careful with it. And again, not a lot popping up right now. Again, it gets a little slow, and now it's like round over. Now we go to the next round, and so on and so forth. So I'll show you a little bit more, just in case you're curious. Got the little countdown timer here. And, oh, we got a sign. There we go. Pop the signs. Pretty simple. Very easy stuff. And again, we don't want to shoot the bad one. No, that's the bad one. Right? But we want to shoot these. And they get further away, too. So if you need a sniper rifle or something, you know, you do you. But, yeah, you can see, pretty simple stuff. And again, we don't want to shoot it when that's behind them. And again, more and more signs, more and more of the bad signs will float around. And they'll get further away, too. There we go. See? Perfect round. You get the idea. And even though the purple thing on the ground is gone, you can still investigate the sign. And you can see here that I got like 2,440. Yeah, high score, 2,440. And I didn't hit all the signs, but I didn't hit any of the bad signs. So it's really, really easy to complete this. Also, there's different animals you can farm. I've taught you where to farm deer and boars, but right here at the Gaia Cliff Teleportation Tower, which is, again, we're kind of in the bottom left of the map right now. Right here in this little looped area and kind of at the base, there are a lot of wolves. So if you need wolf hides or anything, or you want to tame wolves in week 2, you come here. There's a ton of wolves for you. Have fun with them. Next up, I want to briefly talk about fuel and acid farming in week 1. It's not super necessary that you do, but if you do want to do it, the best way for fuel is you start at the secret harbor. Once you clear it, you can get some of these tickets that will allow you to activate these markets, these workshops. I'm sorry. Hold on. What's it called? Am I in the wrong spot? No, I'm in the right spot. Yeah. The Rippleby Market Workshop. You see, it says production facilities in cooldown. Now you go here, you turn in the card, you do a little defense mission like you did at your base, but this one's even easier because you can block doorways with it, with just stuff on the ground. Super easy to do, and it'll give you Stardust Source and fuel. And you're going to get a lot of those cards, again, from the Secret Harbor and that bunker next to it. But also, the dirt road that leads south, hitting the main road, hitting the dirt road again, hitting the main road, hitting the dirt road, all the way to the Rippleby Market, is the most dense road in week 1 with abandoned cars to loot for fuel. So it's a really, really, really good way to just get a bunch of fuel if you're bored, if you need it. If not, I wouldn't worry too much about it. And if you want more info on this and the best way to get fuel without refineries, oil pumps, or grinding missions, this video has it all. It goes into details for all the weeks, not just week 1, and it covers the thing I explained with the looting of the cars and going to the refineries in more extreme detail. Now, for Acid, if you push X, you open the menu, and you happen to see a cargo conquest thing going on. This is where you attack like a truck, and then you AFK near it with a jellyfish on your head. Sometimes players will come and attack you. You can attack them back. Like, the way it works is when you have the jellyfish on your head, you are a target to everybody, and everyone's on the same team against the jellyfish head. And when you have the jellyfish on your head, you obtain sproutlets, which can be then... you go to this lady in every town named Nisa, and you can trade your sproutlets for, well, first you want to do controllers, absolutely, but after that, the only other thing you should be buying is acid. 2 sproutlets for 1 acid. Now, in the tier 5 zones in week 2, you can get over 1,000 sproutlets per mission. In the tier 1 or tier 2 zones, you can get maybe 300 to 500. So again, that's a lot of acid, especially if you stack them. And on most servers, a lot of people don't even do the missions, so you just have it all to yourself, and when you clear one, you can go to another world and clear it again. Or if you're in a tier 5 zone and you clear it, you go to a tier 4 zone and clear that one, go to a tier 3 zone and clear that one, and so on and so forth. And you will be able to get like 6,000 sproutlets in a single sitting if you want to, which is 3,000 acid, which is more than enough acid that you will ever need for the rest of your playthrough. And just like fuel, I have the best way to get acid, no pumps or AFK methods, fastest time efficient acid farm. You can watch this video for more info. It's 9 minutes long, super short video. And if you want a video that just teaches you how to min-max every single thing, including fuel, acid, your controllers, which weapons deal the most damage for PvE and PvP, this 18-minute video here called Once Human is a Salt Game. Here's the meta of min-maxing everything. Again, it goes over, we got acid farming, builds ranked in a tier list, highest damage builds, energy link farming, best space defense, we covered that in this video, crop growing, animal breeding, griefing if you want to grief a server, controller farming, and it's just packed full of info. Also, I didn't realize it, but I've been AFK near Nisa here, near this fire, and when you stand near the fire, your heat goes up, and now my character has, or had, heat stroke, so that's funny. Looks like it got cured just as I hit record. Nice. So something else that you can do in week 1 is grow crops, but without the irrigation and the grow lights and stuff, it's just not very efficient for you to do. So I don't really recommend that you grow crops, but if you want, you can instead gather seeds, and in week 2, you can grow crops. I have an entire crop growing video on my channel that goes into very extensive math that no other YouTuber on this game has ever done. And it didn't get a lot of views, so I assume that people in this game just don't really enjoy the crop growing experience. But I'll talk more about it in our week 2 journey coming up. But yeah, there's not a whole lot going on in week 1 for like PvE stuff. It's mostly just exploration and doing little quests and doing random little puzzles, like this puzzle right here where you have to line up the signs. So you stand here and you see this like leaf sign, you want to like align it where they closes the gap, kind of like that, and then you get a little prize. Isn't that cool? You get a controller, a tactical pistol mag, which is nice, and some other stuff. And again, these things are hidden all over the world. You can just Google like Once Human interactive map, and you can find them all and collect them all if you're like a collection type of person. I'm not. This is just an alt account. I'm not going to bother with it, but you can do you. One last thing you should work on for week 1 is you should upgrade your motorcycle. So go to garage, go to modification, learn modifications 1, get the 4-wheeler because you might want it for alt accounts and then modifications 2. And then we're going to go to the garage now and upgrade everything on our motorcycle, which makes it so much faster. And to do that, we're going to go to modification here, or basic parts. So I'm going to click this leftmost part, and then I can build this part with scraps, steel, and rubber. So we're going to go ahead and build that. Oh, I have to repair the vehicle first, of course. Well, I don't know why I summoned it. We can just repair it right here. There we go. Now it's fully repaired, and now we can replace the parts. So there we go. Then replace the tires, because why not? replace whatever this is, engine, and again, I don't know cars, but there we go. Now we have an even better motorcycle that has a higher top speed. It holds a lot more fuel, so let's go ahead and fill that bad boy up, and it's more fuel efficient. It's just faster, and there's going to be a lot of driving when week 2 happens, because the whole map opens up, right? So far, we've explored these 3 zones. Well, guess what? The next zone here, the Tier 4 zone, is as big as these 3 zones combined, okay? And then we have, again, this is the this is a Tier 5 zone, and this is a Tier 5 plus zone. So again, this zone is just as big as these 3 zones combined. So, lots of driving. You're going to need lots of fuel. You're going to need a fast motorcycle. Alright, with that said, there's not much else to do until the second week. So, once the second week rolls around, you can push escape, go to Manibus Novice at the top. Whenever number 2 is highlighted, season goals number 2 is highlighted, and it says phase rewards, you know it's week 2. Like, for instance, on my screen, it'll be week 4 in 3 days, 13 hours. And again, just pretend that we're on a server that just turned into week 2. And so it's time to, you'll have the quest to go to Tall Grass Inn. And look at that. Would you look at that? We live right next to the road that takes us right here to Tall Grass Inn. But we also have a teleport tower that puts us down here where we can approach from the south part if we wanted to. So both routes are completely fine. Me personally, I'm just going to drive from my hideout, but you can do whichever route that you want. And make sure that you get the rift anchors along the way. That's very important. So Holt Town right here, Rift Anchor Holt Town. There's something very important about it, and I need to show you because regardless of which route you take, you need to get the mystical crate in this area. All right, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So we're going to enter through the front door of the Holt Town little like museum thing. And again, we're going to loot everything as we go. Also, that's a glass wall. Oops. Anyway, so right here on the right side, we're going to hop on this wall. Well, we're going to hop on the wall eventually. There we go, just like this. All right, and you see a little elevator here. We're going to hop on this wall. And I've already kind of messed up a little bit. It's a little tricky, but you'll eventually get it, right? Takes a few tries. Takes a little bit of parkour action. And yeah, we could just take the elevator. I know. But when you touch the elevator, the doors usually lock, but whatever. I don't care. I'm just going to go ahead and do it anyway. Oh, hello. Guy that spawned an elevator. That's weird. Never had that happen before. Alright, we just took the elevator. We were going to use the motorcycle to jump up on the roof and be all cool like, but whatever. We're on the second floor. And so, here on the eastern side, there is a room. And then we're going to go in the room and open the door here. You used to need a key card to open this. But now you just have it for some reason. I don't know why. Right? They changed it. Used to, it was on a table. No one could ever find it. And we're going to kill all the junk in here real quick. And back here is the stun baton, alright? The stun baton is necessary to fight a secret boss. So you need to get this, alright? And the rest of, getting the rift anchor is pretty simple. It's on the roof, so you just leave, go outside. But because, again, we use the elevator, it does shut the doors. You'll notice that there's an alarm going off, and now the door is shut, so all you gotta do is kill the mobs. It'll eventually turn off. They're pretty easy. But normally what you do, and yeah, I'm getting swarmed here a little bit, that's fine. But normally what you do is you just summon a motorcycle on one of these ledges, and then you just motorcycle hop onto the ledge, and it's not summoning for some reason, but yeah, you can summon it in here. It's just the server's laggy or something. I don't know. Alright, go ahead and pop that there. Come on, hurry up, game. What's going on with you? Yeah, you would jump up there, and you would do it on this wall. It's a little bit easier to get to. There's also this side, too, that you can do it on. Again, there's a lot of options. You just have to angle it correctly. Let's go ahead. And we don't need to get back up there, but I'm just showing you, okay? I'm just showing you. Anyway, I'm going to kill the mobs and unlock the damn door. But yeah, you kill the mobs, the door opens, and pretty simple stuff. It's an okay little acid farm. It's not the best. We have tier 5 zones and they drop the most acid, but you're going to go around the left side of the building here, and on the side, there is a stairway right here. There we go. We just go up the stairs with our fancy motorcycle. And right here on the roof is the rift anchor. There you go. That's how to do it. And there's an interesting little secret room, you know, near that elevator that actually leads to an exit to the nearby mansion. It's pretty neat, but there's nothing really there. There's no good loot. It's just a really fun way to connect the buildings. So once you're in Tallgrass Inn, here's the teleport tower. Pretty obvious where that's at. But if you turn towards the southeast, and that is going to be the deviant cage for the day here. So you can go ahead and loot this and not jump up there, but loot this and see what you get. Let's see what I get. Anything good? A strange... I don't need another strange door. Sorry. But yeah, just follow the quest marker. It's that simple. But yeah, continue to follow the quest markers. This one's going to lead you underground. Yay! So right here is the Shadow Hound, or Shadow version of the Shadow Hound. And yeah, I know that's a weird sentence to say, but it's just like all the other Shadow fights. Just hold left click and kill it. There's nothing really special here about this fight. Now, the actual Shadow Hound, we'll probably get to tier 5 before we fight him, just to make it easier. We can technically beat him now. It's one of the easier bosses in the game. But yeah, he's up there floating in a little bubble, so just shoot him down. And yeah, we can hurt him now. So we're just gonna, again, just left click and just shoot his face off. Once the game puts you on the quest to activate the rift anchors, you'll do just that. But first, go to the southernmost teleport tower called West Gaia Teleportation Tower. This puts you very close to the Ancient One's trial, which is how you'll get a whole lot of fuel. So from this teleportation tower, every once in a while you're going to see the Ancient One's trial. This is when you want to switch your weapon back to the Blue Tiger for that bounce stat. Make sure your boots have Ruthless Reaper on them. Make sure that your cradle is set to submachine gun so you have that reload. And when you get to the top of this mountain where this icon is, a 747 jetliner is going to land. I don't know planes, okay? It's just a big plane. It's going to land, and you're going to hop on its back, and it's going to do a little balloon popping minigame where you fly through the air, and you shoot balloons. And if you shoot enough balloons, you get the biggest reward, which is like 350 regular fuel and like 75 of the big purple fuel, which is really good stuff. So it's something worth doing, and if you need more help with it, I have a video. The video looks like this. It's called Once Human, All Weekly Hidden Rewards You Missed. And we talk about the moving house, we talk about the Ancient One, and I show the full process, how to get to the top of the mountain if you're confused and can't find the way up, how to how to ride the plane. And it's funny because YouTube titled it Crashing the Plane. I don't know why. YouTube's weird with its automatic chapter naming. They named one of the chapters Killing Rabbits, and it's like, no, that's not what it's about. YouTube, what are you doing? But I highly, highly recommend you do this now. I'm an alt account, and for the sake of time, and this video is getting kind of long, I'm not going to show it. You'll have to look at that video if you want to know more. Once you've gotten the teleport towers and the rift anchors, yep, it's time to go to the Monolith of Thirst. You're not going to be doing the boss just yet. You're just getting the quest ready for it. So when you talk to Klein, he's going to teleport you into a trap world. And this is the most annoying, awful, disgusting quest in the entire game. It is a backrooms maze, and it sucks. Now, I don't know the exact location of all the dudes, but I can help you find them as fast as possible. So, as soon as you spawn in, alright, you can middle click and you can leave a little marker so you can find your way back. And the way to do this, the way to beat this is to... It's kind of half and half, okay? So normally to find your way through a maze, you would put your arm or your hand on one wall and follow it along the wall. So we're going to find a couple of his little clones to kill with that method, but the rest we have to break away. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to put our hand on the wall. Like when you spawn in, you're facing the wheelchair. You're facing west, okay? So for us, we're going to turn towards the south, and we're going to follow along this leftmost wall while we face south, and we're going to go forward. Again, just following the wall, all right? We're just following the wall all the way around, and you're going to kill at least 2 or 3 of his... I'm sorry, yeah, it's 3 of his clones with this method. However, after the second one, you have to break through to the middle. So again, we're just following the wall, I guess if you have a really good sound system, you can hear exactly where he's at. Also, there's a giant monster that patrols the hallways and other creepy stuff that will attack you. But as long as you just follow the leftmost wall here, you will eventually get 3 of them. There's one. There we go. See, it's that simple. All right. And then again, we just have our hand on that leftmost wall, and yes, that big thing is going to attack you. It won't follow you the whole entire way. But at some point, after the second and third one, there he is. He's on the ceiling. That's number 2. And again, we loop around as you would, and then out this door. After the third one, you have to start hunting in the middle. So you can no longer use this left arm on the wall method. And you could try putting your arm on the right wall, and that does not work either. Because there is like kind of a middle meat section of this maze. That's the best way I can help you do this. It's just a pain in the freaking butt, man. Now, as I'm following the wall on the left, I do look to my right, and there he is. Now, this is not the middle guy. This is number 3. So if you look at my map in the top right, it can kinda, sorta help you determine where this dude is. But once you've killed that third guy, you break away. This is the wall we've been following, right? You no longer follow that wall. You break away into the middle, and you have to scout the middle chunk of the map, all right? So don't be trying to hover against walls anymore. Just kind of run around. You'll have to actually listen for him choking on his pretzels or whatever it is he's choking on. And, yeah. So, again, this part, it just sucks. Just roam around until you find the last one. So, the last one, if you see the caution wet floor sign with the double doors, this is facing north, face east, and then run this way. And he is right around the corner here. So, not that corner. Where is he? He is close. He's... See, I'm getting lost. Oh, man. Alright. There he is. He's... No. Come on. He's right around one of these little corners. There he is. So, again, I'll show you once again from this landmark here. Wet floor sign, double doors. You're gonna face east and then just go this way. And then take the left, and then take the right, and there he is. Boom, got him. This part of the game sucks so much, man. I hate this puzzle. It is awful. Now, at this point, you could fight the wolf boss, and if you're good at video games or you like Dark Souls gameplay where if you get hit a few times you die, yeah, you can still beat the wolf boss. It's tedious. He's going to deal lots of damage to you. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be fun. And because I make my guides for accessibility to everyone, even the worst people at games, wow, the worst, the people worst at games, whatever, I can't word right now. But the point is, we're not going to do this right now. We're going to come back when we are in tier 5 gear, and then we'll smoke them, make it super easy for you. And there's no rush to beat him anyway. The other stuff is already unlocked. He's just story progression at this point. There's no good rewards for killing him. There's no reason to die over and over and over or get into a group with strangers and you know, kill them that way. We're just going to go to the tier 5 zone and get our materials and get our stuff. But first, before we do anything, we need to craft that stun baton. So we're going to go and you just craft a tier 1 version. Just go to your melee and then, well, I need to learn the, I need to fuse it. So we're going to go to blueprints, melee, stun baton, and then fuse it by holding F. There we go. Now we're just going to craft, again, the tier 1 stun baton. We just need this to unlock a secret boss. So, from here, you know, at our base, we're going to now teleport over here at the top left of the map. There is the teleportation tower, the Alpha teleportation tower. We're not going to Moon Lake, we're going to Alpha, because we're going to be doing the Securement Silo Alpha. And we need tier 4 building scrap materials so we can make tier 4 and the tier 5 workbenches. This is how we're able to craft the tier 5 items. So this is a necessary step, and it unlocks a cradle override that we would want. Now this is a very easy silo. It is not as, if you tried to do the wolf boss earlier and died, this is a million times easier than the wolf boss, so don't fret, don't stress. It is very quick as well. So just like before the other silos, talk to T-Man, get the quests. When you get to this part of the dungeon where you can go through a left door or the right door, you're going to take the right side because this is the bonus little secret section. So the key card you'll have gotten from one of the dead guards that you've killed. Pretty simple stuff. You're going to head over here, grab the loot. And inside here, there's more mobs to kill, but there's little electrical pylons that we will be using the stun baton to activate to fight a boss. And yes, you want to use your controllers in these dungeons. Yeah, these blue things, you just give them a melee attack. You don't have to do a heavy attack like I did. You can just do a light attack, and yeah, just hit all of them, activate them, and that will summon the boss, break the boss's kneecaps and shins, and then kill it, and there you go. Easy boss fight. Now, once you complete the dungeon and you get the loot, do make sure not to leave immediately. I know the portal is right there, but there is still more loot to grab. So instead of leaving, you're going to go upstairs, and there are more crates up here. And the whole reason we ran this is for the scrappable stuff and the cradle override. So again, you don't want to miss, again, trash can full of loot. We got a storage crate full of loot. And then to leave, you just push escape and then hit exit dungeon, and there you go. Then don't forget to turn in the quest to T-Man. Pretty simple stuff. Now, for the quest reward on your helmet slot, you're going to get first move advantage. Now, I have a bunch of these from the dungeon we did, so just pick whichever one has the best damage mods. And we also got Enduring Shield for the chest piece. Now, the chest piece has, well, for me, it has crit rate +2, so if you want, you can have this. It's defensive. It's not that good, honestly, but, you know, I'm going to go ahead and put it on anyway. Now, after you've done that, you're going to teleport to that campfire that you have that is near Securement Silo PHI, and then you're going to drive to Blackfell. Don't worry about the rift anchors so much right now. We'll worry about those later. So, once you arrive at Blackfell and you get the teleportation tower, as it's right in the middle of town, very easy to see. If you face towards the northeast, this is where the deviation cage is. Let's see if we get a good one. Let's see. Anything spicy today? No, damn it. Aw, dang it. So we're going to set up a few bases so that we can start getting our materials for tier 5 items. So here's the teleportation tower. This is the entrance to Blackfell right here on the southwest side. And what we're going to do is we're going to set a camp near our farming route. Also, these are player vending machines. You can buy stuff from them. Pretty neat stuff there. But we're going to set up a few little respawn areas. So right here with these tall crumbled buildings, we are going to try to put a camp as close as we can to this white building, because that's going to be our starting point, which we might be a little too close to some of these structures, but we'll figure it out. I'll cut to where I put it down. Alright, so this is where I put the camp, and this is that white building I was talking about. This is going to be important for later. This is our starting point, but right now we're going to go do some mining instead. So this is the teleport tower that you want to get. I'll show you how to get there. So here we are at Blackfell, and here is that camp that we just put. If you go directly kind of northwest of it, following the road, you can go right up here, and this is the giant stairs teleportation tower. Now, I recommend that you make your base somewhere right around here, close to the tower, but not next to the tower, because if you make your base too close to the tower, it won't let you alter or place down new objects on your base. But just go out a tiny little bit and place your base down, maybe like over here or something. And the reason we moved down here is because it has the most tungsten and the highest spawn rate of silver and gold in the game, right here and right up in here. And so the way that we're going to start to progress is you're going to open your cradle, because it's in week 2. You have access to all of the tier 4 and below memetics. So you're going to learn aluminum ingots to smelt aluminum, alloy pickaxes to then make an aluminum pickaxe, which you will then use the aluminum pickaxe, because right now with our steel pickaxe, we can mine aluminum. This is aluminum, so we can mine this, right? But you need the aluminum pickaxe to be able to mine tungsten. All right, so there we go. You see, I can't mine it without that pickaxe. So you're gonna make that pickaxe so that you can mine tungsten, and then once you mine tungsten, all right, you learn tungsten ingots, and then you make the tungsten pickaxe. Now you can mine tungsten, and now you can then create electric drills. Or rather, you can create advanced electric drills because those take tungsten. Now, here's the thing with drills. I just want to talk about drills real quick. If you're social or if you're on an active server, someone will probably sell you a solar drill. Solar drill is the best in slot mining item in the entire game. There is also the mimetic over here in the specialization where you can craft your own. And here it is right here, solar drill. This thing charges itself on sunny days. So what does that mean? It means it self-repairs. You build this once, you use it forever. And when you're in the desert area, it's always sunny, even at night. So you can always mine. And you can enjoy 40% additional yield of copper, tin, iron, aluminum, and tungsten. So the way drills work is they instantly destroy the mining node. Like, instead of sitting here and slowly hacking away at the mining node, you're sitting here, you're trying to mine it, right? You just go, and it's done. You just go, and it's really, really, really fast. And if you have any kind of seasonal rewards or battle pass rewards where you can get what's called a, I forget the exact name, but it is a, hold on, I actually might have the reward on this character. I'm not sure if I do. Food self-selection crate. Let's use one. So, canned seafood and oil. This is the thing you want, because this can give you up to a 6,666% yield on the final strike. And so you eat one of these, you go mine all the tungsten and aluminum that you can stand mining within 30 minutes. And then you never have to mine ever again. It's a one and done deal. No more gathering. You're all set. And you're ready to proceed to the next step. But that's what I need you to do. If you can't get a solar drill through social means or through the mimetics, then by all means make the advanced electric drill and use that to mine tungsten and aluminum. Now, to make tungsten and aluminum ingots, you will have to spend your acid. So this is where acid comes into play. But but once we get our basic tier 5 stuff, we can farm acid super duper easily. Now, for the sake of video production, because I'm telling you to move your house out here. Why did I move my house out here? Well, because I put my house next to my other characters who are currently drilling for oil, and so I'm just going to mooch off my main character's base, who already has thousands of tungsten and aluminum and stuff on their base. So we're going to just skip time a little bit, but it is something you need to do. Now, this next little farm run we're going to do is mildly difficult because the mobs will slap the hell out of you because we're only in tier 3 gear, but you only need to do it the one time for now to get to tier 5 gear. But this is something you're going to want to do every single 4 hours it is off timer. And that is a supply run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first off give you a video link, or rather, whatever. I'm going to give you this. First off, I'm going to give you a faster version of this, but this is a 27-minute video that says the best farm route for scraps, mods, rubber, electronic parts, metal, cloth, and crystals. And this walks you through the entire process and talks you through the entire way on how to find every single thing and how much you're going to get by doing it. But what I'm going to do is give you the really quick abridged version here if you don't want to watch another video, because I know some of you hate doing that. Alright, so we're going to teleport to our camp. And the very first building that we're going to go into is that white building. And again, since we're only in tier 3 gear, there are monsters around a little bit later on, and they will slap the hell out of us. So we're going to be looting every single thing we can. Unfortunately, those trash cans don't have loot. But this is one of the better ways to get tier 5 weapons to scrap for calibrations, which is what's going to define the build we use. But also, it's going to give us gear mods. As you can see here, I got Deadshot, with only purple, though. We got Platinum Crystals, Armor Mod parts, and Energy Links. So, very good stuff there. And we're going to be getting a lot of these. Next up, if we face to the east, there is this red hotel. And we're going to loot the entirety of the hotel, including that dumpster there and the ones on the outside. So, all you do is just push Q, loot every single crate. And these are the tier 5 scrap materials in every single room. Just go in and out of each room and loot everything. Go up to the next floor and do the same thing. Once you're done with the hotel, facing northeast-ish, there is this red gas station. You're going to run inside and grab the stuff. Now, even though we're still in Tier 3 gear, I recommend that you kill the mobs because the mobs around here drop a lot of acid. Anyway, once you're done looting the gas station, we're going to then face north, and we're going to go up this big hill here. And again, I like to kill the packs of mobs, the single mobs or whatever. I wouldn't fight the bosses right now. We just don't have the DPS for it, but we're going to run up this hill here, facing towards the east. And then we're going to go into this little farm fresh building here and grab that box. There's a box right here. And then, of course, east, there's a box in there as well. So we're just going to run in there. And you can see we're getting lots of stuff here. And we're going to grab this box. Normally, you would kill this. We were just in this building, by the way. You would normally kill this centaur, but we're a little under-geared at the moment. So instead, after killing the centaur, we're going to go ahead and then go southeast. There is a hospital there. And if you jump off the side and glide, you should land somewhat near that meadow sign on the roof. If you're dehydrated, then you won't make it. But if you don't make it, there's that black van you can jump on to my right. And we did make it this time. So what you do is you then summon your motorcycle, and then you jump up on the sign, and right here is another crate. Very good. Now, from this point, we're going to face east, and there is a grocery store. We're going to go into that supermarket and loot everything. Once you run out of the grocery store, you're going to then face in the direction of west. Kind of southwest, really. More south, I guess. And curving around west, you're going to go into this parking garage. And we're just going to jump up this ledge here facing southeast, turn right around the corner, facing southwest, grab this weapon crate. Again, this is, hey, shatter them all. That's an improvement to what we're currently using. All right, and then we're going to grab a storage crate here. Now, we're going to exit out this doorway here next to the storage crate, and we're going to take a right. And then we're going to take another right. And we're going to go into this red building. And this can be a little... This is the most dangerous part so far, because there are lots of enemies very close. And if they gang up on us, we essentially get downed. But it's okay, because if we get downed, our campfire is nearby. It's not a big deal. But we're going to run into every room, clear it. And, yeah, it's not going to first-person mode. A little spooky there. Too spooky for me. But we're gonna loot all these rooms. Okay, now that's the little blinding baby face spider thing. I hate those, they're annoying. But yeah, you just run into every single room and loot all of this stuff. And again, just push Q to see if you missed anything. It looks like I missed two shelves there, so run back and get those. But you get the idea. Now we're gonna leave out the front door of the house, and we're gonna turn slightly to the right. We're going mostly south a little bit. Yeah, we're just basically going south, and we're gonna curve around this street here. Not driving through those little gardens. You're going to see the big boy here with the basketball hoop. I like to go to the drink machine for some kind of, you know, soda, tea, whatever. Grab this gear crate quickly before we get zerged down by the enemies. And then we're going to be traveling northwest a bit. And we're going to continue forward here, zigzagging. Now, this road with all the sandbags, we're going to take a right. And straight ahead, there's a house with a blue roof. Okay, we're going to go inside the blue roof house. And there's normally a giant monster that has balloons, you know, that downed us earlier in the video if you've paid attention the entire time. We're going to loot that. We're going to run out the house, take a left, take another left. There's the monster. Open this trash can. We're going to avoid... Normally you'd go around the back, but we're going to go this way because we want to line of sight the balloon monster, otherwise he kills us. But we're ultimately going to be traveling to the east, and I'm just going to stop and grab this real quick. Don't really need it, but I'm just going to grab it because why not? And we're going to travel to the east for a little while. Just a little bit, because there's 2 more bases we're going to be hitting up, and I'm just going to show you the full ride so you don't get confused. But we're going east, and I'm going to hit some of these rocks, or I guess ramp over them. That's a first. Normally I just hit it and freeze, but we're going to, again, we're just traveling east along this little area. It should just look exactly like this when you play. And you can run through the trees and the gatherables. It won't hurt you too bad. Now, there are player bases around here, so it might look a little different for you. But essentially, I want to... Oh, and someone's got a vending machine. I might check that out later. But essentially, here we are. And we are... I'm a little off-center, actually. Yeah, see, these player bases have kind of messed me up a bit. So... We're going to go around this guy's weird, wacky staircase base. Alright, let me show you on the map where I'm aligned at. Yeah, okay, here we go. So this is where I'm at. I'm kind of dead center on this brown part of this base. This is Blackfell Oil Fields, by the way. Very famous place. Everyone hangs out here. Everyone loves to build houses here and do the oil runs. But we're going to drive... No, we're going right here. We're going... The top part of this little building, the two little dome things, the phallic image thingies, and there's stairs here. We're going to jump up. We're going to jump through this little gap, and there's a crate on the roof. There we go. I know. I'm just showing you the full thing at this point. Because the abridged is harder. It'd be too hard to follow. But now we're going to go east. And then we're going to curve around south into this little area. And we're going to drive where you see these two yellow phallic dome thingies, whatever. And there's stairs on your left, and there's stairs on your right. So take the stairs on your right. And yes, I know there's a jump shortcut, but everyone hates me for it, so I'm not going to show you. You can watch the other video if you want to see the jump shortcut. It is faster, right? It allows you to jump up here immediately, but we're going to grab this crate. Hopefully you don't get downed by these guys. Then we're going to jump forward and hover over the gate. Now you can kill that boss once you have tier 5 gear, but we're a little too weak at the moment. But we're going to continue east, driving for our lives, and we're just going to ramp off the side of this cliff here. Just like that. And we're going to go into this white building here with the blue truck. That is slightly northeast. Inside, we got a little spotlight creature and a zombie. Go ahead and take them out. And then we have ourselves a weapon crate. Awesome. There we go. Yoinkers. Now, we're going to turn around and go southwest and face the direction of south. We're going to drive south past the kind of chubby big monster here. There is a ladder here to the east. We're going to climb that. And I know this may be hard to follow, but that's okay. Once you do this a few times, it gets stuck in your head. It's a very easy route. Once we're on top of the ladder, we're going to hug a left, hug another left, run all the way down. We're now running west, by the way, on these catwalks. And now we're going to loot the gear crate here. There we go. First move advantage. I think that's another thing we use. So we're getting upgrades for our build, right? And we're going to go southwest now. I'm popping a heal because I don't want to get downed. Why not? And what we're going to do is summon our motorcycle. And if you see this big tree in the background, you may or may not see it based on your render distance or if it's foggy, but try to line yourself up with it. If you line yourself up with this tree, you won't hit any rails or obstacles. Now, this first street we are not going to touch. There we go. But the second street that runs kind of parallel, going hard southwest, this one right here. And yes, I know there's a deviated plan I passed. We're going to follow this one westward. We're now westbound down the road. Awesome stuff. Okay. And again, we're just following the road west. Don't have to drive on the road if you don't want to. Now, at this point, you're going to take a right. You're going to see these houses. These three big old houses. And we're just going to continue west and ramp up this hill here. And if you have the upgraded motorcycle, you should get some sweet air. If not, you won't have any air. But yeah, so the unupgraded motorcycle will not do that. And you're going to continue west, and in this little tree circle thing, I don't know what to call this. I'm getting killed by mobs, so I'm just going to pop a heal. We're going to grab the gear crate. There we go. There's 2 more to get, and then we're done with the run. We're then going to continue southwest along the cobbled road, whatever here. And straight ahead west, there is a TV monster with a statue of a something. And we're going to grab that gear crate. You would normally kill these bosses, by the way, but we're a little too under-geared for this run. Anyway, we're going to run south into this house. And you're going to try to jump and move because you can get hit by lightning bolts from that TV monster boss. We're going to kill the trash mobs in here because they will interrupt you from looting. And there's a third one there that normally aggroes. And in the corner here is the weapon crate. And that is the full run. Awesome stuff. Yes, there's other stuff you could loot. I know, but this is the faster way to do it. And then we're just going to teleport home and we're going to disassemble it all. Now, on your journey, you might have gotten some weapons from those weapon crates and armor. And armor is going to give you, Well, this one didn't give me nothing, but you can sometimes get tungsten ingots and aluminum ingots, saving you acid. But you're definitely going to get weapons as you do these runs, and you won't always, but sometimes you will. And these things drop the calibration blueprints, which is what is going to define what kind of build you're going to run in the future. That is how you're going to define spending your Starcrom. Now, I want to show you an interesting thing with the disassembly bench. So this is the run we did. This is how much stuff we're going to be getting. And again, these are the tier 5 parts, right? These are how we're going to make our tier 5 weapons and armor. We also got some steel, funny enough. But these numbers pale in comparison to these numbers. So you'll notice that these numbers are much higher than the other one. And why is that? Well, the person that crafted this disassembly bench, which is my girlfriend, she has the 30% yield when disassembling parts, fabrics, and plastics, which is on my main character's base. So the more friends you have and the more alt accounts you have, the better off you are in the long run. It just makes everything easier. For the sake of the video, though, we're going to just disassemble it at my base, even though, just to show you. You know, even without those mods and perks, you can still craft your tier 5 armor and weapons. But before we craft the new weapons and armor, we need the memetics for the advanced benches. So we're going to click here at the top for crafting and then go down and learn advanced armory. And then we're going to have to also learn HP recovery too, because that's required. And then advanced supplies workbench. Now we can craft both of these and then we'll be all set. So now we just remove the old benches. There we go. And we don't really need the small synthesis bench anymore either, so I'll go ahead and remove that too. And we'll put the new ones. There's the advanced supplies. Go and just chunk it there in the corner. And the advanced gear workbench. Awesome stuff. And yeah, it doesn't really line up perfectly, I know. I'll scoot it back for you OCD folks out there. There we go. Now it lines up. Awesome. Now, before we do any more crafting or making tungsten ingots, we need more acid, and what better place than Hale's Moving House, which is right here this week, and this is the 3rd week of the server. So here's those crazy hands. We're going to shoot the crazy hands. The house comes to life. We're going to kill the crazy hands, or the creepy arm, whatever you want to call it. These floating orbs are going to fly all over the house. They always fly into this picture, so I'm going to go and pop that one. You just shoot wherever they fly to, right? And so let's push Q, and that's going to tell us where they're hiding. So this one's hiding in the bathroom sink cabinet thing. So there we go. And the other one is hiding as this little red box. There we go. So fill it full of holes, and then the little floating spirits will fly back to the crazy hands. And it says 7 more days and I will grow strong enough. I wish this thing was voiced. I wonder what a house sounds like, you know? Anyway, so a chest will materialize. There it is, and you can get this once a week. And there we go. You can see 80 Stardust Source, whatever. But the 210 Acid, 7 controllers, good stuff. So yeah, now that we have some extra acid, the other way to get acid, of course, is that route. And we have, you know, our campfire right there. So you would just run the route, but killing all the enemies as you run it. So obviously, if you put 2 and 2 together, the very first thing that we want to craft so that we can kill more efficiently is the weapon. So this is how we're going to save as much acid as possible and not make any extra tungsten that we don't need. So you go to your crafting bench, and what you do is you're going to open the weapon you want to craft. And we'll talk about the weapon you want to craft in a bit, but let's assume you want to craft the tier 5 version of this. And you'll note that, just to show you the power differential, right now we do 106 damage at calibration plus 7. 106 damage. Well, if you look at the tier 5 version, it does a flat 170. That's huge. That's a massive DPS increase, okay? So what you do is you click this. This needs 3 tungsten. This needs 4, so we're at 7. That's 1, that's 8, and then that's 9. So we need 9 tungsten ingots. So we're going to smelt exactly that and then craft the weapon. Now, I just want to show off once again that memetics can make a huge difference in this because we have an electric furnace here on another base. And this furnace gives you 30% less resource consumption and double yield when making aluminum and tungsten. Also, it's not showing up over here simply because I haven't went to the cradle and learned it yet. So I just got to learn these, which obviously I'm going to use my alt account that already has it learned to do this. Now, you may be wondering, but I don't want to craft this, or I want my build to be a sniper builder, blah, 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 blah. Now, here's the thing, right? 9 ingots and some plastic and some adhesive, it's nothing. In the grand scheme of things, this costs literally nothing. And why is it saying I don't have tungsten? I clearly do. Yeah. All right, when I click it, it says I don't, but I clearly do to fill these out. I don't know why the UI is weird, but what I'm trying to say is crafting this is just temporary. We're not locking into a build. We're not going to calibrate this unless you only calibrate it when you're locked in and you know it's your build you want and you know it's what you want to play. For now, this is just how we're going to beat the wolf boss and farm more materials and more silos. So go ahead and craft the tier 5 version of the MPS7 Div Evo BP if you're following along. Obviously, you're free to craft whatever the hell you want. You don't have to take my word for it. Now, armor crafting, we already have the same materials, but instead of the tier 3 variant, and I'll show you once again on the beret, we have the tier 3 beret fully calibrated. That's 230 HP, right? But whenever we craft the tier 5 beret, it is 531. It's over double. So yes, we're about to get a whole lot more resistant. Now, you can see here that, these things, it just takes these plastics that we got from our supply run, and we have plenty to spare. We have hide. Now, once you're ready to lock in, you would not just use hide, you would use specialized skins, which you will have to figure out where to get a lot of these depending on what your build you want to run and stuff, but it's not super important right now. This is just temporary armor to get us into a farming habit, right? And so, again, all of these pieces are super cheap, and again, I've only done one supply run. You do these every 4 hours, and you do these every single day. You're going to be flooded with materials. So I'm going to go ahead and craft the armor set now. You can see here, again, it doesn't cost that much. Now, it does cost energy links, right? We have 138,000, and you might not have that much because you might not have sold as much salt, or you might have more because you sold more salt. I barely maxed out one vendor, and the rest is from questing and the commissions and stuff, and grinding mobs. Grinding mobs gives lots and lots of energy links. So, again, the cost is literally nothing. So now I'm going to show you the before stats. Max HP 2,904. And now we're at 5,911. That is massive, but also we got more defense. We got more literally everything that you can think of. Oh, also, by the way, this sniper we've been using, you can just swap it back to that shotgun. And there we go. And we're keeping this blue tiger for that balloon popping minigame, but it's time to disassemble. Did I equip the new gun? I did not equip the new gun. Let's equip that new gun. There we go. And I want to show you just how dangerous this new weapon is. And to show you, I'm going to go to Memetics, and I'm going to go to Building, and then I'm going to learn Basic Defense and Test Dummy. It's very important that you get a test dummy for testing your builds and your damage. And we're going to go to Function Facility here, under Facilities, and build ourselves a mannequin. Very cheap to build. So, let's test our old weapon, alright, the tier 3 weapon. And again, we're doing a little bit more damage because the armor does kind of help certain builds. But we're just going to full auto into the... We're going to shoot one shot, reload, and then full auto into the head. Alright, and there we go. And let's look at that damage. So that was about 5,000 top DPS, right? And now when we swap to the new weapon, that is the tier 5, there we go. And again, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna shoot one bullet and then reload so that we get that reload bonus. And then we're just gonna full auto, and look at that. We are dealing up to, it hit up to 8,000 at one point. So again, a very nice increase in power, but this is nothing compared to crazy builds. The numbers get insanely higher than that, all right? Now, for the meantime, tungsten is still kind of scarce, so you're going to stay with the steel ammo. Now, I'm crafting it on my main account, who has a bench that gives you 50% more ammo when you craft, so I can, save some resources here. And I'm just going to craft about, 4,000 bullets sounds good. And then that's going to be 6,000 whenever I loot it. Now, here's the thing that a lot of people got onto my old videos about, oh, you shouldn't calibrate tier 3 gear because you can just craft tier 4 and tier 5. No, I think you should because it makes the first week a breeze. And here's why I tell people to calibrate it. Because at the end of the day, when we recycle these, we're getting most of the stuff back, all right? So time to recycle all this calibrated armor. And look at that. I'm getting, 228 Stardust from the armor. There we go. And then the weapons, are going to give me another 382. And yes, I know I spent around that much crafting them, so now I have it back. And, you know, if I didn't run around with maximum power in the first week, it would debilitate my ability to farm, get ahead, and have an easy playstyle. So for one whole week of easy playing, it's worth the very minimal loss of Stardust Source. Alright, our ammo is ready to be picked up, and you can see 4,000 bullets. When I click it, we got 6,210. So, pretty good. Oh, and I just realized, because I have the new weapon equipped, it defaulted to copper ammo, so I'm switching to steel ammo. There we go. Pop that bad boy in there, and, well, that's actually going to increase our target dummy DPS even more, but this is not my target dummy. I need to go back to my little area here, and let's get a real DPS test. Now, this is not with tungsten bullets. That would increase it even more. But you can see now, you know, we're holding 8K. We're holding 8K. That is the difference of ammo types right there. It's not too much right now, but it does scale when we get more power. So now I want to talk about order of operations of getting your character stronger, because that is what we're in for. And mainly right now, we are in need of weapon calibration blueprints so that we can have our weapon properly calibrated. And what weapon is that? Well, it depends on what calibration we get. If we get a double crit rate or double weak spot rapid style sniper, then we go bingo build. If we get, you know, something like double crit rate SMG, then we can go Frost Vortex, we can go Shrapnel like we're doing now. There's a whole lot of different things that we can do, but it really depends on the blueprints that you get. And what you can do is you can talk to people in the world chat and ask if anybody has some for sale, since you'll have quite a lot of energy links to barter with. That is one thing you can do, and it took me about 2 days on this server for me to buy a double crit rate SMG blueprint. And then on the way back to my base, I just randomly looked in someone's vending machine, and they happen to also be having one for sale. And I bought that one, so I got a 2-for-1 that day. But it did take 2 entire days, and that is with me farming consistently across the board trying to get one for myself. And so if you have a specific build in mind, like you saw a really cool YouTube video, just be aware that the videos that you've watched 4 to 5 months ago about builds, a lot of them are nerfed. So subtract about 40,000 total DPS from whatever build video you watched, and that will give you the true numbers. And do note that a lot of these YouTubers are a little scummy when it comes to their DPS testing, and they just stack normal enemy damage mods when you should really be running Elite and Great One damage mods, since Great Ones are considered the prime war bosses and Elites are what you'll mostly be fighting. But yeah, it really depends on the player's equipped mods, and some of them even swap mods. I've seen them do it on live stream when they're recording their YouTube videos. It's really scummy, it's really deceptive. And hopefully by the end of this video, I have a segment where I show off different builds and the different true DPS that you can expect to do with them. So one of the first things that you should be on the lookout for, and I talk to you as a solo player who does not have friends, who is not in a guild, who does not have a big group of players to play with in a Discord server. I talk to you as a solo. And so the first thing you need to look for is just occasionally open your map, or make sure you're reading the world chat. And if you see the Primal War has begun, you need to teleport to those. So in week 2, you will only have access to the easy ones, which is like Winding Ridge Frontier. You see here where it says easy under the title. Whereas this one says Ignis Frontier Hard. Now, this is in week 3. Hard mode is week 3, pro mode is week 4. You have to at least get 3 crates, or the, 3-star crates, from the easy mode before you're allowed to do hard mode, okay? So you need to be on the lookout on these constantly to see when they light up. They'll light up as a bright shimmering blue, and you can click on them and teleport to them immediately whenever they start. And here's the thing, right? If you go to one and it's just like one guy that activated it, well, then the monster will kill the base and you don't really lose anything. You're looking for a clan of people, a lot of people doing them, and you're looking to see if they have turrets set up so that they can blow the raid boss's shields down. Now, if there's enough people show up and no one has cannons, they can still throw grenades and Molotovs at the easy bosses. And most people learn, oh, we need cannons, oh, we need rocket launchers, because that's just how the boss fight works. But all you have to do when you go to these, even if your build sucks and you don't do a lot of damage, is simply throw a Molotov at your feet, and then heal yourself, and you will usually get 3 crates if they kill it fast enough. If they kill the boss immediately when it spawns, you'll get 3 crates anyway. If not, healing yourself, or if you find someone down and you heal them, that's another 200 points, and that'll get you 3 crates. So unless they take like 20 minutes to kill the boss with grenades, then no one's getting 3 crates, no matter how much damage you do to the boss when the shields are down. That's just how it is. But just constantly show up to them. You're going to get little loot boxes, and you're going to spin your controllers on them, and that is how you're going to get a bunch of guns to disassemble to get gun blueprints, but also you're going to get mods for your armor and weapons. In between all that, you're going to run that supply run every 4 hours off timer using that website I showed you, starting here, and you just loop around here, grab everything here, go down to this spot and finish up, just like I showed you, and you're going to continuously disassemble and stash everything, and in between, you'll be earning acid, which you will then mine tungsten and some aluminum, and you'll disassemble everything that you need and craft the ingots that you need, and that is how you will steadily progress your power level for now. Now I'm going to go over the top PvE builds in the entire game, and you can pause this if you don't want to read it all, but essentially we have, starting with God tier, the SMG Primal Rage. And the way this gun works is you never technically run out of ammo, you stay at 1, but it sacrifices your health, but it also heals you based on your fast gunner stacks. So not only is it the fastest shooting gun with fast gunner, it also shoots forever and heals you, and you build it around crit, so you're just constantly critting and dealing tons of damage per bullet. And here is the mods and kind of where to get them. Secondary is Bingo for vulnerability amplifier, using Oasis, Lone Wolf, Treacherous, and here's all the mods. Again, you can pause if you need this. Alright, the Food and Deviant is what you would use. Now, next up is the Kuma Wink, which is a bounce weapon. And again, you need the submachine gun heavy crit rate 2x blueprint or calibration. Bounce Rampage, also that's where you get it from, is the Wolf. Secondary is Bingo, or you can use Wildfire. One Piece Bastille Rest is Lone Wolf with the Sharp Blade Pants. And there you go. Hot Dog is the food, Deviant is the wolf. Next up is the LMG Boom Boom. This is a burn build. You need the rapid double elemental damage weapon calibration. Flame Resonance. Secondary is still Bingo. It's basically your secondary on every single weapon in the game is Bingo. And you can see it's sheltered with the barbecue gloves and One Piece Renegade. So yay. Next up is the Sniper Rifle Bingo. This is if you just want to main the Bingo with your offhand being the Wildfire. And again, Vulnerability Amplifier also on the Wildfire, so you need 2 of them. And yeah, basically Renegade and Treacherous, that's how you run things. Old Huntsman Boots, so that no matter where you shoot them, you still have that chance to do a weak spot hit anyway, so it's really lazy gaming for sure. Then we have the mid tier. Now this is what we're currently using is the Div Evo submachine gun, so we're using this right now. And again, we would go and Shatter Them All. We want heavy style double crit rate. And Wildfire Bingo is your secondary, Vuln Amplifier. Caged Helmet would replace the Beret. You don't have to replace it immediately, but it is an upgrade when you shoot heads. Then we go 4-piece Lone Wolf and 1-piece Bastille. And there you go. And yes, there is a whole lot of other builds out there, but you're going to have to do your research on that or do some trial and error. I've personally tried the Kuma Wink, and it is really, really good for just clearing massive waves of weak enemies. And if there's a boss that summons adds, like the Shadow Wolf, it melts that sucker so much. The DPS is in the hundreds of thousands with barely any weapon mods, but against a single target, it's about 40,000 unbuffed, so it's all right. It's okay. It's not the best when facing just a single target. So the next course of action, if you can't quite decide on an exact build, would be to just run silos and defeat bosses and farm bosses for weapon drops and blueprints and do supply runs. So we still have other things to do. We have Securement Silo Theta to do. Over here we have Securement Silo PSI. We did do Alpha earlier, but down here is also EX1. Now for your Credo unlocks, your remaining ones, you just need to kill the Shadow Hound and do Theta. And that's going to give you 2 more slots to play with for bonus stats. And what we're going to do for the sake of the video is pretend that I did some grinding, because I already have several chests just full of these things from my main character. So out of 3 weeks of playing on my main character, sort of, well, really just 2 weeks because I've been kind of lazy lately, I have about 3 chests of 64 blueprints filled from all the gun drops from supplies and burning controllers. So that's number 2, and then this is number 3. It's about halfway filled. And so I picked out all the juicy ones. Now, do note that I bought 2 of these juicy, or actually just 1 because I used another one on my girlfriend's character. But essentially, here are the breadwinners. And again, it's not a big list. So this is your biggest, luck-based grind. This is the build-defining thing. So we have the rapid shot pistol with weak spot damage times 2. As you can see, if I pulled this build up, which build does that use? Well, we would scroll all the way down, and it is used by the bingo build because the secondary wants pistol precision with double weak spot damage. There we go. I think that's precision. No, it's rapid style. Well, it's close enough, okay? This one is precision style with weak spot damage times 2, and it's not legendary, though. It's just epic. Then we have assault style with double crit rate. I believe that was the breadwinner of the best weapon in the game, so let me check. We're going to scroll up now. And assault calibration crit rate times 2. Is this assault? Yes. So are these good rolls? On the crit rate, on the first one, it's 5.3. Could be better. On the second one, it's 8.1. Could be better. But this is good enough. So I can technically right now use the best gun in the game with this calibration. So that's a huge winner right there. And this right here, I believe I bought from another player, I think, for really cheap. But here we go, another one. Heavy SMG. This is heavy with double crit rate. Now, this is my all-time favorite out of all-time weapon calibrations because you'll see that it works with the Kuma Wink, which wants heavy crit rate 2x. And is there any other SMGs on this list? There isn't, but let me show you one more build that I didn't put on the... Oh, the Diviva. We're actually using that right now. So, hey, we can stick with the gun we have. But let me show you one more build. And it is this video right here. It's called the best solo free build for all content. Tanky infinitely shoots, rapid self-healing. It is insanely cheap. It does not cost any star crom at all. And again, it's an infinite ammo build. It is a Frost Vortex build. So the only downside is that if the server is really laggy, it doesn't work so well, but it will rapidly self-heal you faster than any other build in the entire game. It is literally a self-healing infinitely shoots build. It is massive high damage, very easy to build, and it can do all the content in the game. So let's drag this one down. Now this is another big winner right here, and then we have another heavy style. This is double elemental damage. So, if you wanted to make a build with, say, hold on, where is it? The Outer Space, this is a power surge weapon, so you would look up a power surge build, and then, I've already done, so, but this weapon, or this calibration would be what you would put on it, and the rolls are, well, first roll's not the best, second roll also isn't the best, so it's got a little bit low end on the rolls for elemental damage, but it has that magazine capacity, so it's still a win. Alright, next up we have the Rapid Sniper. Now, the Rapid Sniper, this is rapid shot style, which allows you to glitch the bingo to shoot much faster, about 70% faster, with double weak spot damage, which is a mid-roll and a low roll, so it's not the best rolls, but as you can see, if we scroll up a bit, this is used in the Sniper Rifle bingo build. So, not only do we have the correct pistol, I believe. Yes, we actually have the pistol, the precision style. We're going to put this right here, and the sniper right here. So we have both calibrations for the build. So that's a build, this is a build, this is a build, this is a build. All right, what else we got? Assault style double crit rate. So again, this one is... this one's like weaker than this one, right? And then we have another heavy style double crit rate. 7.5 and 5. So again... Oh, that's elemental. Here we go. So we're organizing them like this. Heavy style 5 and 7, 9 and 5. You can see 48% magazine capacity or 60%. Really depends on if you're a perfectionist or not. And then the final one we had was heavy style, once again with elemental damage. So again, we have the lesser version. This is 6.1 and 10.2, or 6.9 and 10. So, 48% versus 60% magazine capacity, which is just like 5 to 7 to 10 shots or something. It's not a whole lot. And what was this one? Rapid shot, weak spot damage. Again, this is what I use in a lot of my builds, just because I want to shoot the wildfire really quickly and apply bullseye. But again, out of 2 to 3 weeks of playing, these are the only breadwinners, and some of these were bought by other players. This is brutal to get, but once you get it, you can pick a build and build around it. Now let's go over more useful mimetics for the second week. Starting in the infrastructure tab, you can completely ignore the refinery unless you have super refinery through the mimetics. Ignore all the ore detection. You don't need chainsaws really, or logging or mining platforms. They all suck. You only go drills if you don't have a solar drill that you can buy from another player or make yourself. And once you have drills, you can unlearn tungsten alloy pickaxes. And yeah, so that's it for infrastructure. For crafting, you do want the large synthesis bench if you want to do Cortex level 3s, but there's other ways to get asterisms, so you don't even really need to do this anymore. If you want drones and turrets, sure, you can go that route too. Now, HP recovery 3, it's okay. It's not super necessary. Ammunition 3 is necessary for tungsten bullets. You don't need to go advanced at all. And as far as logistics goes, I like advanced stove refrigeration, of course. I like dishes 3 because with dishes 3, you can start making iced teas and make tons and tons of energy links. Dishes 4 is if you really want to like make energy drinks and the canned seafood and oil, which you shouldn't need. Now, another mandatory one is Securement Unit Expansion 2. This makes it where you can have 20 securement units or 20 deviations mining for you all that you want. If you want a bigger base, you would go with over here on building. You do territory expansion, but I don't recommend it. I like smaller, more compact bases. I highly recommend that you go all the way down your power tree to get advanced generators so you can make the large solar generators. And if you're in a polluted zone, you would instead use the, where's that? Yeah, the deviation energy generator. So you wouldn't go down all the way in that case, but going down. Let's see. It's just useful for most bases. Also, if you're still purifying water, large water filter is way better than the regular one. It does 4 waters at once instead of 1. Brewing barrels is really, really nice for week 4 and 5. Because you want some form of alcohol so you don't lose any sanity in those fights. If you grow stuff, you're definitely going to need the planter boxes and fertilizers. And if you tame animals, you need the animal taming stuff, obviously. As far as decor goes, who cares? And then as far as building goes, you want to go all the way down on garage and get modifications 4 to make the fastest car. Once you made the fastest car, you can unlearn it. It's fine. If you want to do the truck game, have a vending machine truck, you have to do large garage. As far as building goes, if you want to make a pretty base, you can fill these out, but it's going to cost you points. And as far as base defense goes, I just stop at auto turrets 1. You don't even need auto turrets 2. Yeah, they're better, but they take more power, and they're not that much better. Alright, so I don't bother, honestly, really. But yeah, that's pretty much it for mimetics. Now, in week 2, once you know the build that you want based on the calibration that you have, you're going to start calibrating your gear. So you'd go to the bench, go to calibrate, and you're going to be spending tungsten ingots, calibrating your weapon all the way to level 10 so that you get all the attributes. And when you want to use a calibration, you click replace attributes, and that's when you would add the calibration from a chest, from your inventory. It doesn't seem to work from the chest, but you would definitely do that, and then you would also calibrate your armor because you get a huge chunk of boost of HP from calibration 0 to 6, and it only costs fabric, which you can see like I have 1,000 of this one. So again, it costs almost nearly nothing. Now, it will start to cost Stardust Source. It costs 500 Stardust Source just to calibrate your weapon with a new blueprint. And yeah, you can end up spending about 5,000 to 8,000 Stardust Source per build. But you will be spending your controllers on the dungeons, on the boss fights, on the Primal Wars, and that is how you're going to get your Stardust Source. Otherwise, there are other ways to get Stardust Source, depending on your mimetics. For instance, my main character here has an oil pump going. These are oil pumps. They're pumping barreled crude oil. And I know, before anyone complains, I know this is not efficient. Back in the day, these things did not flow into water tanks, and they do now. I know that. I just haven't bothered to waste time fixing it because I've been making a video instead. And then my other alt character which I can't access these, but these are advanced refineries, and they can turn the crude oil into fuel, and that same character can then refine fuel and Stardust ore into Stardust Source. So that is something that character can do, whereas this character, in one of her mimetics, she has the water pump. Hold on, that's Stardust Mining Platform, that one's eh. She has solar drill, photon power for better power grid. We have oil processing, which we already got on another character. Let's see, where's it at? Stardust water pump. So this character can make water pumps if I choose this specialization that will trade acid, aka you use acid to make batteries, and you trade the batteries for Stardust Source. So instead of pumping oil for Stardust Source, I could pump polluted water and turn it into acid, or if I have a surplus of acid, which I should, since I have so many characters, then I can turn that into Stardust Source as needed. So I have fuel covered, I have Stardust Source covered, and then acid would be the final thing to cover, which, again, if you know your build and you're not going to, like, try out 10 million different builds, then you really don't need a lot of acid because, like, this base already has thousands of tungsten and aluminum, so I don't need to use acid to make more of them when I have a massive surplus anyway. And then as you continue into week 2, you're going to be earning more of these asterism thingies, and that's going to be redeemed for even more star crumbs. So you can see here, I'm getting 600, 600, like I got a bunch of 600s there, almost 10 of them. So right now my star crumb is at 28,000. All right, and that's without redeeming any of these mail gifts, right? So there you go. Also, we can go to the season goals, and for season 1, we can claim all of these. There we go, and then we claim these. Now, because it's week 2, we go to the second week, and we claim all of these. There we go. Things that we've just done. And then we can claim these rewards. Awesome stuff. And those are a lot of asterism crates, which we can now open. So we're just going to go ahead and open all of them. There we go. Go back to the Stellar Stairway and claim some more. So we went from 28k to 30.4k. We have 30,000 Star Crom without even actually trying. What about the Battle Pass? Claim everything there. That's another 1,000 Star Crom. Easy, right? So now if we build a... this character doesn't know how to build a wish machine. Hold on. Something we should probably learn. Why not? Well, we go to, what, building, I think? And no, it's under logistics. Wish machine, let's learn it. There we go. And now we can build a wish machine. Now, the wish machine, I have an entire video about how the odds work on this game. And I gotta make sure there's no music because it's copyright. The wish machine has copyrighted music, so I got one of my videos busted for it once, and I'm afraid. But yeah, so if there is an item in these that you want, like if you're doing the conflicting memories blueprint or the overloaded pants or the critical pulse build, you would obviously do the math and see if these are worth the gamble. For the builds I've shown on screen, they're usually not, so you just go to blueprint shop instead. And for instance, if you need a wildfire, that's 2,000 right there. Okay, sure. For the sniper rifle, for the bingo, which every build wants you to use this, that's 8,000 down, right? And then for the key item, you would go to, like, say, status build or whatever. Like, for instance, the gun we have, we want the caged helmet. So let's go to weapon genre. Yeah, caged helmet, that's 8,000. So we're down 18,000 out of 31, right? So let's do 31 minus 18. That puts us at 13,000 remaining. Okay, cool. 13,000 remaining. And so then we would say, like, Lone Wolf set, we want 4 pieces. That's 12,000. So we would minus 12. So we have 1,000 left, and we still need 1 more piece. So we still need, like, 2,000 Star Crom. Well, as luck would have it, whenever you do these, whatchamacallits, these Prime Wars, well, look at the reward. You get the asterism crates, and, yeah, so... You know, there's like 3 to 4 to do a week, so that's at least 1,500 or so, which, you know, this is a 600, this is a 600 reward. Then you have the big reward here. This is a 6,000 reward. So really, where are we at right now? 34,000? We only need 10,000 more asterism to get enough Star Crom, which is really easy to do. And again, I've only been playing this character for about 5 to 6 hours, and I'm this far ahead. So imagine if you played for 2 weeks. You're good. Like, I'm going to tell you right now, on my main character for this Stellar Stairway, without even trying, I maxed this entire thing out. And, you know, this would put you a little over halfway just to be able to afford an entire set. And, of course, there's plenty of these mail rebate things. Like I said, these are all 3,000 each right here. That one was 1,000. So that's just like a free gift for the update of the game. They're trying to get people back to the game. That's why they're handing out free StarCrom. And they're going to keep doing that, too. I don't know why they wouldn't. But StarCrom, insanely easy to get. You can fill out your build. And again, I didn't even do all the defense missions that I talked about earlier. That's another huge source of asterism. You know, mining, gardening, gathering, killing mobs, doing bosses. This character still hasn't killed the wolf boss, right? So that's a lot of asterism. And then you get to go and do all the stuff up here in the story. That's more asterism. Again, StarCrom is easy to get now. It's easier than ever to get. So you just got to go out there and play the game. And that fills out your build. And then once you fill out your build, you basically just chill in week 2, building up your base and farming stuff until you transition into week 3. All right, so it is now week number 3, which opens up the map a bit more. We have more Prime Wars with hard mode that we can do. All of the silos and all of the bosses can now be played on hard mode, which gives you better rewards, more gun rewards for more blueprint scavenging. If you still haven't gotten your calibrations yet, you've probably spent a lot of this time getting your weapon accessories and everything that you need for your build. You now have tungsten ammo. You are geared to the you know, you're geared to the nines, I guess. And all of your weapon and armor calibrations are maxed out, and you are sitting on thousands and thousands of supplies from doing supply runs. You've got plenty of fuel, acid, stardust source from burning those controllers. You are absolutely set. Now, for week 3, as you continue to do silos and the Prime Wars, you will continue to get better and better legendary mods. So, at this point, you will upgrade your weapon mods by right-clicking to enhance them and getting them 5 out of 5, hopefully with all of the attribute effects that you want. For instance, this weapon has weapon damage, max HP, which I don't want. It's got damage against normal enemies and magazine capacity, which is stuff I do want. And then everything here is 5 out of 5 on every piece of armor. And following the build guide, well, I didn't follow it exactly, but you know, this is the stuff that I chose to use for myself, and it does pretty well, and everything's, you know, high level and maxed out. And all that there is to do now in week 3, since I've already farmed all the mods I need and all my equipment is up to par, is to just keep doing Prime Wars if I want to top the DPS chart, which I've been doing for the most part. There's a few fights where I don't, but for most of them, I'm topping the charts. This is a pretty noob server. And then it's time to wait for week 4, where there will be pro mode dungeons and boss fights. And also at this time in week 3, I could attempt or try multiple builds. Now, this is a different character than we've been playing, and even though this character has spent a lot of StarCrom on a full build, we have the Kuma Wink, we have full Lone Wolf, Bastille Boot, Sharp Blade Pants, Lone Wolf Jacket, the Wildfire. You'll see that my StarCrom, which is maxed out here from the Stellar Stairway, I can't literally farm anymore until 5 more days where I guess it resets. I still have 69,000.7 StarCrom. So, again, if a build costs around 34, 35k, that's almost 2 extra builds that I can do if I want to swap builds or have a tank build, a heal build, a support build. Whatever kind of build I want, I can work towards, since currently all of the mods that I have are, well, maxed out. I've got turrets, I've got other consumables, plenty of fuel, and, you know, I've got multiple bases working together. So at this point in week 3, this is when, if you want, you could start running alt accounts. You can see that nothing is being refined here because I didn't fill it up because I've been filming a video. But it's totally fine because I just got to extract them out of here, throw them in there, and they'll get back to work. And then there's tons of loot in these cages. Like all of these deviants, they're being pumped up by the lights, the toys, the crops, the music box. which I have turned off because I don't want to be copyright striked. You know, everything's working in tandem with each other. And, yeah, so I have my base and 2 alt characters, and then over there my girlfriend does stuff. So, again, that's like 4 bases all working together. And I was hoping to get better mimetics on my other characters, but I didn't. So maybe I make another alt character. But yeah, you can just substitute alt characters with friends if you're social, I guess. Or a guild, or a war band, or a clan, or whatever you want to call it, if you want to really, really min-max this game. But you don't really have to, because, well, it's just that easy. Now, if you're wondering how to multi-box and use 2 Steam accounts at the same time, you can use a virtual machine. I use a program called Sandboxy, and it's free, it's super easy to use, and my computer can somewhat handle 2 clients. But what I can do on my main character is pull out the car, get in, and then I can put my alt in the passenger seat and drive them around to do quests for them, or just have them sit in the car while I kill all the mobs and level them up. It's really simple and really easy to level up your alt characters doing that method. And again, you know, all these characters, everything's linked together, right? We have my base, this alt's base here, and then, again, the third character over here, which I haven't done anything yet. This is the character's base, Best Start 2025, that I've been making the video with. So, yeah, it's, I just gotta figure out, what do I want to do? Do I want more pumps? I might do more pumps, and it's really simple to do, because I would just build something on my land using my materials, and then, you know, disassemble it for the parts, and then build it over here. That's really the quickest way to do things, but, yeah. There is still lots of decisions to make, but week 3 is basically the same as week 2. You just get to upgrade from, you know, normal stuff to hard stuff. And week 4 is the exact same thing. It's just pro mode dungeons. That's all it is. Oh, and if you're curious about, this character, again, is using the Kuma Wink. So if you just want to see the damage, it gets spicier with multiple targets. But we're going to go ahead and just shoot one shot and reload here. And again, this is unbuffed. But yeah, you can see the damage, pretty big. It's pretty crazy. We almost hit 100k there, just about, not really, but we can absolutely hit 100k. It's not that hard, I'll show you. And that's with the wildfire. We spread the weakness to the main character there. We reload, and yeah, it does take a bit to reload, but, you know, there we go. That's 100k right there, easy. And this is without summoning a deviant. This is without, yeah, it's 100k, 120k, right? Now, of course, if we get rid of these guys and there's nothing to bounce to, you know, the results are a little bit different. Also, why am I using copper pistol ammo on that one? So, whatever. Go ahead and, again, this is DPS without being vulnerable. So again, still single target, pretty good, right? 43, 45, 46k, 50k. Pretty awesome. And then, let's go ahead and, do the vulnerability here. So, again, this is without reloading. This is just vulnerability and then dumping into the head here. So again, you can see that just reloading does more DPS than vulnerability. But we can try to combine both here. So we got the vulnerability. Go ahead and reload. I'm going to let the DPS reset while it's still vulnerable. There we go. And then get that in there. Yeah, see, it's about the same. So the vulnerability doesn't really do too much. But if I summoned a deviant or like the wolf, that'd be even more. If I ate food buffs, that'd be even more. And if I'm fighting a great one, it's even more because that's what my gear is geared based on, is fighting great ones. Because those are the big raid bosses. So, again, mannequins count as quote-unquote normal enemies. You can see that if there's ads around, that they all bounce back to them. And it's just really powerful, right? So you just gotta find a build that you really enjoy or like. And again, I've got lots of builds on my channel. Like this one is a memento build, so you can check the damage out on this unbuffed. So we'll make them vulnerable, and then we'll just start blasting them in the face. And you can see it doesn't match the Kuma Wink because, well, this isn't a god tier build. It's an A tier build, but yeah, still pretty fun, pretty powerful. 30k there, right? And again, I have a whole bunch of other ones. Like we have the Icy Rain build here. Again, this character didn't really have the best gear for Icy Rain, but let me just kind of try to show it off here using tungsten, preferably. Go ahead and swap the ammo there. There we go. Swap into that one. Alright, so again, we're going to make them vulnerable, and then we're just going to sit here and shoot forever But yeah, again, this character never really got the right mods to make this build work, but you can see that it still shoots forever, and this would be constantly healing me in a fight. But with the proper mimetics and builds, and having the jellyfish deviant out, this would be 100k. This would be 100k, but right now I'm only pushing 14k. But it's still fun because like it's just infinite. It's just infinite damage. Like instead of ticking for 500, it should be ticking for about 4,000 to 5,000 or more. So yeah. Now I tried to make a crit build with the bingo sniper, and it does okay, right? It's not as good as the weak spot sniper, but you can still see we're pushing 20k plus. I know these numbers are low compared to the big hype YouTubers, but again, this is unbuffed, right? But you can still see they're okay numbers. They're all right. So here's another character that, again, this is a completely different character that went Frost Vortex. Let's see how they do. It doesn't look like they had much ammo or the right calibrations or anything. I think this is more of a trial character, but let's see what their damage gets up to. Yeah, this character was kind of more of a beta, so not that good. What other builds do they have? It looks like they had shrapnel. They were a shrapnel build first. That's right. I think this is my first character, maybe. But how does the shrapnel build? How does it hold up with steel rod? I never even got tungsten on this character, so I don't know. But yeah, let's try this shrapnel build. Again, these are all old characters. I don't play them anymore, and well, it does okay. Could do better, right? Let's try some other characters. So this alt character here, this character's name is Magician's Brick. If you get it, you get it. If not, it's a short little cartoon about a wizard who faces a magic immune like goblin or orc or something, and he's like, well, I'll just use Magician's Brick. And he throws a brick in his face because, again, if he's magic immune, he's not brick immune, right? But the point is, this character I've been playing for maybe an hour. You can see their quest progress is like, it wants me to go fight the tree boss or something, right? Investigate the hidden hideout. So yeah, like I did the first boss of the game. That's as far as this character got. It's been played for like an hour, and even this character right now has 33,000 star chroms. So again, very easy to get. But I mean, you know, that's a full legendary build right there. Just figure out what build you want. Get the proper blueprints for it and build towards it, and the game gets easy. Alright, so let's teach you how to fight the wolf boss. Now, this is with fully maxed out and fully calibrated gear. So if you remembered earlier, we had about 5,900 HP with our gear, and fully calibrated, we have 11,831. So we doubled our HP twice. We doubled it, then we doubled it again. So I'm going to show you normal, which, again, my character is so strong at this point, this thing would die in seconds. So we're just going to play with it, like a little puppy dog, alright? So this is the Shadow Hound, and this is how you fight him. So, initially, he's going to be all the way across, and if you shoot him from here, then you're not going to deal maximum damage because of bullet fall off. So, you're going to want to approach him a bit, because when you start shooting, that's when the combat begins. So we'll just shoot him once or twice. Get his attention. He's going to run at us, so you just strafe left or right. That's an easy dodge. And again, continue to shoot at him, preferably in the face. Now, when he does that little up buck thing where he slams his head up, he's going to spit at you. When he goes underground, he's going to come out from under you. And again, you just run away to avoid it. So when he does the backwards lunge, he's going to do a double swipe forward. Again, you just run backwards from it. Now, when he does this charge, he's going to jump in the air, and he's going to shoot a spread shot, so you just move slightly to the right or left. And that's his pattern for phase 1. So let's push him into phase 2. So you just dodge it. Go ahead and push him into phase 2 here. He's going to roar at us. He's going to get all pissy. And he's going to chew his face off or something, or his face is going to come out of his face. Kind of like this. Now he has a weak spot, and that's the gooey part on his face, right? So again, he's gonna charge a ball in the sky. You just run away and jump, and it won't suck you in. And if you're not close to him, it won't hurt you. He'll do a charge attack here, so just run away. Or you can take the teleporters on the sides of the level. Let's push him into the next phase. And again, he doesn't hurt me. My gear is way too good, right? So what he's gonna do now, he's gonna pop some shields on his left and right shoulder. There we go. It kind of got glitchy there. But you pop those shields, and then you can do more damage. So he's going to fly in the air now, in a ball. You got to kill his shield. This makes him vulnerable. Crashes to the ground. He flops around like a fish out of water. So again, we're just gonna chunk them down, and then the scenario repeats. He puts the 2 shields up, you just pop them. He summons these floating orbs that shoot balls at you, but you just strafe left and right, jumping around. And you can dodge them pretty easy. He's gonna come out, you know, from under me here. There we go. Just move out of the way. He should jump in the air into a ball again at this point. So he's jumping back, and no, he's trying to suck me in. So again, you can also combat roll, but it's easier just to run and jump. Alright, he's gonna jump now in the sky, break the shield, and then you just finish him off. So that's the wolf fight. It's really easy when you have good gear. And I didn't even, you know, do weapon swaps or, you know, any kind of things to buff my damage. And obviously you would use a controller here. I'm not, though, because it's normal mode. I don't want to waste my controllers. And you would get his stuff. He also drops the wolf deviation, which you can summon, and that'll increase your damage. So that's how to do the wolf. Pretty simple stuff. Now let's discuss an easy way to get energy links, which I promised earlier. So my favorite method is you just make iced tea. So iced tea takes purified water and ice. How do you get ice? I taught you how to get purified water earlier in the video, but to get ice, you go to a fridge, you press G to make ice, and you insert purified water. It'll then make ice slowly over time. So once you have those 2 ingredients, there's one more thing missing, and that is any flower. You got sage, bellflower, honeysuckle, scarlet calamus, coneflower, and yellow lotus. So if you watched my video earlier that explained 500,000 energy links an hour, you will know exactly where to get those ingredients. But for an abridged version, rather, if you just come here to Myers Market, and you can pick these up very, very quickly, right? So we're going to Myers Market. I'm just going to show you a quick little run here that I'd like to do. And I hate that it doesn't put you at the teleport tower. So generally, you would want to start the run at the teleport tower. Now, this is for several items, not just flowers, but also beets and corn, which you can turn into liquor or alcohol. So at the teleport tower, you're going to face east. You're going to run out this door. And actually, before I do that, I just want to see what kind of deviant I got in the cage here for today. And it's a strange door, damn it. Aw, dang it. Alright, so we're going to go east, out the door. And we're going to look at this red tower thing. We're now facing south. You'll see, like, some fields, just like this. We're just going to run down. And in the fields, well, we have some corn here you can grab. I'll just go ahead and grab it. Why not? As if I'm doing the run. But right here in this cage, we have beets. And we're going to grab all the beets because you want sugar for making things. Lots of things, especially if you're cooking. And then we're going to leave. And sometimes there's blueberry here, but who cares? We got more beets down by the river. You know that song from Baldur's Gate. And again, now we're going west. And there's more corn and more beets and more corn. Gonna go ahead and just grab all of this stuff here. And this run is really, really fast. Also, if you want, you can go into the little tent area and there's more corn. If you're corn hungry, I guess. You know, hungry for corn. You know, I get hungry for corn sometimes. And no, I'm not trying to say the other thing. I have a girlfriend. I don't need that stuff. But we have corn here. And we have beets. Alright. And now we have scarlet calamus. Look at that. It's right there. Now we also have lotus. Look at that. Lots and lots of lotus. There was like 5 or 7 lotuses there. Really, really love this lotus farm. With more beets, of course. Potatoes and cabbages, we don't need them. They suck. So we're going to ignore those. Running over here, we got another blueberry for blueberry soda. Yum, yum. More scarlet calamus. This time a little deeper in the water. That's fine. Grab the blueberries. Grab the beets. We're really beaten to the beets. Now, here's the cool thing. We have crocodile eggs. 2 stacks. So if you like Nalcott Easter eggs, if you like anything that needs eggs in this game at all, there you go. You now know the best egg spawn in the game. Coming back over, we have more lotus. Also, a turtle's running at me. Kill him. Just shoot him. Just shoot him in his stupid head. And more lotus. There we go. More scarlet calamus right here. Awesome stuff. And then we face back towards the base, or southeast. Get on our motorcycle. And there's a little path right here we just ride right up in. And there's a convenient little door right here. We go through the teleporter to a different world. Just like so. There we are. We're in a new world, and that means new plants to harvest. We get on our motorcycle once again. Don't want to hit that. Crash the motorcycle. And we start the process all over again, grabbing all the same stuff. And you just put on an anime or a TV show, and you do this for like 10 to 20 minutes, and you'll be rich. You'll never have to farm money or worry about money ever again. It's really, really that easy. It is super, super easy. I can't even grab all these beets. There's so many beets, right? Look at my beets. I have like 30 of them, right? You don't need to sit here and grow beets. You don't need to dedicate a whole alt character to a produce farm. You can just run this route and you're loaded forever. You don't have to do anything else. And again, you just repeat this route and then you go craft a bunch of goods with it and you're all set. Also, fun note, this guy sells local brown eggs, cage-free, $3.99 a dozen. That is a steal. Eggs in my area right now, dozen eggs, like $10, $10, and it's only getting higher. It's crazy out there, guys. Now, after all of this, there's still a way to get more powerful. Now, of course, week 4 has the pro mode, so you'll get even rarer and better mods for your armor and weapons, which you'll need to upgrade those as well. And it's basically an endless grind of crafting and hoping you get all the right substats and stuff. But you know, that ain't for me, and for most players, I don't think you should really chase perfection. But the other way to gain power is to combine your blueprints and star up your equipment. So for instance, the Div Evo here, you'll notice it says Stranger. It's part of the Stranger line. I don't know what Stranger means, but if you have blueprints for other Stranger weapons like the Kuma Wing, if you have the blueprint for it and you didn't fuse it, then you can right-click your Div Evo, go to Enhancement, and then use the blueprint fragments from other pieces of equipment to level this up. And essentially, each star level is about a 5% boost of DPS. So it'd be 5, 10, 15. So all in all, you'll deal 20% more damage with a maximum star one versus a 1-star one. It's not much of a power jump, but it is something, you know, to look forward to. So how I would do that is, well, for my character, I use the Kuma Wing, so I would want also Stranger weapons. So I would go to the Wish Machine here, and I would play everything that is that has a Stranger thing available to win. But I'd rather just not mess with it and not really care because, you know, I was just playing this as a one-off anyway. Now, I just said I would cover the first 3 weeks in the start of this video, but I'll briefly touch on the 4th, 5th, and 6th week. So, week number 4, Pro Mode, it's the same thing as week 3, just harder with better rewards. Slightly harder, not that much harder. And then week 5 is Mana Bus. Big tentacles fly from the sky. You shoot the flowers off of its wrists, and that kills it. And you get some rewards. So, asterism if the whole server progresses, which most people don't. Yeah, the Sweatlord servers easily complete this in like the first couple days, but the casual servers usually get the first reward at least, and then they quit. Week 6, everything's dead, everything's chill, everything's whatever. Time to move to a new server, right? And so once you move to a new server, you can choose a PvP server. You can do Mana Bus over again, but on a harder difficulty where the enemies are more aggressive, allegedly. Not really. I haven't noticed any more, you know, egregious AI, or aggressive AI, rather. Apparently, you get sick faster and more often. Your character goes insane more often. And you get hungrier and thirstier faster. Doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun. But, hey, you get to do the same thing over again. Or, there's a snowy region. There's the whole snow part of the map way up here that you get to play instead with different mods and stuff. I haven't played the snow stuff, so I don't know nothing about it. Don't ask me questions about that. There's also a faction PvP server where apparently Asmongold's team always wins or something. I don't know if he even still plays. That was months ago, probably. I'm way behind on the news on that one. But, yeah, that's pretty much it. And then whatever else they come out with, though the game is down to, like, 5-digit player count. I think it's at, like, 38,000 peak right now on Steam or something. Could be wrong about that. But, yeah, this best possible start for 2025, guys. Just want to update you guys on the best possible start. Teach you guys how to get geared, how to get good, how to have fun, how to smash the content in record time, get ahead of everyone else. That way you can impress your girlfriend and stuff like that. So with that said, what can you do for me? Well, just leave a like and leave a comment, really. And don't comment something stupid like comment, because look, YouTube is an algorithm. It's going to read your comments. It's an AI, right? It's going to read your comment, and it's going to be like, why is everyone talking about baked potatoes and hot dogs? And it's going to think that this is a cooking video. And it's like, no, stop it. Talk about once human. Use keywords. Say once human, video game, stuff in your... But don't just use keywords. Like, make it a full, complete sentence, okay? It really helped me out here. And finally, the best thing you could do, I'm gonna lean in close and give you a smooch on your forehead, mwah, is to click the video on the right side of your screen. And if you don't click it, 3 random beavers are going to get smushed by water turbines. It's gonna I'm not gonna cause it. It's not a threat. It's simply just gonna happen in nature. Yes, there's water turbines in nature now. I know humans are to blame. It is what it is. But if you don't click that video, the beavers are gonna get it.